A haunting signal cuts through the desert silence, drawing a solitary soul into a web of danger and discovery. In a land where dust hides secrets and mountains guard ancient power, a journey unfolds, where every step echoes with the past and survival hangs on a fragile thread. Tune in to this Western audiobook for a tale that weaves mystery through rugged canyons and stormy skies. Chapter 1. The Whispering Wire. The heat pressed down on Redemption Pass like a shroud. It clung to the warped planks of the boardwalks, shimmered above the baked dirt of the main street, and seeped through the thin walls of the telegraph office, where Caleb Thorne sought refuge, though refuge was too strong a word. Nothing truly offered sanctuary from the memories that rode the dry wind, whispering through the cracks around the window frames like ghosts unwilling to settle. He sat hunched over the Morse key, the brass cool beneath his fingertips despite the oppressive warmth of the small room. The air hung thick with the scent of dust, stale cigar smoke from the saloon next door, drifting over the bat-wing doors, and the faint metallic tang of the electrical current that was his penance and his profession. Outside, the sun bleached the life out of the landscape, reducing the distant sawtooth mountains to hazy purple suggestions against an unforgiving sky. Redemption Pass. The name was a bitter joke, one Caleb swallowed down daily like the lukewarm coffee he brewed each morning on the potbelly stove, now cold in the corner. There was no redemption here, only exile. Only the slow erosion of time, marked by the rhythmic clicking of the telegraph relay. Caleb was a man shaped by absences, the absence of hope, the absence of peace, the absence of the life he'd once known before the war had scoured everything clean, leaving behind only grit and scars. He was tall, still possessed of the lean frame forged in hard campaigning, but the lines etched around his pale gray eyes and the premature silver threading through his dark, carelessly cut hair spoke of burdens heavier than years alone could impose. His hands, resting now on the telegraph key, were steady, calloused, the hands of a man accustomed to work, but there was a tension in the set of his shoulders, a constant vigilance in his gaze, as if he expected an attack from shadows only he could see. He'd been the telegraph operator here for 3 years, a quiet, solitary figure in a town populated by prospectors chasing faded dreams, hard-scrabble ranchers clinging to dusty claims, and the inevitable collection of drifters and gamblers who washed up on the fringes of civilization. He kept to himself, exchanging few words beyond necessity, his past a locked room with the key long thrown away, or so he'd thought. The telegraph was his chosen shield. Messages came and went, frantic requests for supplies from isolated mines, terse warnings about stagecoach delays, mundane business dealings from Tucson or Santa Fe, occasional anxious inquiries about loved ones swallowed by the vastness of the territory. He translated the staccato bursts of sound into words into dots and dashes, sending them humming along the single iron wire that connected Redemption Pass to the wider world, a world he had no desire to rejoin. He was a conduit, impersonal, detached. The joys and sorrows, the hopes and fears encoded in the clicks were not his own. They flowed through him, leaving him untouched, or so he told himself. It was a fragile peace, built on the deliberate forgetting of who he used to be. Captain Caleb Thorne, Confederate States Army, a man who had believed in a cause, fought for it, bled for it, and lost everything in its name, including her. Eliza. The name was a phantom ache, a wound that never fully healed, buried beneath layers of scar tissue formed by grief, guilt, and the sheer, grinding effort of survival. Eliza Mallory. Eyes like the summer sky, a laugh that could make wildflowers bloom in barren ground, and a mind as sharp and quick as a honed blade. A Union spy. His enemy. His love. The woman he'd last seen silhouetted against the flames of a burning farmhouse near Appomattox. Her face a mask of resolute purpose that tore his heart out more surely than any Yankee bullet. He'd heard later, through the fractured whispers of retreating soldiers, that she hadn't made it out. Captured, they said. Executed. another casualty devoured by the insatiable maw of war. He'd mourned her in the desolate silence of his own defeat, a secret grief carried alongside the shame of surrender. The rhythmic chatter of the relay magnet was usually a comfort, a predictable pattern in the chaos of his thoughts. Dit-dit-dit-da-da-da. The pulse of the world, distant, manageable. But today the air felt different, charged. The heat seemed to coil tighter, the silence between messages stretching thin, vibrating with an unseen tension. Even the flies buzzing listlessly against the dirty window pane sounded agitated. Caleb shifted on his stool, the worn leather groaning beneath him. He ran a hand over his face, the stubble rasping against his palm. Sleep had been elusive again last night, chased away by fragmented dreams of cannon fire and desperate whispers in the dark. He picked up a sheaf of outbound messages, a request for credit from the general store owner, a notification of a new ore strike, likely exaggerated, from a hopeful prospector, a terse update for the territorial marshal about a suspected rustler. He began tapping them out, his fingers moving with practiced efficiency, translating the mundane anxieties of Redemption Pass into the universal language of the wire. Dit-da-dit-dit-L, da-dit-da-dit-F, dit-dit-dit-S. Each letter a small, precise action, a bulwark against the encroaching emptiness. He finished the last local message and leaned back, waiting. Sometimes hours passed between transmissions. He might read the tattered copy of Shakespeare he kept hidden beneath the counter, a relic from another life, or simply stare out the window at the unchanging vista of dust and heat, letting the quiet hum of the wire lull him into a state of near forgetfulness. Then it came. Not the usual crisp, authoritative clicks from a distant station operator. This was different. Tentative at first, then gaining a strange, almost musical cadence. A series of short bursts, followed by longer, drawn-out pulses, then pauses, then another cluster of rapid clicks. It wasn't standard Morse. It wasn't any recognized commercial code. It sounded broken, erratic, like static trying to resolve into meaning. Caleb frowned, leaning closer to the sounder, his ear cocked. He adjusted the relay, thinking perhaps the line was faulty, disturbed by the heat or a distant electrical storm. But the pattern persisted, deliberate, insistent. Da-da-dit-dit-da-da. Pause. Dit-dit-da-dit. It sounded almost like an animal. A yip, a pause, a longer howl, then another series of yips. A coyote. A cold fist clenched around Caleb's heart, squeezing the air from his lungs. His blood ran cold, then hot, a dizzying surge that left him lightheaded. It couldn't be. It was impossible. A coincidence, a random malfunction of the line, mimicking a sound buried so deep in his memory he rarely dared to touch it. He forced himself to remain still, listening, his breath caught in his throat. The strange sequence repeated. Da-dit-dit, dit, da-da. Pause. Dit-dit-da, dit. A pattern. Not random, intentional. The Coyote code, Eliza's code, their code, developed in stolen moments under starry Carolina skies, a language woven from shared laughter and desperate secrets, disguised as the nocturnal calls of the wild, a way for a Confederate officer and a Union spy to communicate across the chasm of war, messages hidden within the seemingly innocent sounds of the night. He hadn't heard it, hadn't even thought of it, in years. Not since he'd believed her dead. His hand trembled as he reached for a pencil, the graphite slick with sweat from his palm. He grabbed a blank message form, his eyes fixed on the sounder as if it were a venomous snake about to strike. The clicks continued, forming distinct groupings, separated by longer pauses. Each cluster corresponded to a letter, a number, a prearranged meaning known only to them. It was slower than standard Morse, more prone to error, but designed for secrecy, for situations where discovery meant death. Da-dit-dit, dit, da-da. C. Pause. Dit-dit-da. Dit, A. Pause. Dit-da-dit. Da-da. Pause. Dit, da-da-da. E. Pause. Da-dit, B. Caleb. His name spelled out in the ghost language of their past. Bile rose in his throat. This wasn't a memory. This wasn't a malfunction. This was real. Someone was sending this. Someone who knew the code. Someone who knew him. He gripped the edge of the counter, the rough wood biting into his palms. His mind raced, scrambling for purchase, trying to make sense of the impossible. Who? How? Was it a trap? A cruel trick played by fate, or by someone who had uncovered his secrets? Had someone tortured the code out of her before the end? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through him. The clicking continued, relentless, pulling him back from the brink of panic. He forced his hand to steady, forced himself to transcribe the sounds, the pencil scratching frantically across the paper. Meet. Numbers followed. Coordinates, longitude and latitude, precise, unmistakable. A location marked on the worn territorial maps he kept locked in a drawer. A place deep in the Dragoon Mountains, a rugged, desolate stretch known for hidden canyons and Apache ghosts. Serpent Canyon, a fitting name. Danger. The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Danger to whom? To her? To him? To Redemption Pass? The message offered no explanation, only the stark warning. Artifact. A strange word. Out of place. What artifact? What did it mean? Was it another code word he'd forgotten? No, the structure felt different. This was information. Raw, urgent. Trust no one. The final words clicked out, followed by a distinct sign-off sequence they had used. 3 short dits, a pause, then 1 long da. The sound Eliza used to mimic the final lonely cry of a coyote fading into the night. Silence fell, absolute and profound, broken only by the frantic pounding of Caleb's own heart against his ribs. He stared at the message scrawled on the form, the pencil marks looking alien, unreal. Caleb, meet, coordinates, danger, artifact, trust no one. And the signature howl that could only belong to one person. Eliza, alive. The floor seemed to tilt beneath him. He felt adrift, cut loose from the moorings of the life he had so carefully constructed in Redemption Pass. 3 years of cultivated numbness, of deliberate forgetting, shattered in the space of a few minutes by a series of clicks on a copper wire. She was alive. The woman he had loved, the woman whose death had been a cornerstone of his grief, the woman whose betrayal, for spying was betrayal no matter the uniform, was inextricably tangled with his deepest affections. Why now, after all this time? And this warning, artifact, danger, trust no one. It spoke of conspiracy, of peril far exceeding the usual frontier squabbles over water rights or stolen cattle. What had she stumbled into? And why drag him back into a world of shadows and secrets he had fought so hard to escape? He crumpled the message form in his fist, the paper crackling in the sudden oppressive silence of the office. Part of him screamed to ignore it, to burn the paper, forget the coordinates, pretend the ghost sounds had been nothing more than heat-induced illusion. He had come to Redemption Pass seeking oblivion, a quiet fading away. He owed nothing to the past, and certainly nothing to a woman who had served the cause that destroyed his world, even if he had loved her. He had new principles now, or at least the absence of old ones. He was just a telegraph operator, anonymous, safe. But the image of her face swam before his eyes, not the hardened spy at the burning farmhouse, but the younger Eliza, laughing under a Carolina moon, her hand trusting in his. The memory of the Coyote code, their secret language born of a love that defied battle lines, echoed in his ears. It was a summons he recognized deep in his bones, a call from a part of himself he thought long dead. She was alive, and she was in danger. The coordinates pointed to Serpent Canyon, a place notorious for sudden storms, treacherous footing, and rumors of things best left undisturbed. To go there was madness. To ignore the message felt like a betrayal deeper than any uniform could account for. It felt like abandoning the last flicker of warmth in the frozen landscape of his soul. He looked out the window. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of bruised orange and bleeding crimson. The heat hadn't broken, but a different kind of chill settled over Caleb, the chill of impossible choices. The dust devils danced on the edge of town, spinning ephemeral patterns before dissolving into nothing, like his carefully constructed piece, like the past he could no longer outrun. He smoothed out the crumpled message form, his fingers tracing the coordinates. Serpent Canyon. A meeting with a ghost, a warning of unknown danger tied to a mysterious artifact. He didn't know what awaited him there, what price this resurrection would demand. He only knew the whispering wire had delivered more than just a message. It had delivered a reckoning, and the silence that followed felt heavier, more final than any sound he had ever heard. The quiet life he'd built was over. The coyote had cried, and Caleb Thorne, whether he wanted to or not, had to answer. Chapter 2. Echoes of a Coyote's Cry. The silence in the telegraph office stretched taut, no longer the familiar empty quiet Caleb usually welcomed, but a charged void echoing with the phantom clicks of the Coyote code. He stood frozen, the crumpled message form still clutched in his hand, the ink slightly smeared by the sweat on his palm. Eliza, alive. The two words warred within him, one bringing a surge of impossible, treacherous hope, the other dredging up a grief so profound he thought it permanently entombed. He forced his fingers to relax, smoothing the paper against the rough wood of the counter. Serpent Canyon. The coordinates burned in his mind's eye, a destination as alien and dangerous as the moon. It was days' ride from Redemption Pass, through unforgiving country known more for bleached bones and prospectors' dashed dreams than for safe passage. Why there? What artifact could possibly be worth hiding in such a desolate, perilous place? And what danger necessitated a code resurrected from the ashes of war, a code whispered across battle lines by two people who should have been mortal enemies? His gaze drifted to the window, where the light was fading fast. The sky bled from orange to a deep, bruised purple over the jagged silhouette of the distant mountains. Shadows lengthened across the dusty street, swallowing the sharp edges of the buildings, blurring the line between substance and illusion. It felt fitting. His own reality had just blurred, the solid ground of his self-imposed exile crumbling beneath him. He remembered teaching her the code, not in some clandestine meeting place reeking of conspiracy, but under a canopy of ancient oaks dripping with Spanish moss, somewhere deep in the Carolina woods. A stolen afternoon, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, the war feeling miles away, though its shadow constantly loomed. He'd been on reconnaissance. He hadn't known what she was then. Just Eliza Mallory, the niece of a local planter visiting from the north. Intelligent, curious, with eyes that saw too much and a smile that disarmed his ingrained suspicion. Why coyotes? She'd asked, her head tilted, a stray strand of blonde hair catching the dappled sunlight. He'd shrugged, feigning nonchalance, though his heart hammered against his ribs just being near her. They're survivors, smart, and folks dismiss their calls as just noise, background, easy to overlook. He demonstrated the sequence for A, dit-dit-da-dit, mimicking the short yips and longer drawl. She'd laughed, a clear, bright sound that startled a nearby jay into flight. It sounds dreadful, like a dog with a toothache. But her eyes were bright with understanding, picking up the pattern immediately. She had a mind like a steel trap, absorbing the nuances, suggesting refinements, making it theirs. It became their secret language, a thread connecting two souls adrift in a sea of conflict, used sparingly, carefully, for messages too dangerous for ink and paper, passed through intermediaries or occasionally tapped out on a captured field telegraph when circumstances allowed. A bitter taste filled Caleb's mouth. That secret language, born of trust and affection, had ultimately been a tool of her trade, a spy's tool. Had any of it been real? Or had he just been another target, another source of Confederate intelligence to be cultivated and exploited? The thought had tormented him in the raw aftermath of the war, fueling his grief with anger and a corrosive sense of betrayal. Hearing the code now, after believing her dead for so long, ripped the old wounds wide open. Trust no one. Did that include him? Was the message itself a manipulation? A lure? He sank onto the stool, the worn leather groaning in protest. He rested his elbows on the counter, burying his face in his hands. The scent of dust, metal, and his own sweat filled his nostrils. What should he do? The Caleb Thorne who had ridden away from Appomattox, broken and disillusioned, would have burned the message and fortified the walls around his heart. He had sworn off causes, loyalties, anything that demanded sacrifice. He had come to Redemption Pass precisely because it was a place where nothing mattered, where he could be anonymous, untethered. He operated the wire, fixed the occasional clock, kept his head down, and waited for time to sand down the sharp edges of his memory. He owed Eliza nothing. She had chosen her side, played her game, and faced the consequences, or so he'd thought. But the man sitting here now, 3 years weathered by sun and solitude, wasn't entirely the same. The emptiness he'd sought had become its own kind of burden. The silence was often filled with the ghosts of men he'd led, choices he regretted, opportunities lost. There was a hollowness in his chest that the rhythmic click of the telegraph could not fill. Eliza was alive. Whatever else she was, whatever betrayals lay between them, she was alive. And she had reached out to him, using their most intimate secret, warning of danger. Could he live with himself if he ignored it? If something happened to her in that desolate canyon, knowing he could have gone? Knowing her last message, her last call for connection across the years and the miles, had gone unanswered? He lifted his head, his jaw set. The gray eyes that stared back at him from the dusty reflection in the window glass were tired, haunted, but a flicker of something else stirred within them, not the patriotic fervor of his youth, nor the bitter resignation of his defeat, but a reluctant ember of responsibility? Or perhaps just the stubborn refusal to let the last connection to a life where he'd actually felt something simply blow away like tumbleweed. He couldn't not go. The decision settled upon him, heavy and irrevocable. It wasn't about forgiveness, not yet. It wasn't about rekindling a past that had burned them both. It was about the stark facts laid out in dots and dashes. Coordinates, danger, artifact, trust no one. And the undeniable reality that the sender was Eliza. He would go to Serpent Canyon. He would see what this danger was, what artifact she spoke of. He would find out why she had resurrected herself from the dead, and why she had chosen to drag him back into the shadows. Action, at least, was a known quantity. He stood up, the stiffness in his limbs a reminder of hours spent hunched over the key. First, the office. He locked the door from the inside, pulled down the shade over the window facing the street, a flimsy barrier against prying eyes. The sign on the door read closed, a state Caleb often wished he could apply to his own mind. He moved with quiet efficiency, the years of military discipline surfacing through the haze of civilian lethargy. He checked the battery jars that powered the line, ensuring they were stable. He tidied the counter, filing away the routine messages from earlier, leaving only Eliza's crumpled note, which he carefully folded and tucked into the inner pocket of his worn linen shirt. It rested against his skin, a tangible link to the phantom on the wire. Next, his preparations for the journey. He lived in 2 small rooms behind the office, sparsely furnished, kept meticulously clean as if order could somehow impose itself on the chaos within him. He pulled a battered leather saddlebag from beneath the narrow cot, its surface scuffed and scarred from countless miles. Into it went the essentials: a spare shirt, jerky, hardtack, a small sack of coffee beans, his dented tin cup and pot. He added a coil of rope, indispensable in the mountains, and a small kit containing bandages, antiseptic, and a few basic surgical tools, remnants of his field experience. Water would be the main concern. Serpent Canyon was notoriously dry. He filled his canteen and strapped a larger water skin to the bag. Finally, the weapon. He unlocked a sturdy wooden chest at the foot of his cot. Inside, nestled amongst a few other relics of his past, a faded Confederate gray jacket he couldn't bring himself to discard, a handful of letters from his family, long unanswered, a daguerreotype of his younger self looking impossibly hopeful, lay his Colt Navy revolver. .36 caliber. Worn smooth in places from handling, the bluing faded but meticulously maintained. He checked the action, the satisfying click of the hammer echoing slightly in the small room. He strapped the holster onto his hip, the familiar weight both a burden and a comfort. He hadn't worn it regularly since arriving in Redemption Pass, wanting to distance himself from the violence that had defined so much of his life. But Serpent Canyon wasn't the place for illusions of peace. He added a box of cartridges to the saddlebag. He paused, looking at the faded jacket. He hadn't worn it since the surrender. It represented a past he was trying to bury, a cause lost, allegiances shed. Yet Eliza had been on the other side. Going to meet her now, warned of danger, felt like stepping back onto a battlefield, even if the lines were blurred and the enemy unknown. He touched the rough wool for a moment, then closed the chest lid firmly. That part of his life was over. He was just Caleb Thorne, telegraph operator. Or was he? He needed a horse. His own mare, Bess, was steady but getting on in years, not suited for the punishing terrain ahead. He'd need something faster, hardier. That meant a visit to O'Malley's livery stable at the edge of town. He slung the saddlebag over his shoulder, checked the colt one last time, and blew out the lamp, plunging the back rooms into darkness. He stepped back into the office, the fading twilight filtering through the grimy window. The telegraph key sat silent on the counter, its brass gleaming faintly. It felt like a betrayal, leaving it unattended. For 3 years it had been his anchor, his connection, however tenuous, to the world, and his shield against it. Now it felt like a cage he was finally breaking out of. Even if freedom lay in a direction fraught with peril, he locked the front door behind him, the click of the lock echoing the finality of the Morse code sign-off. The street was quieter now. The heat was beginning to relent, replaced by a cooler evening breeze that carried the scent of wood smoke from cooking fires and the distant, tinny strains of a piano from the Lucky Ace saloon. Lamps flickered to life in windows, casting pools of yellow light onto the dusty boardwalk. A few figures moved through the gloom, a pair of miners heading towards the saloon, Sheriff Brody making his rounds, his thumbs hooked in his belt, his eyes missing nothing. Caleb kept to the shadows as much as possible, avoiding eye contact. He didn't want questions. His sudden departure, armed and provisioned for a long ride, would raise eyebrows in a town where everyone knew everyone else's business, or thought they did. O'Malley's livery was blessedly quiet. The man himself, stout and smelling perpetually of horse and hay, was dosing in a chair tipped back against the wall. "O'Malley," Caleb said quietly. The man jolted awake, blinking. "Thorne, what can I do for you this late?" "Need to rent a horse. Something sturdy, good for mountain trails, for a few days, maybe longer." He laid a few silver dollars on the dusty counter beside the ledger, enough to cover a generous rental period and ensure O'Malley's discretion, hopefully. O'Malley eyed the coins, then Caleb's saddlebag and the colt at his hip. His expression sharpened slightly, curiosity warring with ingrained business sense. "Having some trouble, Thorne? Or causing some?" "Prospecting trip," Caleb lied smoothly, the falsehood tasting like ash. "Got a tip about a possible vein up near the Dragoons." It was a common enough story in Redemption Pass. O'Malley grunted, seeming to accept it, or at least deciding the silver was worth more than speculation. "Prospecting in the Dragoons? Rough country. Got just the horse. Buck. Mean-tempered Mustang, but sure-footed as a goat and got stamina like you wouldn't believe. Don't take no nonsense from him, mind." He led Caleb back into the cavernous stable, the air thick with the smell of hay and manure. Buck was a wiry dun gelding with intelligent, watchful eyes and a hide crisscrossed with faint scars. He pinned his ears back as Caleb approached, but didn't shy away. Caleb ran a hand down his leg, feeling the solid bone and muscle. He'd do. "Saddle him up," Caleb said. While O'Malley fetched the tack, Caleb checked the cinch himself, double-checked the bridle. He tied his saddlebag securely behind the cantle and looped the waterskin over the horn. Buck sidestepped nervously, but allowed the preparations. Caleb swung himself into the saddle, the familiar feel of worn leather beneath him a small comfort. He rode Buck out of the livery and into the deepening twilight. He avoided the main street, taking the back alleys that skirted the edge of town, heading south towards the dark, brooding shapes of the mountains. The last lights of Redemption Pass dwindled behind him, islands of fragile warmth in a growing sea of darkness. The trail wound upwards, leaving the sparse chaparral of the flats behind, entering the rockier terrain that marked the foothills of the Dragoons. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of piñon pine and dry earth. The only sounds were the rhythmic clop of Buck's hooves on the stony ground, the creak of saddle leather, and the lonely sigh of the wind through the rocks, and the echo of a coyote's cry in his mind. Eliza. What had happened to her after Appomattox? How had she survived? Where had she been all these years? And what was this artifact she spoke of? This danger that prompted her to reach out to him, the Confederate soldier she had once loved and betrayed? Trust no one. The warning resonated with the vast, empty silence of the landscape around him. Out here, trust was a commodity scarcer than water. He was riding towards a ghost, towards a past he couldn't escape, towards a danger he couldn't comprehend. He glanced back one last time. Redemption Pass was gone, swallowed by the night. Ahead lay only darkness, the faint glimmer of stars beginning to pierce the indigo sky, and the rugged, unknown territory of Serpent Canyon. He spurred Buck forward, the echo of the coyote's cry urging him on into the heart of the waiting shadows. The weight of the colt pressed against his hip, a cold promise in the uncertain night. Chapter 3. Scars under the starlight. The world dissolved into shades of silver and gray under the vast, indifferent expanse of the night sky. Stars, sharp and brilliant in the clear desert air, seemed close enough to touch, yet impossibly distant, cold witnesses to Caleb's solitary passage. He rode steadily south, deeper into the foothills of the Dragoon Mountains, leaving the last vestiges of human settlement far behind. Buck, the livery horse, proved O'Malley's assessment correct. He moved with a sure-footed confidence over the uneven, rocky trail, his breathing steady, his ears occasionally twitching, alert to the subtle noises of the wilderness that Caleb's own senses barely registered. The rhythmic creak of saddle leather, the soft thud of hooves on packed earth, or the sharper clink against stone, the sigh of the cool night wind whispering through sparse, skeletal bushes. These were the only sounds accompanying Caleb's thoughts, and his thoughts were a turbulent river, churning with doubt, memory, and a reluctant, dangerous current of hope he hadn't felt in years. Eliza. Alive. The reality of it was still sinking in, a seismic shock that had fractured the carefully constructed numbness of his existence in Redemption Pass. He felt exposed, raw, as if a protective layer of skin had been stripped away, leaving old wounds smarting under the cold starlight. He pictured her face, trying to reconcile the image of the laughing girl under the Carolina oaks with the phantom operator who sent cryptic warnings across the wire. Had the war changed her as irrevocably as it had changed him? Had the intervening years hardened her, erased the woman he remembered? Trust no one. Her own words. Was she warning him about others, or subtly, cruelly, warning him about herself? The spy who had loved him, or pretended to love him, while serving the enemy. Could he trust anything she said, anything she represented? He had built his quiet life on the foundation of her death, her betrayal a sealed chapter. Now the grave had opened, the chapter torn violently back, and he was riding into its heart. He shifted in the saddle, the colt heavy against his hip. It felt alien after 3 years of disuse, a grim reminder of a past defined by violence. He had hoped never to need it again, to let that part of himself atrophy and fade. But the message, danger, artifact, spoke of conflict, of stakes far higher than a disgruntled miner or a rustled calf. He was riding towards something that required more than just a telegraph key and a stoic silence. The landscape unfolded around him, stark and beautiful in the moonlight. Jagged rock formations rose like ancient sleeping beasts, their surfaces etched with the lines of millennia, scars left by wind and water and time. Deep shadows pooled in the crevices and arroyos, hinting at hidden depths and unseen dangers. The air smelled clean and sharp, tinged with the resinous scent of piñón and the dry mineral tang of the earth. It was a land that demanded respect, that punished carelessness, a land that mirrored the geography of his own soul, scarred, weathered, holding secrets in its shadowed places. He remembered another night long ago under a different sky, thick with the humidity of the south. They had slipped away from a tiresome planter's ball, seeking refuge in the moon-drenched gardens. Eliza radiant in borrowed silk that couldn't quite disguise the restless energy beneath the surface. He, awkward in his gray uniform, acutely aware of the chasm between their worlds, yet drawn to her light like a moth to a flame. "Do you ever feel?" she'd whispered, her voice barely audible above the chirping crickets, her gaze fixed on the distant stars. "Like you're living someone else's life? Like you're wearing a costume, and underneath, you're someone completely different?" He'd looked at her, startled by the vulnerability in her tone, the echo of his own unspoken feelings. Sometimes, he admitted, the word rough in his throat, the war demanded costumes from everyone. Patriot, soldier, hero, enemy, labels that obscured the complex, contradictory truths beneath. She turned to him then, her blue eyes searching his in the dim light. "Who are you, Caleb Thorne, underneath the uniform?" The question had unnerved him, resonated too deeply. He'd deflected, turning it back on her with a clumsy compliment about her dress. But the memory lingered. Who was he underneath it all? And who was she really, beneath the charm, the intelligence, the calculated deception of the spy? Had he ever truly known? Buck stumbled slightly on a patch of loose scree, bringing Caleb sharply back to the present. He gentled the horse with a soft word and a hand on its neck, scanning the trail ahead more carefully. Complacency was a luxury he couldn't afford out here. Snakes, rockfalls, a twisted ankle for the horse. Any small mishap could prove fatal this far from help. He needed to stay alert, focused on the physical act of the journey, letting the rhythm of the ride keep the more turbulent thoughts at bay. He rode on, the hours blending into a timeless passage marked only by the slow wheeling of the constellations overhead. Orion climbed higher, the hunter stalking across the celestial sphere. Caleb felt like the hunted, drawn inexorably towards an unknown fate by a message from a ghost. He thought about the artifact. What could it be? Gold, jewels, some long-lost Spanish treasure, the stuff of frontier legends, usually ending in disappointment or bloodshed. But Eliza's message hinted at something more, something that posed a wider danger. A weapon? Some kind of political document? The war had supposedly ended, but its ripples still spread, breeding resentment, fueling new conflicts in the territories. Old scores remained unsettled, old loyalties simmered beneath the surface. Perhaps this artifact was tied to that unfinished business. He recalled stories whispered around campfires during the war, tales dismissed as fever dreams or battlefield myths, rumors of strange objects, ancient powers, things unearthed that defied explanation. Usually he'd dismiss them. War bred superstition. But Eliza wasn't prone to flights of fancy. If she called it an artifact and warned of danger, it had to be something tangible, something potent, something worth killing for, something worth dying for. Had she already paid that price, only to somehow return? The trail began to steepen, winding upwards into a narrow canyon carved by ancient water flow. The rock walls pressed closer, blotting out the stars, amplifying the sound of Buck's hooves and the whisper of the wind. Shadows danced, taking on menacing shapes in his peripheral vision. He drew the Colt instinctively, resting his hand on the grip, the cool metal a small anchor in the oppressive darkness. He strained his ears, listening for any sound beyond the natural, the scrape of a boot, the click of a rifle hammer, the low growl of a predator, human or otherwise. Nothing. Only the vast, unnerving silence of the mountains. He felt the weariness seep into his bones, a dull ache settling in his back and shoulders. It had been a long time since he'd ridden this hard, pushed himself this far. The easy, predictable routine of Redemption Pass had softened him in ways he hadn't realized. But beneath the fatigue, a different kind of energy hummed, the sharp focus of survival, the heightened awareness that came when stripped of civilization's comforts. It was a state he recognized, an unwelcome familiarity from his soldiering days. As the canyon widened again, opening onto a small, starlit mesa dotted with junipers and brittlebush, he decided to rest the horse and himself for a while. He dismounted, his legs stiff, and led Buck towards a cluster of rocks that offered some shelter from the wind. He loosened the cinch, letting the horse graze on the sparse vegetation, then took a long drink from his canteen. The water was cool, tasting faintly metallic, washing away the dust in his throat, but not the dryness of his apprehension. He sat with his back against a smooth, cold boulder, pulling his jacket tighter against the night chill. He didn't dare light a fire. Its smoke and light would be a beacon for miles in this clear air. He chewed slowly on a piece of jerky, the tough, salty meat requiring effort, grounding him in the physical moment. He looked up at the sky again. The Milky Way sprawled overhead like a luminous river, a breathtaking spectacle of cosmic indifference. Down here, on this small, spinning planet, men fought and died over lines on maps, over causes that seemed monumental but were ultimately dust in the wind. He had believed in one such cause, poured his youth and blood into it, only to see it crumble into ash and defeat. He had loved a woman who served the opposing cause, a love that felt both utterly true and fundamentally treacherous. What did any of it mean under the gaze of these silent ancient stars? Perhaps that was the real reason he was riding toward Serpent Canyon, not just for Eliza, not just out of a sense of duty or curiosity about the artifact, but to find some kind of answer, some reckoning with the ghosts that haunted him. Redemption Pass hadn't offered redemption, only stagnation. Maybe, just maybe, confronting the most painful part of his past, the part embodied by Eliza Mallory, was the only way to truly move forward. Or perhaps it was simply the path to his own destruction. He closed his eyes for a moment, the image of the Coyote code flashing behind his eyelids. Da-dit-dit-dit, da-da. C-dit-dit-da, dit, A. It wasn't just a code, it was a memory, a feeling, a connection that had somehow survived war, death, and years of silence. It was the echo of a shared vulnerability, a reminder that even amidst betrayal and conflict, there had been something real, something worth risking everything for. Or had that, too, been part of the illusion? A faint sound drifted on the wind, pulling him instantly alert. He held his breath, straining to hear. It wasn't an animal cry, nor the wind itself. It was distant, intermittent, like the faint, rhythmic clang of metal on metal. Prospectors? Maybe. But this deep into the dragoons, at this hour? Unlikely. The sound faded, then returned, slightly closer, carried on the shifting breeze. It seemed to be coming from the direction he was heading, towards the area indicated by Eliza's coordinates. He stood up quietly, checking the load on his Colt, his senses fully awake now. The weariness evaporated, replaced by a cold knot of tension in his gut. He scanned the dark landscape, but could see nothing moving. The sound stopped again, leaving only the wind and the vast silence. Was it related to the artifact, to the danger Eliza warned of, or just a trick of the night, his tired mind playing games? Trust no one. He couldn't afford assumptions. He tightened Buck's cinch, swung back into the saddle, his hand never straying far from the butt of his revolver. The starlight seemed less benign now, the shadows deeper, more menacing. The scars on the land seemed to mirror the scars on his heart, warning of treacherous depths beneath the surface. Dawn was still hours away, and Serpent Canyon lay somewhere ahead in that echoing darkness, holding secrets, danger, and the ghost of a woman he thought he'd lost forever. The metallic clang didn't return, but its echo lingered, a dissonant note in the wilderness symphony, urging him onward into the unknown heart of the night. Chapter 4. A Ghost's Coordinates. the stars began to fade, surrendering their brilliance to the first pale suggestions of dawn painting the eastern horizon. A line of faint primrose yellow bled into the deep indigo, outlining the jagged teeth of the mountains ahead. The air grew colder, carrying the sharp, clean scent of dew settling on dust and stone. Caleb pulled his worn jacket tighter, the chill seeping into him, a physical manifestation of the uncertainty gnawing at his gut. He had been riding for hours, pushing Buck relentlessly but carefully through the treacherous moon-washed terrain. Now, with the approach of day, the landscape revealed itself in starker detail, stripped of the softening illusions of night. He was deep in the dragoons now, the foothills giving way to steeper slopes and narrow, winding defiles. The rocks here were sharper, more angular, predominantly granite, weathered into grotesque shapes that seemed to watch his passage with silent, stony indifference. Sparse, hardy vegetation clung precariously to life in crevices. Stubborn junipers, prickly pear cactus armored against the harshness, ocotillo waving thin, thorny arms towards the brightening sky. It was a land that tolerated life but did not nurture it, a land that kept its secrets well hidden. The coordinates Eliza had sent were burned into his memory, precise and unambiguous. Latitude 31 degrees, 48 minutes north. Longitude 110 degrees, 15 minutes west. He'd consulted his worn territorial map back in the office, pinpointing the location. A specific bend within the notoriously convoluted network of ravines known collectively as Serpent Canyon. It wasn't a landmark noted on any map he owned, just a point in a wilderness of rock and shadow. The precision felt like Eliza, methodical, exact, leaving nothing to chance. Yet the coldness of the numbers contrasted sharply with the intimate, almost desperate vulnerability of using their private code. Which was the real Eliza reaching out to him? The meticulous spy, or the woman hidden beneath? He hadn't heard the strange metallic clanging again since that one unsettling instance hours ago. Nor had he seen any other sign of human passage. No tracks besides his own overlaying the occasional faint prints of deer or coyote, no distant flicker of a campfire. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, an irrational prickle at the back of his neck that refused to subside. Perhaps it was just the vastness of the wilderness, the weight of the silence, playing tricks on a mind stretched taut with lack of sleep and simmering anxiety. Or perhaps his instincts, honed by years of war where overlooking the unseen could be fatal, were sounding a genuine alarm. He scanned the ridges above him constantly, his gaze probing the shadowed alcoves and clusters of rock, his hand never far from the reassuring weight of the Colt at his hip. Trust no one. The warning echoed with the desolate cry of a hawk circling high overhead, its shadow briefly flitting across the trail. Did the warning stem from a specific threat related to the artifact, or was it a general principle she now lived by? A principle learned through harsh experience, perhaps even through her interactions with him. He remembered their last fractured encounters before the end of the war, the growing distance between them, the things left unsaid, the suspicion that had begun to poison the desperate affection they clung to. Had she discovered something about his own activities, his own compromises made in the name of duty? Or was her warning purely about the current danger, a danger she felt compelled to involve him in despite the chasm between their pasts? As the sun finally breached the horizon, casting long, sharp shadows and bathing the rock faces in a warm, golden light that belied the morning chill, the entrance to Serpent Canyon proper loomed before him. The name was apt. The passage ahead narrowed dramatically, snaking between towering walls of striated rock that rose hundreds of feet, nearly blocking out the sky. The trail descended steeply into this fissure, following the dry, boulder-strewn bed of an ancient river that had carved this path through the mountains over countless eons. Caleb paused at the threshold, letting Buck catch his breath. He surveyed the entrance, a natural gateway into a hidden, potentially hostile world. The air inside the canyon already felt different, cooler, damper, carrying a faint, earthy smell of wet stone and decaying vegetation from some hidden seep or spring. The silence here was deeper, more profound, amplifying the sound of his own breathing, the jingle of the bridle, the soft stamp of Buck's hoof. It felt like entering a tomb or a trap. He took a drink from his canteen, swishing the water around his dry mouth before swallowing. He checked the coordinates again in his mind, visualizing the map. The meeting point was perhaps a mile or two inside, where the main canyon took a sharp hairpin turn around a distinctive rock formation, marked on his more detailed survey map as Widow's Peak, a solitary spire separated slightly from the canyon wall. He urged Buck forward into the gloom. The going was slower here. The dry riverbed was choked with rocks ranging from fist-sized pebbles to massive boulders that forced him to constantly pick his way around. The canyon walls soared above, casting the depths in perpetual twilight even as the sun climbed higher outside. The light that filtered down was diffused, indirect, painting the rock faces in subtle hues of ochre, rust, and gray-green lichen. Water stains marked the walls, evidence of flash floods that periodically scoured this passage, rearranging the landscape with brutal indifference. Sounds echoed strangely, bouncing off the confining walls. The scuffle of Buck's hooves sounded unnaturally loud, a dislodged pebble rattled like gunfire. Caleb rode with heightened senses, every nerve ending tingling. He scanned the ledges above, the crevices in the rock walls, the jumbles of boulders ahead. This was ambush country, perfect terrain for lying in wait. If someone knew Eliza was meeting him here or knew about the artifact, he rounded a bend, the canyon narrowing further. Ahead he saw it, Widow's Peak, a spire of darker rock, weathered and isolated, standing sentinel at a sharp turn in the canyon floor. Just beyond it, the canyon opened slightly into a small sandy basin sheltered by an overhang. That had to be the place. The coordinates matched perfectly. His heart hammered against his ribs. Was she there? Waiting? Would he see her face? Hear her voice after all these years? What would he say? What could he possibly say? He felt a tremor in his hands, a mixture of dread and a desperate, illogical anticipation. He slowed Buck to a walk, approaching the basin cautiously. He scanned the area under the overhang. Empty. No sign of a horse, no campfire, no waiting figure. A cold fist of disappointment clenched within him, quickly followed by a surge of suspicion. Had he been tricked? Was this whole thing an elaborate, cruel hoax, or had something gone wrong? He dismounted, keeping Buck's reins in his hand, his eyes sweeping the sandy ground, the base of the spire, the shadowed recesses under the overhang. The silence pressed in, heavy, expectant. Then he saw it. Near the base of Widow's Peak, sheltered from the main canyon floor, almost hidden by a cluster of sparse, thorny bushes, was a small, deliberately placed pile of stones. 3 flat stones stacked precisely one atop the other. It wasn't natural. It was a sign. Their sign. An old signal they'd used during the war, simpler than the Coyote code, for marking a rendezvous point or confirming a message received when direct contact was impossible. 3 stones meant, acknowledged, wait here or nearby, we'll make contact soon. She had been here, recently. The ground around the stones was undisturbed save for faint impressions in the sand, suggesting someone had knelt there not long ago. Relief washed over him, so potent it left him weak-kneed, followed immediately by a renewed wave of anxiety. She was nearby. But where? And why the need for the signal? Why not just wait? Danger. Trust no one. Perhaps she couldn't wait openly. Perhaps she was watching him even now, testing him, ensuring he had come alone, that he hadn't led danger to her doorstep. Or perhaps the danger she'd warned of was already here, forcing her into hiding. He tethered Buck loosely to a hardy desert shrub, allowing the horse to drink from a small algae-tinged pool of trapped rainwater nearby. He moved towards the stone pile, his boots sinking slightly into the soft sand. He knelt, examining the ground more closely. Besides the faint impressions near the stones, he saw other marks, a scuffed area, a deeper drag mark leading away towards a jumble of fallen rocks at the base of the canyon wall opposite the overhang. It looked hurried, disordered, not the careful movements of someone setting a signal and waiting patiently. A knot tightened in his stomach. He followed the drag mark, his eyes scanning the ground intently. Near the rocks, almost hidden beneath a desiccated tumbleweed, lay something small and dark. He picked it up. It was a glove, a woman's riding glove, made of fine, dark leather, slightly worn at the fingertips. He recognized it instantly. He'd given it to her, a gift purchased in Richmond during a brief leave, before the lines had hardened completely, before suspicion had fully taken root. He remembered her delight, the way she'd slipped it on, flexing her fingers, her eyes sparkling with a pleasure that seemed genuine then, but which he'd questioned endlessly later. Finding it here, now, discarded, lying near that ominous drag mark, it wasn't a good sign. It spoke of haste, of flight, perhaps even of violence. Had she been surprised? Attacked? Taken? He stood up abruptly, his hand flying to his Colt, his eyes frantically scanning the canyon walls above, the shadowed crevices, the jumble of rocks where the drag mark ended. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a certainty. He wasn't alone. The silence wasn't empty. It was waiting. Then he heard it. Not the clang of metal this time, but something far more immediate, far more dangerous. The soft, unmistakable scrape of a boot heel on rock, somewhere high above him on the canyon rim overlooking the basin. He reacted instinctively, years of battlefield reflexes kicking in. He dove sideways, rolling behind the nearest large boulder just as the sharp crack of a rifle shot echoed through the narrow canyon, shattering the silence. A chip of rock exploded from the face of the boulder where his head had been moments before, stinging his cheek with tiny fragments. Pinched down, heart pounding, Caleb pressed himself against the cold stone, the Colt heavy and real in his hand. The ghost's coordinates had led him here, not to a reunion, but to an ambush. Eliza's signal, her glove, the scuffed earth. Signs not of a waiting ally, but perhaps of a struggle. A warning interrupted. And now, gunfire. The danger was no longer a cryptic message on a wire. It was immediate, lethal, and aimed directly at him. He was trapped in Serpent Canyon, with an unseen enemy holding the high ground, and the woman he'd come to find was nowhere in sight, leaving only troubling signs and the chilling echo of her final command: trust no one. The starlight vigil had ended. The deadly game had begun. Chapter 5. The Weight of Silence. The rifle's report slammed against the canyon walls, the sound trapped, amplified, bouncing back and forth in a series of sharp, diminishing echoes until only a ringing in Caleb's ears remained. Dust and rock fragments settled around him. Then, silence. A silence heavier, more profound, more menacing than any he had experienced before. It pressed down, thick and suffocating, broken only by the frantic thudding of his own heart against his ribs and the ragged sound of his breathing. He remained pressed flat against the rough, sun-warmed granite of the boulder, the smell of cordite sharp in the air, mingling with the scent of dust and the faint, damp earthiness of the canyon floor. His cheek stung where the rock splinters had hit. A trickle of warmth ran down his jaw. Blood, but just a scratch. Luck. Or perhaps the shooter wasn't aiming to kill, merely to disable, to trap. Why? He risked a glance, peering cautiously around the edge of the boulder. High above, the rim rock blazed in the morning sun, a stark contrast to the shadowed depths where he lay. He scanned the edge slowly, meticulously, searching for any sign of movement, the glint of a rifle barrel, the shape of a hat against the skyline. Nothing. Whoever fired the shot was well concealed. Patient. A professional? Or just someone desperate? Buck whinnied nervously, sidestepping, his eyes wide with panic. The horse was tethered loosely, but another shot might send him bolting, leaving Caleb stranded. His saddlebag, his water, his meager supplies, all useless if the horse fled. He needed to stay calm, needed to project calm. though every instinct screamed at him to run, to fight, to do something other than lie here like cornered prey. Where had the shot come from? Slightly to his left, he judged, from a section of the rim partially obscured by a twisted skeletal juniper that clung tenaciously to the rock face. A good vantage point, offering clear sightlines into the basin below. How many? Impossible to tell from a single shot. Could be one man, could be more, positioned strategically around the rim. His mind raced, replaying the moments before the shot. The discovery of the stones, Eliza's glove, the drag marks leading towards the jumble of rocks near the canyon wall. Had she been taken from that spot? Had the shooter seen him find the glove, realized he was onto something? Or was the timing coincidental, the shot fired simply because he presented a target upon entering the designated meeting place? Anger surged, hot and sharp, momentarily eclipsing the fear. Anger at being manipulated, lured into this trap. Anger at Eliza. If she had lured him, could she be watching now from somewhere safe while her associates pinned him down? The thought felt like a physical blow, a betrayal deeper than any wartime espionage. He clutched the smooth, worn leather of the glove still tucked in his pocket. It felt real, tangible, a link to the woman he remembered, not the cold strategist this scenario implied. Could the signal, the glove, the struggle marks all be part of an elaborate deception? Trust no one. The words mocked him. He wanted to trust the Eliza who had shared secrets under Carolina moons, the Eliza whose phantom cry on the wire had resurrected a part of him he thought long buried. But the man who had survived war, who had seen the depths of human treachery, knew better than to trust blindly, especially when a rifleman held the high ground. He forced the anger down, channeling it into cold calculation. Panic was death. He needed to think like a soldier again, not like a grieving lover or a disillusioned telegraph operator. Assess the terrain, identify threats, find cover, create an opportunity. The basin offered little protection beyond the boulder he currently hugged. The sandy floor was open, exposed. The overhang across the way provided shadow but was too far, requiring a dash across that open space. The jumble of fallen rocks near the canyon wall where the drag marks led offered better cover, a maze of crevices and shadows. But getting there was the problem. It was closer than the overhang, but still a dangerous scramble away. What about Buck? The horse was his only way out of this canyon, his lifeline. Leaving him tethered felt like abandoning a comrade, but trying to reach him, to untie him and lead him away under fire, suicide. The shooter would pick him off before he took 3 steps. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken threat. Minutes crawled by, measured by the slow creep of sunlight down the canyon walls, the shifting patterns of shadow on the sand. The shooter didn't fire again. Why? Were they waiting for him to break cover, waiting for reinforcements? Or was there only one, hoping Caleb would assume the danger had passed and grow careless? This waiting game was a weapon in itself, designed to fray nerves, induce mistakes. Caleb fought against the mounting pressure, forcing his breathing to slow, his mind to focus. He scanned the rim again, inch by inch. Still nothing. He listened, straining to catch any sound beyond the whisper of the wind funneling through the canyon narrows, the occasional nervous stamp of Buck's hoof. He thought he heard a faint scrape, like boot leather on stone, far off to the right this time, but it was fleeting, uncertain. Had the shooter moved? Or were there indeed more than one, repositioning, tightening the net? He shifted his position slightly behind the boulder, trying to get a better view of the jumbled rocks where the drag mark ended. If Eliza had been taken that way, forced or carried, there might be other signs. A dropped canteen, a torn piece of fabric, anything. From his current angle, he could see little more than a chaotic pile of weathered granite. He needed better cover. He needed options. Staying put indefinitely wasn't survival. It was merely delaying the inevitable. He glanced at Buck again. The horse had calmed slightly, his ears swiveling, still alert but no longer panicked. Good. Caleb made a decision. A risk, but a calculated one. He needed to reach the jumble of rocks. It offered concealment, potential escape routes through hidden crevices, and it was where the signs pointed, towards Eliza's possible fate. He took off his hat, a wide-brimmed felt stained with sweat and dust. Holding it by the edge, he slowly raised it just above the top of the boulder, moving it slightly, mimicking the movement of a head peering out. He held his breath, waiting. Crack! Another rifle shot echoed through the canyon. The bullet tore through the felt crown of his hat, sending it spinning from his grasp to land in the sand a few feet away. The shot came from the same general direction as the first, perhaps slightly adjusted. Confirmation. The shooter was watching, alert, and had good aim, and likely still alone, or they might have tried a crossfire. But the shot also gave Caleb what he needed. A momentary distraction. The shooter potentially focused on the hat, perhaps even believing they'd scored a hit. It was a tiny window, but it might be enough. He didn't hesitate. Coiling his muscles, he exploded from behind the boulder, not towards the hat, but sprinting low and fast in a diagonal line towards the jumble of rocks near the opposite canyon wall. Sand kicked up under his boots, his lungs burned, every muscle strained. He expected the searing impact of a bullet at any second. The world seemed to slow down. The 20 yards to the rocks felt like a mile. The silence was absolute, terrifying. He heard Buck whinny again, a sharp sound of alarm. He risked a glance back. The horse was pulling against its tether, spooked by the second shot and Caleb's sudden movement. He reached the first cluster of rocks, diving headlong into the shadowed space between two large, tilted slabs of granite. He landed hard, jarring his shoulder, scraping his hands on the rough stone. He scrambled deeper into the maze of boulders, putting layers of solid rock between himself and the rim above. He found a narrow crevice, barely wide enough for his shoulders, and wedged himself inside, Colt drawn, panting heavily, listening. Silence. No immediate follow-up shot. Had he made it unseen? Or was the shooter simply waiting again, knowing Caleb was now trapped in a different part of the basin? He took deep, ragged breaths, trying to regain control. His heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of his chest. He pressed his back against the cool, rough stone, the confined space offering a fragile sense of security. He cautiously peered out through a narrow gap between the rocks. He could see the boulder he'd abandoned, his discarded hat lying forlornly in the sunlit sand. He could also see Buck, still tethered, nervously tossing his head, and beyond, the silent, watching rimrock. He was closer now to where the drag mark ended. From this new vantage point, he could see more detail within the rock jumble. It wasn't just fallen scree. Parts of it looked like the ruins of an ancient structure, perhaps pre-Columbian, walls built from carefully placed stones now tumbled and overgrown. An old cliff dwelling, maybe? He scanned the area where the drag mark disappeared into the shadows beneath a leaning slab. Something glinted faintly in the dim light filtering down. Not metal. Glass. Keeping low, moving carefully from one patch of cover to the next within the rock jumble, Caleb worked his way closer. He found the source of the glint. Shards of broken brown glass scattered on the sandy earth, partially buried. He picked up a larger piece. It smelled faintly of alcohol. Whiskey. Cheap stuff by the smell of it. A broken bottle. Had there been a fight here? Had Eliza struggled against her captors? He searched the immediate vicinity more thoroughly. He found another scuffed area, a deeper footprint than the ones near the signal stones, a man's boot print, large, with a distinctive worn patch on the heel. And then, tucked into a crevice, almost invisible, something else. A small, leather-bound notebook. His breath caught. It wasn't his. It looked like the kind of field journal used for notes, sketches. He picked it up carefully. The leather cover was scuffed, one corner bent. There was no name on it. He opened it with trembling fingers. The first few pages were filled with dense, meticulous notes, written in a precise, angular hand he didn't recognize. Descriptions of rock formations, geological strata, compass bearings, sketches of the canyon's layout, scientific observations, perhaps? Prospector's notes? He flipped further. The handwriting became more hurried, agitated. Words were crossed out, sentences fragmented. Then sketches. Not of rocks, but of something else. Strange symbols, geometric patterns, intricate designs unlike anything he'd ever seen. They seemed both ancient and alien. Interspersed with the symbols were references to the artifact, the resonance, power source, unstable. Alarm bells clanged in Caleb's mind. This wasn't gold fever. This was something else entirely. Something that fit Eliza's cryptic warning. Artifact, danger. This journal belonged to someone who knew about it, someone studying it, someone perhaps afraid of it. He turned another page. A date, scrawled hastily. 2 days ago. Below it, a few frantic lines. They know. Followed me from Tucson. Barrett suspects. Cannot let it fall into his hands. Meeting E at Serpent Canyon. Only hope. E. Eliza? Barrett? Who was Barrett? Was he the one who had followed the journal's owner? Was Barrett the rifleman on the rim? A final entry on the next page looked even more rushed, almost illegible. Ambush. Trap. E didn't. The sentence trailed off, ending in a smear of what looked horrifyingly like dried blood. Caleb's blood ran cold. This journal likely belonged to whoever Eliza was meeting here, perhaps the person who had the artifact or knew its location, and it seemed they had walked into a trap set by this Barrett. The owner of the journal was likely captured, or worse. The broken bottle, the boot print, the drag marks, the blood. But what about Eliza? E didn't what? Didn't show up? Didn't get caught? Didn't betray him? The unfinished sentence hung in the air, heavy with ambiguity. Had she arrived to find the trap already sprung? Had she left the signal stones and the glove as a warning before being captured herself? Or had she escaped? He carefully tucked the journal inside his shirt, next to the folded message form and the glove. Pieces of the puzzle were starting to emerge, but they formed a picture far stranger and more dangerous than he could have imagined. An unknown artifact radiating power, a ruthless pursuer named Barrett, a missing journal owner, and Eliza caught in the middle, her fate uncertain. The weight of silence returned, but it felt different now. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was the weight of secrets, of hidden violence, of knowledge too dangerous to possess. The sun climbed higher, shortening the shadows, making the canyon feel hotter, more claustrophobic. He was still pinned down, his horse vulnerable, his ally missing or worse, and a deadly enemy lurking above. But now he had a name, Barrett, and a clue. However cryptic in the blood-stained journal, the ghost's coordinates had led him into a deadly game, and the silence was the board upon which it was being played. He had to survive. He had to find Eliza, and he had to understand the nature of the artifact before Barrett, or whatever forces were at play here, closed the trap completely. He gripped the Colt, the cold steel a stark contrast to the warmth of the journal against his skin. The waiting wasn't over, but his purpose was becoming terrifyingly clear. Chapter 6. Dust Devil Rendezvous. Wedged into the narrow crevice between slabs of ancient granite, Caleb fought to control his breathing, listening to the ringing silence that followed the second rifle shot. The air in the confined space was cool, smelling of damp stone and the faint mineral scent of his own fear. Outside the protective embrace of the rock, the sun climbed higher, beating down on the sandy floor of the basin, bleaching the color from the landscape and intensifying the heat radiating from the canyon walls. His hat lay where it had fallen, a forlorn casualty with a neat hole punched through its crown, a testament to the sniper's accuracy and a stark reminder of his own vulnerability. He pressed his back harder against the stone, feeling its solidity, its indifference. He was pinned, trapped. Buck was exposed, a tempting target or a means of escape denied. The journal he'd found, now tucked safely inside his shirt, felt both heavy with portent and agonizingly incomplete. Barrett. Artifact ambush. E didn't. Fragments of a story, hinting at betrayal, danger, and a mystery far deeper than a simple frontier feud. Who was Barrett? Likely the man on the rim, methodically trying to eliminate anyone connected to Eliza or the journal owner. Why? to secure the artifact for himself or on behalf of someone else. The notes spoke of resonance, power, instability, suggesting the artifact wasn't mere treasure, but something potentially volatile, something capable of inflicting widespread harm, as Eliza's initial message had warned, danger threatening the entire region. That danger now felt chillingly immediate, personified by the unseen rifleman above. And Eliza? Where was she in this deadly equation? Had she been captured alongside the journal owner? Had she escaped? The ambiguous final entry, "E didn't," offered no certainty. She could be miles away, fleeing for her life. She could be hiding somewhere nearby, wounded, watching, waiting for an opportunity. Or, the most corrosive thought, she could be complicit, having led both him and the journal owner into this trap orchestrated by Barrett. He squeezed his eyes shut, pushing that thought away. The Eliza who had created the Coyote code, whose hand had trembled slightly when he first took hers, couldn't be capable of such cold-blooded treachery. Could she? The years, the war, the shadows she moved in, they changed people. They had certainly changed him. He forced his mind back to the tactical reality. Staying wedged in this crevice indefinitely was not an option. Thirst would become an issue eventually, even with the canteen on his belt. Buck remained his only hope of riding out of here, and the horse was a stationary target. He had to break the stalemate. He had to create an opportunity. He cautiously peered through the narrow gap again. The sun glinted off something on the rimrock, almost directly above the jumble of rocks where he hid. He froze, tracking the faint reflection. It wasn't the steady glint of a rifle scope held still. It flickered, moved slightly. Sunlight reflecting off a buckle? A button? Or perhaps a spyglass? Was Barrett studying the basin, trying to pinpoint Caleb's exact location within the rock maze? The waiting game continued. The heat intensified. Sweat trickled down Caleb's temples, stinging his eyes. The silence remained unbroken, save for the occasional gust of wind swirling down the canyon, kicking up little eddies of dust that danced briefly on the sandy floor before subsiding. Dust devils in miniature. An idea sparked in Caleb's mind. Desperate, risky, but potentially workable. If he could create a significant enough distraction, something to draw the sniper's attention away from his position, and, crucially, away from Buck, he might have a chance. Not to escape the canyon entirely. That seemed impossible right now. But perhaps to reach the horse, move him to better cover, retrieve his saddlebag with its precious extra water and supplies. He looked towards Buck again. The horse stood patiently now, head drooping slightly in the heat, though his ears still swiveled, tracking the faint sounds of the canyon. If he could somehow spook the horse, send him running towards the relative safety of the overhang across the basin, it might draw Barrett's fire, giving Caleb precious seconds to move. But deliberately panicking, the animal felt wrong, and there was no guarantee Barrett wouldn't simply shoot the horse down. No, the distraction had to come from elsewhere. It needed to be sudden, confusing, something that couldn't be easily dismissed. He thought about the wind, the swirling dust. What if he could amplify that effect? He scanned the ground around him within the crevice. Sand, pebbles, a few dried, brittle twigs, washed down by some past flood. Not much to work with. His gaze fell on his canteen, nearly full. Water was life out here, but immobility was death. He made a quick, harsh calculation. He uncapped the canteen. Moving slowly, minimizing any sound, he poured a small amount of water onto the sandy floor at the mouth of his crevice, just out of sight of the rim above. The sand darkened instantly, soaking up the precious liquid. He waited a moment, then used the toe of his boot to stir the wet sand, mixing it into a loose slurry. He repeated the process, creating a patch of damp, heavy sand several inches deep. Next, he gathered the driest, lightest dust and sand he could reach without exposing himself, piling it carefully on top of the damp patch. He added the brittle twigs, breaking them into smaller pieces. The theory was simple, if uncertain. When the next strong gust of wind funneled into the basin, it might catch this pile of loose debris, lifting it into a more substantial cloud than the usual fleeting eddies. a man-made dust devil originating from his position, hopefully large enough to obscure vision, create confusion. It was a long shot. The wind was fickle. The effect might be negligible, but it was better than waiting passively for another bullet. He settled back, Colt ready, listening intently to the wind's irregular sighs through the canyon narrows. He watched the rim rock, watched the spot where he'd seen the glinting reflection. Patience. It was a soldier's virtue, one he'd relearned in the quiet monotony of the telegraph office, now tested under fire. Minutes passed. The sun beat down. A bead of sweat traced a path through the grime on his cheek. Then he felt it, a shift in the air pressure, a stronger gust gathering momentum as it swept down the canyon. He heard it coming, a low whistle building to a distinct moan as it hit the open basin. Now, he breathed. The wind slammed into the jumble of rocks swirling around his position. He watched, holding his breath, as it hit the carefully prepared pile at the mouth of his crevice. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, the lighter dust on top lifted, caught by the current. The wind dug deeper, catching the twigs, lifting more sand, fueled by the turbulence around the rocks. It wasn't a massive cloud, not the towering vortex of a true plains dust devil, but it was more substantial than the usual wisps, a boiling, churning column of sand and debris rising 10, maybe 15 feet, directly in front of his hiding place, obscuring the view from the rim. "Buck, hyah!" Caleb shouted, his voice hoarse but loud, hoping the sound, combined with the sudden dust cloud, would spook the horse into moving. Simultaneously, he pushed himself out of the crevice, staying low, using the swirling dust as mobile cover. He didn't run towards Buck. He ran deeper into the rock jumble parallel to the canyon wall, heading away from the basin's open center, seeking a path that might eventually lead out of this immediate kill zone. He heard Buck snort in alarm, the sound followed by the sharp clatter of hooves on stone. Good. The horse was moving. He risked a glance back through the thinning dust cloud. Buck was pulling hard against his tether, rearing slightly, trying to break free. Crack! A rifle shot, fired almost instantly, but it wasn't aimed at Caleb. The bullet kicked up dust near Buck's forelegs. Barrett had reacted to the noise, the movement, firing instinctively at the horse, perhaps hoping to cripple it, pin Caleb down for good. But the shot had an unintended consequence. The near miss, the sharp report echoing in the confined space, finally snapped Buck's frayed nerves. With a powerful surge, the horse broke the strap of the reins, tethering him to the bush. He bolted, not towards the overhang as Caleb had hoped, but in sheer panic, galloping wildly back the way Caleb had come, towards the canyon entrance. Caleb's heart sank, his escape route, his water, his supplies, gone. He cursed under his breath, stumbling deeper into the rocks. The dust cloud was dissipating rapidly now, leaving him exposed again, though momentarily further from the basin's center. He expected another shot immediately. None came. He pressed himself into another narrow gap between boulders, peering back towards the rim. Had Barrett lost sight of him in the confusion? Was he focused on the fleeing horse? Then he saw movement. Not on the rim this time, but down in the basin, near the overhang across from where he'd first taken cover. A figure emerged cautiously from the deep shadows beneath the rock shelf, moving with a fluid grace that was achingly familiar. Slim, dressed in practical dusty trail clothes, trousers, a loose-fitting shirt, a low-brimmed hat pulled down to shadow the face. But Caleb didn't need to see the face clearly. He knew that silhouette. He knew that way of moving. Eliza. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured. She'd been hiding, watching, waiting. She held a rifle in her hands, held loosely but ready. Had she fired a shot? No, the report had come from the rim. She must have been concealed under the overhang the whole time, watching him, watching Barrett. Their eyes met across the sun-drenched, dusty expanse of the basin. Just for a second. Long enough for him to see the tension in her stance, the weariness etched around eyes that were still startlingly blue, even from this distance. There was no smile of recognition, no warmth of reunion, only a guarded, calculating assessment that mirrored his own. And something else. Fear? Warning? Before he could react, before he could even process the flood of conflicting emotions, relief, anger, suspicion, hope, another movement caught his eye. High on the rim, near the spot where he'd seen the glint, a figure stood up briefly, silhouetted against the bright sky. A man, sturdy build, holding a rifle. Barrett. He wasn't looking at Caleb. He was looking down at Eliza, raising his rifle. "Eliza, down!" Caleb roared, instinct overriding thought. At the same moment Caleb shouted, Eliza seemed to make her own decision. Instead of ducking back into the shadows, she darted out from the overhang, running low and fast across the open sand, angling towards the same jumble of rocks where Caleb was hidden, but further along the canyon wall. It was incredibly risky, exposing herself completely. Barrett fired. The shot went wide, kicking up sand well behind her. He'd been startled by Caleb's shout, perhaps, or maybe Eliza's unexpected dash had thrown off his aim. She didn't slow down. She reached the edge of the rocks, scrambling into cover perhaps 30 yards from Caleb's position, disappearing behind a large outcrop. Silence fell again, but the dynamics had shifted entirely. Buck was gone. Eliza was here, alive, apparently not allied with Barrett, and now taking refuge in the same rock maze as Caleb. Barrett was still on the rim, likely furious, his targets now dispersed but potentially cornered. Caleb's mind struggled to keep up. Why had she hidden? Why reveal herself now and in such a dangerous way? Was her run towards him an act of trust, a choice to ally with him against the common enemy, or just the most logical path to better cover? He remembered the journal. Meeting E at Serpent Canyon. Only hope. Had the journal owner trusted her? Had she tried to help him, only for the ambush to be sprung? He needed answers. He needed to reach her. But Barrett held the high ground, commanding the space between them. Moving again would be suicide. Then, from Eliza's position further down the rock pile, came a sound. Not gunfire, not a shout. A series of sharp, distinct clicks tapped out rhythmically against stone. Dit-dit-da. Dit. A pause. Da. T. Pause. Da-dit-dit. Dit. Da-da. Key. Pause. Da. T. Pause. Dit-da. N. Attack north. The Coyote code. Faint, barely audible above the sighing wind, but unmistakable. She was telling him Barrett's likely position, or where she intended to direct her own efforts. North, relative to their current positions, would be further up the canyon, along the rim from where the shots had originated. Was she suggesting a coordinated effort, a flanking maneuver? It was insane. They were pinned down, outgunned, with limited knowledge of Barrett's resources or position. But it was also the first piece of communication, the first sign of potential collaboration, since the phantom message on the wire. It was a sign, perhaps, that the woman who used their secret code was still in there, the ally, not the betrayer. He tapped back carefully, using 2 small stones, hoping the sound would carry without pinpointing his exact spot. Dit-da-dit-dit. L. Pause. Dit-dit-dit. S. Pause. Da-dit-dit-dit. N. Listen. Sniper north. Acknowledging her message, confirming the threat's general location. A pause, then her reply, quicker this time. Da-da-da. O. Pause. Dit-dit. Da-da. V. Pause. Dit. E. Move. Move where? How? He tapped back a single query. Da-da-dit. Jump. The reply came almost instantly, sharp, urgent. Da-dit. In pause. Da-da-da. Oh, pause. Da-dit-da-dit. Now. As the last click faded, a sudden, intense volley of rifle fire erupted, not from the rim, but from Eliza's position. She wasn't firing randomly. She was laying down suppressive fire, aiming high towards the rim rock near where Barrett had appeared, the shots echoing like thunder in the canyon, kicking up chips of rock and dust near the sniper's suspected location. It was the diversion he needed. She was buying him time, trusting him to understand, to act. The rendezvous, chaotic and violent as a dust devil, was happening not face to face, but through the deadly language of gunfire and coded clicks. He took a deep breath, gripped his Colt, and plunged deeper into the maze of rocks, moving towards the sound of her covering fire, towards the woman who was both the source of his danger and perhaps his only hope of survival. Chapter 7. The Face in the Firelight. The roar of Eliza's rifle fire filled the narrow confines of Serpent Canyon, each shot a physical blow against the oppressive silence, a defiant challenge hurled towards the rim rock. Bullets ricocheted off the granite high above, whining angrily, kicking up puffs of dust near the spot where Barrett had last shown himself. It was covering fire, desperate and intense, buying Caleb precious seconds. He didn't waste them. He moved deeper into the labyrinth of fallen boulders and ancient crumbling walls, scrambling over loose rock, squeezing through narrow gaps, always keeping layers of stone between himself and the exposed basin. His goal was Eliza's position, some 30 yards away through this chaotic terrain. Every shadow seemed menacing, every blind corner a potential ambush point, not just from Barrett above, but from unknown threats within the rock jumble itself. The journal had mentioned they followed its owner. Barrett might not be alone. He moved with the ingrained instinct of a soldier navigating hostile territory, low, fast, using the terrain, pausing frequently to listen, to scan ahead. The sound of Eliza's rifle was his guide, a beacon in the deadly chaos. The shots were spaced now, more measured, conserving ammunition while still keeping the sniper's head down. Smart, resourceful. The Eliza he remembered, tempered by whatever trials the intervening years had thrown at her. He rounded a massive tilted slab of granite and suddenly found himself in a small, sheltered alcove, almost a cave, formed by the collapse of what must have been a larger structure centuries ago. Deeper shadows clung here, offering better concealment, and there, crouched near the opening, rifle resting on a low rock ledge, scanning the rim above, was Eliza. He stopped, his breath catching in his throat. He was only a few yards away, close enough to see the frayed edge of her collar, the smudge of dirt on her cheekbone, the way her knuckles were white as she gripped the rifle stock. Her hat lay on the ground beside her, revealing hair the color of sun-bleached corn silk, pulled back in a practical, severe knot. Those strands had escaped to frame a face that was both achingly familiar and startlingly different. The soft curves of youth had hardened, replaced by sharper angles, leaner planes. There were fine lines around her eyes, eyes that held a weariness, a guarded vigilance that hadn't been there under the Carolina moons. She was still beautiful, but it was the stark, honed beauty of a survivor, etched by hardship and loss. The war, the years, the secrets, they had left their mark just as they had on him. She must have sensed his presence, or perhaps caught his movement out of the corner of her eye. She spun around, rifle swinging up instantly, muzzle aimed squarely at his chest, her eyes narrowed, fierce, ready to fire. There was no hesitation, no flicker of recognition in that initial, reflexive moment of perceived threat. Only cold, deadly readiness. "Easy, Eliza," Caleb said, his voice low, steady, holding his own Colt loosely at his side, making no sudden moves. "It's me." Her eyes, those impossible blue eyes, widened slightly. The rifle barrel wavered, just fractionally. Recognition dawned, but it wasn't followed by relief or welcome. Instead, a complex storm of emotions seemed to pass over her face. Shock, suspicion, a flicker of something unreadable that might have been pain, quickly masked by a renewed wave of defensive wariness. "Caleb," she breathed, the name barely a whisper, carrying the weight of years, of betrayal, of unspoken history. She didn't lower the rifle. "What are you doing here?" The question was sharp, accusatory. "You sent for me," he stated simply, holding her gaze. "The Coyote code, the coordinates." A muscle twitched in her jaw. That was a warning. A meeting, yes, but not an invitation to walk into a kill zone. "Seems I arrived just in time for the party," he retorted dryly, nodding towards the rim. "Who's Barrett?" Her eyes narrowed again. "How do you know that name?" He tapped the breast pocket of his shirt. "Found a journal. Near your glove. Looked like someone interrupted your meeting before I got here." Her gaze flickered down to where the journal rested against his chest, then back to his face. The rifle lowered slightly, though she still held it at the ready. "Dr. Eris Thorne," she said, her voice tight. "He was studying the artifact. Barrett's been hunting him for months. Wants the artifact, wants Eris's knowledge. I was supposed to help Eris disappear, get him and his research somewhere safe." Eris Thorne? Any relation? The shared surname struck Caleb as an odd coincidence, or perhaps something more. "What happened to him?" Eliza shook her head, a shadow crossing her features. "Trap was already sprung when I got here just before dawn. Heard shots further up the canyon. Found signs of a struggle near the peak, then saw Barrett's men dragging Eris away. I left the signal, hoping you'd see it and be warned off, then circled around to hide, try to figure out what Barrett planned next. Saw you ride in." She hesitated. "Saw you find the glove. And decided to let me draw Barrett's fire?" The accusation hung in the air, sharp and bitter. Her chin lifted, a spark of defiance in her eyes. "I didn't know if I could trust you, Caleb. It's been a long time. People change. Loyalties shift." She gestured vaguely towards the rim. "Barrett has resources. He could have turned you. I had to be sure." "Sure enough to let me get shot at?" "I was watching," she countered, her voice low but intense. "If Barrett had tried a killing shot, I would have intervened sooner. I needed to see how you reacted, needed to know if you were still the man I—" She stopped abruptly, cutting off the sentence, looking away for a moment towards the silent canyon rim. "He mustn't get that artifact, Caleb. Eris believed it could be weaponized, something ancient, unstable. He barely understood it himself, but he knew it was dangerous." "What is it?" Caleb pressed. She shook her head again. "Eris kept the exact nature obscure, even from me. Said the knowledge itself was dangerous. It's hidden somewhere nearby. That's why Barrett took Eris alive. He needs him to find it, maybe to control it. Barrett was waiting here, knowing this was the rendezvous point Eris mentioned in his last message to me. So Barrett didn't have the artifact yet. That was something. But he had the man who knew where it was and likely how to use it. And they were trapped here, between Barrett and his quarry." "How many men does Barrett have?" Caleb asked, shifting his focus back to the immediate tactical situation. Saw at least 2 others dragging Eris away, plus Barrett himself, the sniper. Could be more guarding the canyon entrances. "At least 4, likely well-armed, holding the high ground and controlling the likely escape routes. Against the 2 of them, armed with rifles and Caleb's Colt, low on water, with no horse. The odds were grim." A tense silence settled between them, filled only by the sighing wind and the distant cry of a hawk. They stood yards apart, allies by necessity, separated by years of silence, grief and suspicion. The ghosts of their past crowded the small alcove, the stolen moments, the whispered codes, the burning farmhouse, the belief in her death, the sting of her perceived betrayal. None of it could be addressed now. Survival came first. "Your covering fire was helpful," Caleb admitted grudgingly, breaking the silence. "Bought me the time I needed." A faint, almost imperceptible softening occurred around her eyes. "You moved fast, just like old times." The comment hung there, a fragile bridge across the chasm. He ignored the implication. He knows we're both down here now, likely somewhere in these rocks. He'll be watching. Might try to flush us out or just wait. "Waiting favors him," Eliza stated. "He has Eris, he has men, we have dwindling daylight, limited water." She gestured towards his canteen. "Lost your horse?" He nodded grimly. "Spooked by the gunfire. Bolted back towards the entrance. Mine's hidden further up the canyon, near where I first scouted Barrett's position. But getting there—" She looked towards the sunlit basin, the exposed ground between the rock jumble and the deeper canyon narrows. Impossible under Barrett's rifle. "We need a plan," Caleb said. "Staying here is slow death." "Agreed." She finally lowered the rifle completely, leaning it against the rock beside her, though her hand stayed close to it. It was a small gesture, but felt significant. A truce, at least for now. Barrett's main goal is the artifact. He needs Eris alive to find it. He might hold back from an all-out assault if he thinks it risks killing Eris or damaging the artifact's location. Unless he thinks we know where it is, Caleb countered. He saw me find the journal. Eliza frowned. Does the journal pinpoint the location? No, just frantic notes, sketches of symbols, warnings. Mentioned this rendezvous, nothing specific about where the artifact is hidden. He decided not to mention the shared surname yet, one complication at a time. Then Barrett might still believe Eris is his only key, Eliza mused. He might try to capture us, interrogate us, or he might try to pin us down, force Eris to cooperate by threatening us. Either way, sitting here waiting for him to make the next move isn't working. Caleb scanned the alcove. It offered good concealment, but limited fields of vision and only one way in or out. A death trap if Barrett decided to storm their position. We need to move, find a better defensive spot, maybe try to circle around, get above him. The terrain's against us, Eliza said. The walls are sheer here. Getting to the rim, unseen. Unlikely. Our best bet might be to follow the canyon deeper, hope to find another way out, or at least a place where we can make a stand. Force him to come down to us. And leave Eris in his hands? A troubled look crossed her face. Our priority has to be stopping Barrett from getting the artifact. If that means sacrificing Eris... Her voice trailed off, the harsh reality of their situation stark in her tone. This was the spy speaking, the pragmatist forged in the crucible of war, making the hard choices. Caleb felt a surge of resistance. Sacrifice the man whose journal he held, the man with his own surname, abandon him to Barrett's mercy? It went against every instinct. There might be another way. Such as? Eliza challenged, her gaze sharp. Create a diversion. Draw Barrett and his men down into the canyon, separate them. Then we double back, try to free Eris while they're occupied. A diversion like your dust devil? She raised a skeptical eyebrow. That barely worked, and it cost you your horse. Something bigger, Caleb insisted, his mind working quickly. Something to make them think we're making a break for it further down the canyon. Something loud. He looked around the alcove again. His gaze fell on the jumble of loose rocks near the back, remnants of the collapsed structure. An idea, reckless and dangerous, began to form. What about explosives? Eliza stared at him. You brought dynamite? No, but... He recalled his meager supplies, now likely scattered somewhere along Buck's frantic retreat path, except for the essentials he carried on his person, cartridges for the Colt. Black powder. Gunpowder. From spare cartridges. If we can gather enough, rig a fuse. You want to set off a black powder charge down canyon as a diversion? Eliza sounded dubious. Risky. Controlling the blast, the timing... And we don't have that many spare cartridges between us. Enough for a loud bang, maybe dislodge some rock. Enough to make Barrett think we're trying to blast our way through a blockage or signal for help. Enough to draw at least some of his attention away from this basin. He met her gaze steadily. It's a chance. Maybe the only one we have to free Eris and get out of here before Barrett finds what he's looking for. Eliza considered it, chewing on her lower lip, her eyes scanning the canyon rim, then looking back at him. The pragmatist warred with the faint hope of a better outcome. He could almost see the calculations happening behind those guarded blue eyes. Finally, she gave a curt nod. All right, Thorne, she said, the surname feeling both formal and strangely intimate after all this time. Let's see if your desperate plan has more merit than your last one. She picked up her rifle again. How much powder can you spare? The truce held. A plan, however desperate, was forged. As Caleb carefully began dismantling spare Colt cartridges, pooling the precious black powder onto a piece of cloth, Eliza took up watch again, her eyes fixed on the rimrock, her posture tense. The silence returned, but now it was filled with the quiet sounds of preparation, the faint scrape of metal, the soft rustle of cloth. The sun climbed towards its zenith, casting harsh light and deep shadows within the canyon. In the small, sheltered alcove, two figures, bound by a shared past and a perilous present, worked together against overwhelming odds. Caleb glanced at Eliza's profile as she watched the rim, the strong line of her jaw, the focus in her eyes. Who was she now? What secrets did she still hold? Could he trust her when the final confrontation came? He didn't know. But as the small pile of black powder grew, he knew their fates were now inextricably linked. The face he'd seen only in memory for years was now vividly real, illuminated not by soft moonlight, but by the harsh glare of imminent danger, reflected in the flickering firelight of a desperate gamble. Chapter 8. A Relic of Ruin. The small alcove felt simultaneously like a sanctuary and a tomb. Outside, the relentless Arizona sun beat down, turning the Serpent Canyon basin into a furnace, the light reflecting harshly off the pale sand and sheer rock walls. Inside, in the relative cool of the shadows, the air hung thick with tension, dust motes dancing in the slivers of light that pierced the gloom. Caleb worked with painstaking care, the rhythmic scrape of his knife blade against the brass casing of a Colt cartridge unnaturally loud in the stillness. Beside him, Eliza maintained her vigil, crouched low, her rifle tracking the unseen rimrock, her body coiled with a readiness that spoke of long familiarity with danger. He emptied the coarse black powder from the 6th cartridge onto the growing pile, collected on a square of canvas torn from his bedroll lining. It wasn't much, barely a double handful, but it was all they could afford to spare. His own ammunition was limited, and Eliza guarded hers jealously, needing every round for her rifle. He hoped it would be enough noise, enough concussion, perhaps enough force to dislodge some of the precariously balanced scree further down the canyon, creating the illusion of a significant rockfall or a deliberate attempt to blast a path. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the scrape of metal, the whisper of the wind outside, and their own controlled breathing. It wasn't a comfortable silence. It thrummed with unspoken questions, with the weight of years and betrayals, with the ghosts of who they used to be to each other. He stole glances at her profile, the determined set of her jaw, the unwavering focus of her gaze. Was she thinking of the past? Of him? Or only of survival, of the mission Eris Thorne had entrusted to her? He finished with the last cartridge he dared sacrifice. Carefully, he gathered the corners of the canvas, funneling the powder into a tight bundle. Now for the fuse. He pulled a length of cotton string from his small sewing kit, meant for mending clothes, not setting off explosives, and began carefully unraveling a strip of oily cloth he used for cleaning his revolver. He twisted the cotton string tightly with a thin sliver of the oilcloth, hoping the oil would help it burn slower, more consistently. It was a crude, unreliable fuse, prone to fizzling out or burning far too quickly. Another gamble in a day already overflowing with them. "This fuse is guesswork," he said quietly, keeping his voice low. "Could burn in 30 seconds, could burn in 3 minutes. Once it's lit, whoever places the charge needs to move fast." Eliza didn't turn, her eyes still fixed on the rim. "I'll place it. I know this spot further down. A narrow choke point with a lot of loose rock above it. More likely to cause a convincing slide. You cover me from here. Your Colt is better for closer work if Barrett sends someone down immediately." He hesitated. It made tactical sense. Her rifle had the range. His revolver was better suited for the potential chaos within the rock jumble. But letting her take the greater risk, running exposed with a lit fuse. "Are you sure?" She finally turned her head, her blue eyes meeting his, cool and appraising. "I'm faster, and I know the terrain down there better. We don't have time to argue probabilities, Caleb. We need this diversion to work." He saw the resolve in her gaze, the same unwavering determination he remembered from that burning farmhouse near Appomattox. She wasn't asking. She was stating a fact. He gave a curt nod. "All right. How long will it take you to get there, place it, and get back to relative cover?" 5 minutes, maybe less if I run flat out. Once I light the fuse, I'll head for cover in the rocks on the far side of the choke point, wait for the blast, then try to work my way back towards this area, depending on what Barrett does. "Don't wait too long after the blast," he warned. "If Barrett sends men down, they'll investigate the explosion site first. Use that confusion to move." "I know how diversions work, Caleb," she replied, a touch of impatience in her voice. She picked up the powder charge, handling it with practiced ease. Just make sure Barrett doesn't get a clear shot at me while I'm running. He checked the load in his Colt again, the familiar weight solid in his hand. He won't. As she prepared to move, tucking the charge securely into a pouch at her belt, Caleb spoke again, the question unavoidable. Eliza. Eris Thorne. Any relation? She froze for a heartbeat, her back to him. Then she slowly turned, her expression unreadable. Why do you ask? Thorne is my family name, he stated quietly. My father had a brother, Elias, a scientist, geologist, estranged from the family years before the war, moved out west. We lost touch. Eliza stared at him, comprehension dawning in her eyes, mingled with shock and something else, perhaps dawning suspicion again. Eris mentioned having family back east, a brother's son who fought for the Confederacy. He never knew if you survived the war. She shook her head slightly, as if trying to process the impossible coincidence. He never used the Thorne name openly out here, not until recently. Went by Smith mostly, trying to keep a low profile because of his research. Caleb felt a strange mix of emotions. Shock, a distant pang of connection to this unknown relative, and a renewed sense of urgency. Eris Thorne wasn't just a pawn in this deadly game. He was family. Lost family, rediscovered only to be immediately endangered. The stakes, already impossibly high, ratcheted up another notch. Sacrifice Eris? The thought now felt even more repugnant. Did he tell you what this artifact is? Caleb pressed, needing to understand what his kinsman had unearthed, what had put him in Barrett's crosshairs. Eliza hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. Not in detail. Like I said, he was cagey, paranoid, believed the knowledge itself was a contagion. But from his notes, the ones I saw before Barrett raided his camp near Tucson, and from what he let slip, it's old, ancient, not Apache, not Spanish, something older. She gestured towards the journal Caleb carried. He called it the resonator sometimes, believed it interacted with geologic formations, amplified earth tremors, could potentially cause them if manipulated correctly. He found references to it in obscure native legends, tales of earth shakers and mountain breakers. He thought it was responsible for localized quakes, rock slides, maybe even ancient cataclysms. A relic of ruin. The chapter title echoed in Caleb's mind, an artifact capable of weaponizing the earth itself. No wonder Barrett was hunting Eris so ruthlessly. Such power in the wrong hands. The potential for destruction was unimaginable. It could level towns, divert rivers, bury settlements under landslides. It was a power beyond armies, beyond governments. He found it? Caleb asked. He found the place the legends described, a hidden site deep in these mountains, not far from here, Eliza confirmed. He said the artifact itself was dormant, protected by complex natural and perhaps man-made safeguards. He was trying to understand it, study its energy signatures, afraid that even studying it might reactivate it unpredictably. He certainly didn't know how to control it. He feared no one could, that attempting to harness it would only lead to disaster. But Barrett thinks he can, Caleb surmised grimly. Barrett doesn't care about control, Eliza countered, her voice grim. He deals in chaos, sells weapons, information, instability to the highest bidder. An uncontrollable earthquake generator would be right up his alley, something to hold regions hostage, topple territories. Eris knew Barrett was after him, knew what he represented. That's why he contacted me. He needed to get his research out, warn someone, ensure the artifact remained undisturbed, or, failing that, was destroyed. The thought was both terrifying and potentially necessary. How did one destroy something capable of shaking mountains? All right, Caleb said, pushing the larger implications aside for the moment. Survival first. Rescue Ares. Secure the research. Then worry about the artifact itself. Let's do this. Stay low. Use the shadows along the canyon wall as much as possible. Eliza nodded, adjusting the pouch with the powder charge. She gave him one last look, her expression a mixture of determination and the old familiar guardedness. "Watch my back, Caleb." "Always," he murmured, the word slipping out before he could stop it, freighted with unintended meaning. She didn't acknowledge it. With a final glance towards the rimrock, she slipped out of the alcove, melting into the deep shadows that hugged the base of the canyon wall. She moved with incredible speed and silence, a phantom flitting across the patches of sunlit sand between boulders, using every scrap of cover. Caleb moved to the mouth of the alcove, positioning himself behind a jagged outcrop that gave him a decent view of the rim section where Barrett was likely concealed, and also allowed him to track Eliza's progress down canyon. He raised the Colt, holding it steady, breathing slowly, scanning the skyline, watching for any movement, any glint of metal. The minutes stretched. Taut as a bowstring, he saw Eliza reach the choke point, a narrow defile where the canyon constricted sharply before opening up again. High above this point, the canyon walls were fractured, shedding rock, creating steep slopes of treacherous scree, a perfect spot for the charge. He saw her duck behind a large boulder near the base of the scree slope. She was hidden from the rim now, preparing the fuse. Caleb kept his eyes glued to the rimrock. Any second now, Barrett might spot her or simply decide to lay down suppressing fire to keep them pinned. The silence felt brittle, ready to shatter. He could hear his own pulse drumming in his ears. Then he saw her emerge briefly, placing the charge carefully at the base of the loosest-looking section of the scree slope. She worked quickly, tamping it slightly with sand and pebbles. He saw the flare of a match, shielded by her body. Then she turned and sprinted away, disappearing into another cluster of rocks on the far side of the choke point. The fuse was lit. Caleb held his breath, counting the seconds internally. 10, 15, 20. Every second felt like an eternity. Would the fuse work? Would it burn too fast, too slow? Had Barrett seen the flare? 30 seconds, 45, a minute. The tension was unbearable. He scanned the rim. Still no movement. Had Barrett missed it? Or was he waiting, curious? Suddenly, a flash of intense orange light erupted from the choke point, followed an instant later by a deafening roar that slammed against Caleb's eardrums and reverberated through the soles of his boots. Boom! The concussion wave hit him, pressing him back against the rock, stealing his breath. Dust and smoke billowed from the narrow defile, momentarily obscuring everything. He heard the terrifying rumble and clatter of falling rock, a cascade starting high on the scree slope, gathering momentum, crashing down into the choke point. It worked, perhaps too well. The sound was immense, far louder than he'd anticipated in the confined space. The rockfall looked significant, effectively blocking the narrow passage, at least temporarily. It was certainly enough to convince anyone listening that something major had just occurred down canyon. He instantly shifted his attention back to the rim. Had Barrett taken the bait? For a moment, nothing. Then shouts, faint, carried on the wind, but definitely human voices from above. He saw movement near Barrett's suspected position, figures moving, gesturing. One figure detached itself from the main group and began scrambling cautiously along the rim, heading down canyon, presumably to get a better view of the explosion site. Another figure seemed to be relaying information back to someone out of sight. Yes, they were reacting. They were diverting resources, attention. It was the window they needed. He looked towards the choke point. The dust was beginning to settle. He couldn't see Eliza, hoped she was safely under cover on the far side. Now was their chance. While Barrett's focus was divided, while his men were investigating the blast, they had to move towards Eris. But where was Eris being held? Barrett wouldn't keep him near the rim where a stray shot could hit him. Likely somewhere more secure, guarded. But where? He needed to find Eliza, regroup, make the next move. He prepared to leave the relative safety of the alcove, Colt ready, adrenaline singing in his veins. The echo of the blast faded, replaced once more by the canyon's heavy silence, but it was a silence pregnant with opportunity, with imminent action. The relic of ruin remained hidden, but its shadow had fallen over them, driving them towards a desperate rescue attempt under the watchful eye of a killer. The gamble had paid off, for now. The next move was theirs. Chapter 9. Tangled Loyalties. The echoes of the explosion hammered against the canyon walls, a rolling thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the ancient rock. Dust, thick and acrid, boiled up from the choke point down canyon, momentarily obscuring the view, tasting gritty on Caleb's tongue. The roar faded slowly, replaced by the unsettling clatter of settling rocks, and then, once again, by the profound, watchful silence of Serpent Canyon. But it was a changed silence now, charged with the aftermath of violence, ringing with possibility. Caleb didn't hesitate. Eliza had bought them this window, paid for with dwindling ammunition and considerable risk. He pushed himself away from the relative safety of the alcove, Colt gripped tight, adrenaline singing a high, taut note in his veins. He moved low and fast, deeper into the sprawling maze of fallen boulders and crumbling cliff-dwelling ruins, using the lingering dust haze as scant cover. His objective? Reach Eliza, assess the effectiveness of their desperate gamble, and formulate the next move in this lethal game. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of wind through brittlebush a potential threat. He scanned the rimrock constantly, expecting the glint of Barrett's rifle, but saw only the harsh glare of the sun on stone and the distant figures of the men who had moved off to investigate the blast. Barrett himself remained unseen, likely still watching, perhaps repositioning, undoubtedly furious. He navigated the rock jumble with the remembered agility of his soldiering days, the terrain both obstacle and ally. He found the cluster of rocks where Eliza had sprinted for cover after lighting the fuse. Empty. His heart gave a lurch. Had she been hit after all? Had she moved on? "Eliza?" he called out softly, his voice barely disturbing the heavy air. A faint rustle came from behind a massive, lichen-covered boulder nearby. He approached cautiously, weapon ready. Eliza emerged from the shadows, brushing dust from her sleeves, her rifle held loosely now. Her face was smudged with grime, her breathing slightly ragged, but her eyes were alert, assessing. "Report?" she asked immediately, dispensing with pleasantries, her tone all business. "Drew their attention," Caleb confirmed, keeping his voice low. "Saw at least 2 men move along the rim towards the blast site. Barrett couldn't pinpoint him, but he didn't fire. He's likely still up there, watching." Eliza nodded, peering cautiously around the boulder towards the canyon rim. "Good. It bought us time. Maybe confusion. The rockfall was substantial. Looks like it blocked the choke point completely." "Temporarily, at least," Caleb amended. "They'll clear it or find a way around. We need to use this time." He paused, the revelation from moments before pressing urgently. "Eris Thorne, my uncle." Her gaze snapped back to his, the sharp blue assessing him anew. "Yes," she confirmed, her expression unreadable. "A brave man, idealistic, perhaps too trusting." Was there a subtle warning in her tone, or merely an observation? "He needs to be rescued," Caleb stated, the words feeling inadequate for the sudden weight of familial obligation that had settled upon him. This wasn't just about stopping Barrett anymore, or navigating the treacherous currents of his history with Eliza. It was about blood, family he never knew he had. Eliza's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Our primary objective, Caleb, is ensuring Barrett does not get his hands on that artifact." Aris understood that. He knew the risks. "He's still my family," Caleb countered, his voice hardening. "And he's alive. Barrett needs him. That gives us leverage, an opportunity." An opportunity for what? To get ourselves killed trying a foolhardy rescue? Eliza argued, her pragmatism clashing sharply with his newfound resolve. "Barrett has the high ground, more men, and knows this terrain. Aris is likely heavily guarded. Rushing in. So we just leave him?" Caleb challenged, stepping closer, the space between them crackling with sudden tension. "Leave my uncle to whatever Barrett has planned?" Is that how you operate now, Eliza? Calculate the odds and cut your losses no matter the human cost? The accusation hit home. A flicker of hurt, quickly masked by anger, crossed her face. That's unfair, Caleb. I risked my life getting Eris's warning out, risked it again coming here, risked it just now creating that diversion. My loyalty is to preventing a catastrophe, the one Eris dedicated his life to stopping. Sometimes that requires making impossible choices, like choosing which side to spy for. The words were out before he could stop them, sharp and poisoned by years of buried resentment. Eliza recoiled as if struck. The color drained from her face, leaving it stark white beneath the grime. Her eyes, suddenly wide, held a depth of pain that silenced him immediately. "Is that what this is about?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "After all this time, you still think?" He looked away, ashamed of the low blow, yet unable to retract the suspicion that still lingered like a malignancy. Their past was a minefield, treacherous and unstable, threatening to explode with every incautious step. "Forget it," he muttered gruffly. "It doesn't matter now." "Doesn't it?" she pressed, her voice regaining some of its strength, laced with a bitterness that matched his own. "Maybe it does. Maybe you need to decide, Caleb. Are you here because of some lingering feeling for me? Or is it just this sudden sense of duty towards a relative you never knew existed? Or are you simply trapped, looking for a way out? What are your loyalties, tangled up as they are?" Her question struck deep, mirroring his own internal turmoil. He was tangled, pulled by the ghost of a past love he couldn't fully trust, driven by a duty to family he'd just discovered, hampered by a deep-seated desire to simply walk away from all of it, back to the numb anonymity of Redemption Pass. He owed Eliza nothing, yet he had come when she called. He owed Eris nothing, yet the blood tie resonated, demanding action. He owed himself peace, yet peace felt like cowardice in the face of this present danger. He met her challenging gaze, seeing his own confusion reflected there. Perhaps her loyalties were just as complicated. Loyalty to Eris, the man she'd tried to help. Loyalty to her mission, ingrained by years operating in the shadows. And loyalty, perhaps, to a past connection she couldn't entirely sever, despite the betrayals, real or perceived. "My loyalty right now," he said slowly, deliberately, "is to getting us both out of this canyon alive, and to stopping Barrett from unleashing whatever hell that artifact holds. Freeing Eris is part of that. He's the key, isn't he? Barrett needs him. If we get Eris back, Barrett loses his leverage, his guide." Eliza studied his face for a long moment, searching for sincerity, perhaps finding only a reflection of her own grim determination. Finally, she gave another curt nod. Agreed. Survival. Stopping Barrett. Getting Eris. The objective stated the fragile truce was re-established, though the undercurrents of distrust and unresolved history remained, swirling beneath the surface. Where would Barrett hold him? Caleb asked, forcing his mind back to the tactical problem. Not on the rim. Too exposed. "There are caves," Eliza said, pointing further up the canyon, away from the basin. "Old Apache shelters, some prospectors' tunnels. Barrett's men likely scouted this area before setting the ambush for Eris. They'd look for somewhere defensible, easily guarded, close enough to the suspected artifact location, but hidden from view." She indicated a series of shadowed fissures and overhangs along the eastern wall, less jumbled than their current position but offering deeper potential hiding places. "My guess is somewhere in that section. We move now, while his men are still distracted by the blast?" Caleb suggested. "It's our best chance." Eliza checked her rifle load. "We move parallel to the basin, using the rock jumble for cover as long as possible, then make a break across the more open ground towards those caves. Stay low, move fast. If we draw fire, we scatter. Meet up further along." "Lead the way," Caleb said. "You know the terrain." Without another word, she melted back into the labyrinth of rocks, Caleb following close behind. They moved in silence, communicating through hand signals, pausing often to listen, to scan the rim rock above and the terrain ahead. The afternoon sun beat down, reflecting off the granite, the heat pressing in, sapping their strength. Caleb's canteen was dangerously low. Eliza's must be too. Thirst was becoming another enemy. They navigated the edge of the rock jumble, nearing the point where they would have to cross a more exposed stretch of sandy ground, sparsely dotted with creosote bushes, before reaching the shadowed recesses of the eastern wall where the caves might lie. They paused behind a final cluster of boulders, surveying the open space, perhaps 50 yards of vulnerability. "Ready?" Eliza whispered, glancing back at him. He nodded, tightening his grip on the Colt. "On 3, she breathed. 1, 2, 3. They broke cover simultaneously, sprinting low across the sand, boots sinking slightly, kicking up small puffs of dust. The silence stretched, amplified by the frantic pounding of Caleb's heart. Every sense was screamingly alert, expecting the crack of Barrett's rifle, the whine of a bullet. Halfway across, still nothing. Had Barrett pulled all his men off the rim? Unlikely. Was he focused entirely on the blast site? Or was he simply waiting, letting them run deeper into his territory? They reached the shadows of the eastern wall, plunging into the welcome cool beneath a deep overhang. They pressed themselves against the rock face, chests heaving, scanning back towards the rim, listening. Still silence. "Maybe our diversion worked better than we thought," Caleb panted, wiping sweat from his brow with a dusty sleeve. "Or maybe," Eliza murmured, her eyes narrowed, scanning the dark openings of several caves nearby, "this is exactly where Barrett wants us." Her words hung in the air, chilling despite the heat. They had crossed the open ground, reached the suspected location of their target, but the silence felt less like an opportunity now, and more like the held breath before a final deadly strike. They were closer to Eris, closer to a confrontation, but also deeper within the trap, their loyalties tested, tangled, and potentially fatal. Caleb looked at the dark maw of the nearest cave, then at Eliza's tense profile. Trust was a fragile thing, easily shattered, and in Serpent Canyon, loyalty could be just another word for betrayal. The next step would take them into darkness, literally and figuratively, and he wasn't sure they would both emerge. Chapter 10. Shadows converge on Redemption Pass. The second day of Caleb Thorne's absence dawned over Redemption Pass much like the first, under a sky the color of faded denim, promising another day of relentless, suffocating heat. The sun climbed with aggressive speed, beating down on the dusty street, the warped boardwalks, and the false fronts of the buildings huddled along its length. Flies buzzed with maddening persistence around the horse trough outside O'Malley's livery, and the air already felt thick enough to chew, tasting of dust and the faint, ever-present smell of wood smoke and stale beer drifting from the Lucky Ace saloon. For most of the town's inhabitants, the hopeful prospectors nursing lukewarm coffee at the counter of the general store, the weary ranch hands loading supplies, the gamblers sleeping off the previous night's losses in rented rooms, it was just another day in a place where days bled into one another, marked only by the rising and setting of the unforgiving sun. But for Sheriff Brody, something felt off, a discordant note in the slow, predictable rhythm of the town. Brody stood on the boardwalk outside his office, a small, sun-baked adobe building distinguished only by the faded paint on the sign and the iron-barred window of the single cell within. He was a man built like a weathered oak stump, solid-rooted, not tall but broad-shouldered, with a face mapped by sun and wind, and the weary vigilance of 2 decades spent trying to impose a semblance of order on the frayed edges of civilization. His eyes, pale blue under the brim of his stained hat, missed little, though they often held a profound tiredness, the look of a man who'd seen too much foolishness, too much greed, too much violence erupt under similar brassy skies. His unease centered on the small building directly across the street, the Redemption Pass Telegraph and Assay Office. The green shade over the front window remained firmly pulled down, just as it had been all day yesterday. The closed sign hung slightly askew on the door. Caleb Thorne, the quiet, almost unnervingly self-contained telegraph operator, hadn't been seen since dusk 2 days prior. It wasn't entirely unusual. Thorne kept to himself, a man seemingly content with the company of his clicking machines and whatever ghosts occupied the silence of his back rooms. He wasn't sociable, rarely ventured into the saloon, exchanged only necessary pleasantries. Sometimes he closed the office for an afternoon, perhaps heading out onto the flats for reasons unknown, but never for this long, not for nearly 2 full days without a word. The wire was silent, a vital link to the outside world severed, and while Redemption Pass wasn't exactly a hub of urgent communication, the silence felt unnatural, heavy. Brody pushed his hat back, wiping a bead of sweat from his temple with the back of his hand. He ambled across the dusty street, his boots raising small puffs of fine alkali dust. He paused outside the telegraph office, trying the door. Locked, solid. He peered at the drawn shade, then pressed his ear against the sun-warmed wood of the doorframe. Silence. Not even the usual faint hum of the batteries or the rhythmic ticking of the relay magnet. Either the line was dead or Thorne simply wasn't there. He sighed, a gusty sound in the morning stillness. Thorne was a puzzle. Arrived 3 years ago, didn't say where from, didn't talk about his past, paid his way, did his job efficiently, caused no trouble. Brody respected a man who kept his own counsel, especially out here where pasts were often best left undisturbed. But there was something about Thorne's quietness that felt practiced. A deliberate wall erected against the world. Brody had seen men like that before, often ex-soldiers, from both sides of the late unpleasantness, trying to outrun memories that clung tighter than desert dust. He suspected Thorne carried his share of scars, visible or otherwise. His gaze drifted towards O'Malley's livery stable at the end of the street. Maybe the liveryman knew something. Brody turned and walked slowly down the boardwalk, nodding curtly at Mrs. Henderson, the formidable widow who ran the general store, as she swept dust from her doorway with fierce determination. He found O'Malley tightening the cinch on his saddle, his face already flushed with exertion despite the early hour. The air in the livery was thick with the familiar, pungent aroma of horse, hay, and manure. "Morning, Sheriff," O'Malley grunted, straightening up, wiping his hands on his leather apron. O'Malley. Brody leaned against a support post, letting his eyes adjust to the dimmer light. "Seen Thorne lately?" O'Malley paused, his expression shifting subtly. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust near the doorway. "Matter of fact, I did. Night before last. Rented a horse." Brody's eyebrows lifted slightly. "That's so? His own mare go lame?" "Nope. Said he needed something sturdier. For the mountains." O'Malley squinted, lowering his voice conspiratorially, though there was no one else within earshot. "Said he was going prospecting. Up towards the Dragoons." "The Dragoons?" Brody frowned. Rough country, dangerous. Not the usual territory for a casual prospecting trip, especially for a man like Thorne, who seemed more inclined towards indoor pursuits. He mentioned how long he'd be gone? Said a few days, maybe longer. O'Malley rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful. "Paid well up front, had his saddlebags, looked provisioned, and, Sheriff?" He hesitated, then leaned closer. "He was wearing his gun. Haven't seen Thorne strap on that Colt Navy since the day he arrived here." Brody processed this information slowly. Prospecting trip. Dragoons, armed. Gone 2 days already, maybe longer. It didn't sit right. Thorne striking out suddenly into dangerous territory, armed and prepared for a long trip, didn't fit the man's established pattern. It suggested urgency, perhaps trouble. He seemed nervous? Agitated? Hard to tell with Thorne, O'Malley admitted. Always seems coiled up tight. But yeah, maybe a bit more than usual. Kept looking over his shoulder on his way out of town, took the back way south, like he didn't want to be seen. Brody pushed himself off the post. "Which horse did you give him?" "Buck. That mean dun Mustang. Only horse I got tough enough for a hard ride in the Dragoons on short notice." "All right, thanks, O'Malley. Let me know if you hear anything." "Will do, Sheriff." O'Malley watched Brody leave, a worried frown creasing his weathered face. He spat again, thoughtfully this time. Thorne going into the Dragoons, armed, smelled like trouble brewing, and trouble had a nasty habit of spilling back into town. Brody walked back towards the center of town, his mind working. Why the sudden trip? Why the secrecy? Why the gun? The Dragoons weren't just rough. They were remote, sparsely populated, occasionally visited by Apache bands unhappy with intruders and riddled with hidden canyons and old mining claims, places where a man could disappear without a trace. If Thorne was prospecting, why the secrecy? If he wasn't prospecting, what was he doing? Running from something or towards something? He thought about the telegraph line being silent. If Thorne wasn't there, who was minding the wire? Urgent messages could be sitting unheard, undelivered. More practically, the lack of communication made the town feel more isolated, more vulnerable. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the morning stagecoach, rolling in from Tucson in a cloud of dust, its suspension groaning, the horses lathered and blowing hard. It pulled up in front of the Wells Fargo office next to the saloon, a familiar routine, usually bringing mail, newspapers, perhaps a tired drummer, or a hopeful newcomer. Today, however, the passengers who disembarked were different. 3 men. They didn't look like prospectors or merchants. They wore practical, dusty trail clothes, but carried themselves with a certain air, watchful, purposeful, their eyes scanning the street, taking in the town, lingering perhaps a fraction too long on Brody's badge. They were hard-looking men, weathered, with the quiet competence of professionals who knew their business, whatever that business might be. One was tall and rangy with cold gray eyes. Another was stockier, bearded, a knife handle protruding from his boot. The third was leaner, younger, but with the same wary, observant gaze. They collected their meager luggage, bedrolls and saddlebags that looked well used, and headed not for the hotel, but straight into the Lucky Ace Saloon. Brody's internal alarm bells, honed by years of experience, began to ring softly. Strangers weren't uncommon in Redemption Pass, but these men felt different. They didn't have the hopeful desperation of prospectors or the weary resignation of drifters. They looked like hunters. But what were they hunting here? He lingered near the stage office, exchanging a few words with the driver, casually inquiring about the journey. The driver, wiping grime from his face, just shrugged. Quiet trip. Picked up these 3 gents back at the junction. Kept to themselves, paid in cash. No help there. Brody walked slowly towards the saloon. The bat-wing doors swung open, emitting a blast of noise, tinny piano music, loud laughter, the clink of glasses, and the smell of stale beer and cheap whiskey. He paused outside, listening. He couldn't make out specific conversations, but the general hum sounded normal enough. He considered going inside, making his presence known, maybe asking a few pointed questions. But tipping his hand too early might be unwise. Better to watch, wait, gather more information. He continued his rounds, checking the locks on empty storefronts, nodding to familiar faces, his mind constantly circling back to Thorne, the silent telegraph, the trip to the Dragoons, and the arrival of these 3 watchful strangers. Were the events connected? It felt too coincidental to dismiss. Had Thorne run afoul of these men, or were they looking for him? The heat climbed towards its midday peak. The town settled into a drowsy lull. Even the Lucky Ace seemed quieter. Brody found himself back near the telegraph office, staring at the drawn shade as if hoping it would offer some clue. He thought about forcing the lock, checking Thorne's rooms. He had the authority, arguably the justification given the prolonged absence and the silent wire. But breaking into a man's home without clearer cause felt wrong, a violation of the fragile privacies that allowed people to coexist in these harsh lands. He decided on a compromise. He walked around to the narrow alley behind the office where Thorne's living quarters were located. 2 small windows looked out onto the dusty alley, both covered by thin, faded curtains. He approached the first window, trying to peer through a gap in the fabric. He could see little inside the dim room, the edge of a narrow cot, a simple wooden chair. Nothing seemed disturbed. He moved to the second window. This one offered a slightly better view. He could see a small table, a cold pot-belly stove, a shelf with a few books. Orderly, clean, impersonal. Then his eyes caught something on the floor near the foot of the cot, a small wooden chest. The lid was slightly ajar. Brody frowned. Thorne struck him as a meticulous man. Leaving a chest open seemed uncharacteristic. Had he left in a hurry? Packed something from it? He scanned the ground below the window. The dust was thick, undisturbed except for his own recent footprints. No sign of forced entry. But the open chest, it added another piece to the puzzle, another detail that felt wrong. As he straightened up, preparing to leave the alley, he heard footsteps approaching from the street entrance. He instinctively stepped back into the deeper shadows beside a stack of discarded crates. A moment later, two figures appeared at the alley mouth, the stocky, bearded stranger from the stagecoach and the younger, leaner one. They paused, glancing up and down the alley, their eyes sharp, missing nothing. They didn't speak, communicating with slight nods. The younger one stayed near the entrance, leaning against the wall, seemingly casual but intensely alert, his hand resting near the butt of the pistol tucked into his waistband. The bearded man walked slowly down the alley, his gaze fixed on the back door and windows of the telegraph office. Brody held his breath, pressed into the shadows. The bearded man stopped directly in front of the window Caleb had just been looking through. He didn't try the door or window, just stood there for a long moment studying the back of the building, his expression unreadable. Then he knelt down, examining the dust near the doorstep. His eyes narrowed slightly. Had he seen Brody's footprints? After another moment, the man stood up, shook his head almost imperceptibly at his companion at the alley entrance, and turned back. They disappeared back onto the main street without a word exchanged. Brody let out a slow, silent breath. They were definitely interested in Thorne. Checking the back entrance, looking for signs. Professional. Cautious. Dangerous. His unease solidified into cold certainty. Thorne hadn't gone prospecting. He was running or hiding or had been caught up in something serious, and these men were hunting him. The shadows were no longer just distant possibilities. They were here, walking the streets of Redemption Pass, converging on the silent telegraph office, their purpose unknown but undoubtedly menacing. And Caleb Thorne was somewhere out in the unforgiving dragoons, alone, armed, and caught in the crosshairs. Brody felt a grim weight settle in his stomach. The heat, the silence, the watchful eyes of the strangers, it all pointed towards a storm gathering, and Redemption Pass, whether it knew it or not, was right in its path. Chapter 11. The Hunter and the Hunted. Darkness offered little respite inside the narrow cave. It was a close, cloying darkness, thick with the smell of ancient dust, bat guano, and the metallic tang of fear. Caleb pressed himself against the cold, damp rock wall, straining his ears, trying to filter the sounds filtering in from the canyon outside, the low moan of the wind, the distant skitter of loose pebbles, the frantic drumming of his own heart, from any indication of approaching danger. Beside him, invisible in the pitch black, he could sense Eliza, equally still, equally tense, her presence a mixture of unwelcome intimacy and necessary alliance. They had retreated into the deepest, most defensible cave they could find, among the cluster along the eastern wall after crossing the exposed basin. The entrance was narrow, easily watched, and the cave itself extended back perhaps 30 feet, before ending in a rockfall that sealed any further passage. It was a potential trap, offering no rear escape, but for now, it was their only sanctuary, a place to catch their breath, assess their grim situation, and try to formulate a plan beyond sheer reactive survival. "Hear anything?" Eliza whispered, her voice unnaturally loud in the confined space. "Wind," Caleb breathed back. "Maybe movement high up on the western rim. That's hard to tell." Barrett and his men were still out there, somewhere. The diversionary blast had bought them time, allowed them to cross the basin, but the hunters knew their general location now. They were cornered, the hunters circling, waiting for the opportune moment to close in. "We need light," Eliza stated, echoing his own thoughts. "Can't plan in the dark, can't see if they try rushing the entrance." Caleb fumbled in his pockets, finding the small, waterproof tin where he kept his matches. He struck one against the rough cave wall. The flare seemed blindingly bright after the absolute darkness, casting huge dancing shadows that distorted the familiar planes of Eliza's face, making her look spectral, alien. Her eyes reflected the tiny flame, wide and watchful. In the flickering light, they took stock of their surroundings. The cave was narrow, the ceiling low enough to brush against their heads if they stood fully upright. The floor was uneven rock, littered with small debris. The back wall was a jumble of boulders from some ancient collapse. Near the entrance, a few hardy ferns clung to life, nourished by moisture seeping through the rock. It was grim, claustrophobic, but defensible, at least for a short time. Eliza used the matchlight to quickly examine the small store of supplies she'd retrieved from her hidden horse before meeting Caleb: a nearly full canteen, a small pouch of dried meat and hardtack, and blessedly a stub of a tallow candle. She lit the candle from Caleb's match just as it sputtered out, plunging them back into near darkness before the candle flame steadied, casting a small, wavering pool of yellow light. The faint illumination was both a comfort and a vulnerability. It allowed them to see each other, to examine the cave properly, but it also made them a beacon to anyone watching the entrance from the darkness outside. "We can't keep this lit for long," Caleb murmured, stating the obvious. "Long enough," Eliza replied. She set the candle stub on a relatively flat rock near the center of the cave. In its meager light, she unslung her rifle, began methodically checking its action, ensuring it was clear of dust from the explosion and her scramble across the basin. Caleb watched her hands, capable, steady, moving with an economy of motion that spoke of long practice. Whose side had those hands served over the years? What orders had they carried out? The question still gnawed at him, tangled with the undeniable fact that those same hands had just saved his life, laid down covering fire, tapped out a warning in their secret code. He forced his attention back to their predicament. "Where do you think they're holding Eris?" he asked, keeping his voice low. "Still somewhere near the rim? Or did they move him?" Eliza finished checking her rifle and leaned it against the wall beside her. She sank wearily onto the cave floor, pulling her knees up to her chest. "Hard to say. Barrett's cautious. He wouldn't want Eris anywhere near our little fireworks display. My guess? They moved him after the initial ambush, probably before I even arrived. Found a secure spot, maybe one of these other caves. Left a guard or two while Barrett and the others waited for us at the rendezvous. So, Eris could be in a cave just yards from here?" The thought was both hopeful and terrifying. Possibly. Or deeper in the canyon. Or Barrett might have sent him away already under heavy guard, back towards Tucson or wherever Barrett's main operation is based. Caleb considered this. If Eris was already gone, their desperate attempt to rescue him was futile. But Barrett had remained, set the trap for them. That suggested Eris, or the artifact, or both, were still nearby. Barrett wouldn't linger without reason. He needs Eris to find the artifact, Caleb reasoned aloud. Eris mentioned it was hidden nearby, protected. Barrett can't use him if he sends him miles away. "True," Eliza conceded, "unless Eris already told him where it is. Under duress? Maybe. But the journal..." Eris sounded determined not to let it fall into Barrett's hands. He might resist, mislead him. Caleb touched his shirt pocket, feeling the outline of the small leather-bound book. "We need to find out." "How?" Eliza challenged, her gaze locking with his in the flickering candlelight. "We're trapped in here. One move out that entrance and Barrett's rifle will take care of us. We have limited water, less food, dwindling ammunition. Time is on his side." Her pragmatism was a cold splash of water, extinguishing the faint spark of hope. She was right. Their position was untenable. But surrender, or waiting to be starved out or rushed, wasn't an option either. Not with Eris's fate and the artifact's dangerous potential hanging in the balance. "There has to be another way out," Caleb insisted, running his hand along the rough rock wall. "These mountains are riddled with passages, old mine workings, natural fissures." He looked towards the rock fall at the back of the cave. What about behind that? Eliza followed his gaze, her expression dubious. Looks like a total collapse. Solid rock. Maybe not. Caleb picked up the candle stub and moved cautiously towards the back of the cave. The rockfall was massive, a jumble of huge boulders wedged tightly together, choked with smaller debris and centuries of accumulated dust. It certainly looked impassable. But as he held the candle higher, letting the light play over the chaotic surface, he noticed something near the base, on the left side. A narrow gap almost hidden behind a protruding slab, where the shadows seemed unnaturally deep. Air stirred faintly from within the gap, cool and carrying a different scent. Damper, more earthy, less stale than the air in the cave. "Eliza, look," he breathed, holding the candle closer to the opening. She joined him, peering into the narrow fissure. It was barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through sideways and plunge down into darkness. But the faint current of air was undeniable. It suggested a passage, another chamber, perhaps even a way out. An old vent? Or part of a larger cave system? Eliza murmured, her voice tinged with cautious excitement. Could lead anywhere. Or nowhere. "It's a chance," Caleb said. "Better than waiting here to be shot or starved." He looked back towards the cave entrance, then at the narrow fissure. "One of us watches the entrance. The other explores this passage, sees where it leads. We need rope, though." Eliza nodded, already pulling a coil of sturdy hemp rope from her pack. "Always prepared." She handed it to him. "You go. You're leaner, better chance of fitting through tight spots. I'll watch the entrance, fire one shot if you need to signal trouble or immediate retreat. 2 shots if you find a clear way out." "And if I don't come back?" Caleb asked grimly. Her gaze met his, steady in the candlelight. "Then I make my own way. Don't fail, Caleb." There was no room for sentiment, only the stark reality of their situation. He secured the rope around his waist, checked his Colt one last time, took a deep breath, and handed the candle back to Eliza. "Give me 5 minutes in the dark to let my eyes adjust before you douse that." She nodded. He squeezed his eyes shut, leaning against the rock wall, trying to force the memory of the flickering light from his retinas, preparing himself for the absolute blackness of the passage ahead. The silence in the cave deepened as he waited, broken only by the faint hiss of the candle and Eliza's quiet breathing. He felt acutely aware of her presence just feet away, a complex mix of ally and enigma. Their tangled loyalties, their fractured past, felt palpable in the darkness. "Ready," he finally said. The candle flame was extinguished, plunging the cave back into profound blackness. Caleb waited another moment, letting the last phantom spots fade from his vision. He could just make out the slightly less dark rectangle of the cave entrance, where Eliza now stood sentinel, rifle ready. He turned towards the back wall, feeling his way towards the fissure. He found the opening, the cool, damp air flowing over his hand. Taking another deep breath, he turned sideways and began to squeeze himself into the narrow gap. The rock scraped against his shoulders and hips, cold and unyielding. It was incredibly tight. For a moment he feared he wouldn't fit, that he'd get wedged helplessly. He exhaled fully, making himself as thin as possible, and pushed forward, scraping skin, tearing cloth. Slowly, inch by painful inch, he worked his way through the fissure. It seemed to go on forever, the pressure relentless. Just as panic began to set in, the pressure eased. He stumbled forward into open space, finding himself on slightly sloping, uneven ground. He had passed through the narrowest point. He paused, listening intently. The darkness here was absolute, subterranean. The air was cooler, damper, carrying the faint sound of dripping water somewhere nearby. He couldn't hear the wind from the canyon, only the profound silence of the deep earth. He took a cautious step forward, arms outstretched, feeling his way. The ground sloped downwards. He fumbled for his match tin, needing light, however brief, to orient himself. He struck a match. The flare revealed he was in another cavern, larger than the first, the ceiling lost in darkness above. Water glistened on the walls, reflecting the matchlight. Stalactites hung like stone icicles. Directly ahead, the passage continued downwards, wider now. To his left, he saw another opening, a side tunnel branching off. Where would Eris be held? Where would the artifact be hidden? Down the main passage? Or tucked away in a side tunnel like this one? He decided to investigate the side passage first. It felt less obvious. Barrett might choose a less traveled route for his prisoner or his prize. The match burned down, stinging his fingers. He dropped it and struck another, shielding the flame as he moved towards the side tunnel. The entrance was lower, requiring him to stoop. He stepped inside. This passage was narrower again, twisting, turning, its floor littered with loose rock. He moved slowly, the match casting dancing shadows, listening intently. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water was closer here. He rounded a sharp bend. The match flared, reflecting off something ahead. Not rock, not water. Metal. He held the match higher. He was looking at a heavy iron-bound door set directly into the rock wall. It looked ancient, incongruous in this natural cavern. Thick rivets studded its surface, and a large, complex-looking lock mechanism was embedded in the center, clearly not original to the door, looking more like a heavy bank vault lock. There was no handle, only the lock. His heart hammered against his ribs. This had to be connected to the artifact, a protected chamber. Was Eris inside? Or the artifact itself? Or both? He examined the lock. Heavy tumblers, intricate workings, impossible to pick without specialized tools and knowledge. He ran his hand over the cold iron of the door, solid, immovable. He put his ear against it, listening. Silence from within. As his match sputtered out, he heard something else. Faint. From back the way he came, near the main passage. A scrape. A muffled footfall. Someone else was in these caverns. Panic seized him. Had Barrett's men found this passage? Were they searching for him, or heading for this door? He couldn't go back the way he came without revealing himself. He glanced around the small space in front of the iron door. No other exits. Trapped again. He backed away from the door, extinguishing the stub of the match, plunging himself back into darkness. He drew his Colt, thumbing back the hammer, the click sounding deafeningly loud in the confined space. He pressed himself against the cold rock wall beside the twisting passage entrance, waiting, listening. The sounds grew slightly louder. Stealthy footsteps moving down the main passage, approaching the junction with this side tunnel. More than one person, he judged by the rhythm. They weren't trying to be completely silent, moving with a confidence that suggested they felt secure, that they didn't expect trouble. Barrett's men? He held his breath as the footsteps reached the junction just yards from his hiding place. He could hear their low voices now, muffled by the rock. Sure this is the right way? Felt longer last time. That voice was unfamiliar, rough. Map shows the side tunnel just ahead. Barrett wants eyes on the vault door constantly, especially now Thorne's niece and her friend are stirring up trouble outside. The second voice, colder, more clipped. Familiar? Thorne's niece? They thought Eliza was Eris's niece? And her friend? Him. Vault door. They were definitely talking about the iron door just feet away. The footsteps stopped at the junction. All right, you check the vault. I'll continue down the main passage, make sure nothing's disturbed further in. Meet back at the holding cave in 30. Holding cave. Where they were keeping Eris? Caleb heard one set of footsteps recede down the main passage. The other set turned, entering the side tunnel, heading directly towards him and the iron door. One man, coming closer, unsuspecting. Caleb flattened himself further against the wall, Colt raised, ready. The faint, intermittent scrape of boots on rock grew louder, closer. He could almost feel the man's presence in the darkness. This was his chance. Eliminate one guard, maybe get information, find out where the holding cave was. But the risk, a single shot would echo through these caverns, alerting everyone, bringing the rest of Barrett's men down on him. He needed to be silent. Deadly. The footsteps were almost upon him. He could hear the man's breathing now. Caleb coiled his muscles, ready to strike as the man passed his hiding spot. The hunter was about to become the hunted. The darkness, his enemy moments before, was now his only shield. Chapter 12. Whispers in the Saloon. The midday sun hammered Redemption Pass into a state of weary submission. Heat radiated in shimmering waves from the dusty street, silencing birdsong, driving sensible folk indoors, and leaving the town drowsing under a blanket of shimmering light and lethargy. Even the perpetual tinny argument of the piano inside the Lucky Ace Saloon sounded sluggish, the notes drooping like wilted flowers. But beneath the surface of this enforced quietude, Sheriff Brody felt a current of unease, subtle but persistent, like the low hum of the telegraph wire before a storm, except the wire was silent now, and had been for 2 days. He stood under the narrow shade of the boardwalk across from the saloon, thumbs hooked in his belt, watching. His gaze wasn't directed at anything in particular, just a slow, sweeping survey of the familiar scene. Henderson's General Store, the assay office next door to Thorne's silent telegraph, the shuttered windows of the rooms above the saloon where sleep or sickness might be hiding. It was a practiced stillness, the observational stance of a man whose job often involved watching paint dry until suddenly it exploded. His attention kept snagging on the bat-wing doors of the Lucky Ace. Inside, amidst the dim light and the smell of stale beer, sat the 3 strangers who had arrived on yesterday morning's stage. They hadn't left town. They hadn't taken rooms at the dilapidated hotel. They hadn't, as far as Brody could tell, stated any particular business. They simply stayed. Mostly in the saloon, drinking moderately, playing occasional, quiet hands of poker, watching. Always watching. Brody had seen their type before. Men who drifted through the territories, their past as obscured as their intentions. Sometimes they were just drifters, looking for a stake or escaping trouble elsewhere. Other times they were trouble looking for a place to happen. These 3 felt like the latter, the tall one with eyes like chips of winter ice, the burly, bearded one whose hand never strayed far from the knife in his boot, and the younger, leaner one who moved with a coiled, watchful tension. They didn't belong here. Their quiet purposefulness didn't fit the usual aimless drift of Redemption Pass. He pushed himself away from the support post, the decision made. Waiting and watching from afar wasn't yielding enough. Time to sample the saloon's stale air and see what whispers might be caught. He adjusted his hat, tugging the brim lower against the glare, and crossed the street, his boots stirring the ever-present dust. The relative cool and dimness inside the Lucky Ace were a brief respite from the sun's onslaught, though the air was thick with the accumulated scents of cheap whiskey, stale tobacco smoke, unwashed bodies, and desperation. A few listless prospectors nursed drinks at the scarred wooden bar. A half-hearted poker game unfolded at a corner table, the slap of cards punctuating the piano's melancholy tune. And there, at a table near the back, commanding a view of both the entrance and the rest of the room, sat the 3 strangers. They looked up briefly as Brody entered, their eyes registering his badge with minimal reaction before returning to their drinks or their quiet conversation. No surprise, no apprehension, just cool assessment. That, in itself, was unsettling. Most men, even innocent ones, showed a flicker of awareness, perhaps caution, when the law walked in. These men seemed utterly unconcerned, confident in their position. Brody ambled towards the bar, nodding a greeting to Sully, the bartender. Sully was a man whose perpetually weary expression suggested he'd heard every hard-luck story and witnessed every foolish mistake the frontier had to offer, usually fueled by his own rot-gut whiskey. He wiped the already clean bar top with a damp gray rag, his eyes flicking towards the strangers, then back to Brody, a silent question in his gaze. "Afternoon, Sully," Brody said, leaning an elbow on the bar. "Whiskey. Small one." He wasn't much of a drinking man, especially not in the middle of the day, but nursing a glass provided a legitimate reason to linger, to listen. Sully poured a scant measure of amber liquid into a thick, smudged glass. "Quiet day, Sheriff." "Too quiet," Brody agreed, swirling the whiskey, letting the fumes sting his nostrils. "Makes a man nervous." He kept his voice low, casual. "Those gents in the back," he nodded subtly towards the stranger's table, "been keeping you busy?" Sully shrugged, his movements economical as he wiped down another section of the bar. "Quiet customers. Pay their way. Don't say much." He lowered his voice further. "Been asking a few questions, though, offhand like." Brody's interest sharpened, though he kept his expression neutral. "Oh? Questions about what?" Asked about the telegraph office. When it might open again. Asked if Thorne, the operator, was reliable. Sully polished a glass, holding it up to the dim light. Asked about routes south towards the Dragoons. Best trails, water holes, that sort of thing. Asked O'Malley about horses, too, I hear. Brody took a slow sip of the harsh whiskey. So their interest was focused on Thorne and the direction he'd supposedly taken. It confirmed the connection he suspected. These weren't random drifters. They were here specifically because of Caleb Thorne. They say what their business was? Sully shook his head. Nope. Said they were surveyors, looking over potential mining claims. He snorted softly, a puff of derision. Ain't seen no transits or marking stakes. Surveyors, I know, usually look cleaner, less watchful. My thought exactly, Brody murmured. He scanned the room again. The strangers seemed occupied with their own conversation now, heads bent close together. The tall one gestured occasionally, the bearded one listened intently, the younger one kept scanning the room. Brody couldn't make out their words over the piano and the low hum of other conversations, but their focused intensity was palpable. He finished his whiskey, the cheap spirit burning a trail down his throat. Anything else unusual? Anyone else asking about Thorne? Sully paused his wiping, thinking. Just Mrs. Henderson, wondering if any messages come through for the store order she was expecting. And old Jedediah asking if his pension wire arrived from back east. He sighed. Town feels cut off without that wire clicking. It does, Brody agreed. He pushed the empty glass forward. Keep an ear out, Sully. Anything out of the ordinary. Always do, Sheriff, Sully said, his expression grim. He knew, as Brody did, that out of the ordinary in a place like Redemption Pass often meant trouble that ended badly. Brody left the saloon, stepping back out into the blinding heat. The brief foray had confirmed his suspicions. The strangers were hunting Thorne, or at least intensely interested in his movements and his destination. The surveyor story was thin cover. Why would surveyors care if the telegraph operator was reliable? Why head straight for the saloon instead of checking in with the assay office or looking for local guides? He walked slowly back towards his own office, his mind sifting through the pieces. Thorne leaves suddenly, armed, heading for the Dragoons, telling O'Malley he's prospecting. The telegraph goes silent. 2 days later, these 3 hunters arrive, asking about Thorne, the telegraph, and routes into the same forbidding mountains. They knew Thorne was gone. They likely knew when he left, perhaps even tracked him here or intercepted a message related to his departure. What could Thorne, the quiet telegraph operator, possess or know that would bring such men after him? He recalled the open chest in Thorne's back room. Had he taken something crucial from it before leaving? Something valuable? Something dangerous? The thought of the Dragoons, O'Malley's description of Thorne looking over his shoulder, the man arming himself after 3 years, it painted a picture not of prospecting, but of flight. Or perhaps a rendezvous, a meeting arranged via that silent wire before it went dead. Brody stopped outside the telegraph office again, staring at the drawn shade. What secrets lay behind that door? What message had Thorne received, or sent, that propelled him into the wilderness with hunters on his trail? The silence of the wire felt ominous now, a deliberate severing, perhaps, intended to cut Thorne off, isolate him. He thought about the men in the saloon, professionals, Sully had implied. If they were hunting Thorne, they wouldn't give up easily. They'd wait, gather information, then move decisively. Were they waiting for Thorne to return or planning to go into the Dragoons after him? The latter seemed more likely, given their inquiries about routes and horses, but they hadn't made a move yet. Why the delay? Were they waiting for confirmation of Thorne's location? Waiting for reinforcements? Or was there something else they needed first? Something still here in Redemption Pass? His gaze drifted to the assay office next door. Assayers dealt with gold, silver, valuable ores. Could Thorne's disappearance be related to some rich strike, some stolen claim map? It was possible, common enough motive for trouble in these parts, but it didn't quite fit the feel of the hunters, their cold efficiency. This felt bigger, more complex than claim jumping. He decided to pay another visit to O'Malley. The liveryman often heard more than the bartender, privy to the plans and preparations of men heading out of town. He found O'Malley pitching hay into a stall, sweat darkening his shirt. "Sheriff?" O'Malley grunted, pausing in his work. "Back again?" "Those strangers who came in yesterday," Brody began without preamble. "The 3 who went to the saloon. Any of them talk to you?" O'Malley leaned on his pitchfork, wiping his brow. "Yep. The tall fella, cold eyes, came by late yesterday afternoon. Asking about horses. Sure was. Wanted to know what I had sturdy enough for hard travel, mountain work. Said they might be heading south in a day or two, checking some potential claims near the Dragoons." O'Malley spat. "Same story they gave Sully. Thin as worn leather, if you ask me." "Did he hire any horses?" Brody asked. "Nope. Said they'd let me know. Just looking for now." O'Malley frowned. Seemed mighty interested in Buck, though, the horse Thorne rented. Asked if he was fast, how long he could go. Interested in the specific horse Thorne had taken. That wasn't casual inquiry. They wanted to know Thorne's capabilities, the speed and endurance of his mount. They were calculating pursuit, assessing their target's chances of escape. "Thanks, O'Malley," Brody said, his voice grim. "Keep your eyes open. Don't rent 'em your best stock if they come back, eh? Might find yourself short a few horses." O'Malley nodded slowly, understanding the implication. "Figured as much, Sheriff. They got the look of men who take what they need." Brody walked away from the livery stable, the pieces clicking into a disturbing, though incomplete, picture. Thorne was the target. The strangers were the hunters. The Dragoons were the hunting ground. But the why remained elusive, shrouded in the silence emanating from the telegraph office and the secrets Thorne had carried with him into the wilderness. As he reached his own office, seeking refuge from the oppressive heat, he saw the tall stranger emerge from the saloon. The man stood on the boardwalk for a moment, adjusting his hat, his cold eyes sweeping the street. He seemed to look directly at Brody, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. Challenge? Contempt? Indifference? Then he turned and walked slowly towards the telegraph office. He didn't try the door, didn't peek in the window. He just stopped outside, looking at the building, much as Brody himself had done. He stood there for a long minute, a silent, menacing statue in the heat, before turning abruptly and heading back towards the saloon. Brody watched him go, a cold knot tightening in his gut. They weren't just interested in Thorne's departure. They were interested in the office itself. Was there something inside they needed? Information Thorne hadn't taken with him? Equipment? Or were they simply establishing their presence, letting the town and perhaps any hidden allies of Thorne know that they were here, patient, waiting, controlling the situation? The whispers in the saloon were fading, replaced by the loud silence of the street, the drawn shade on the telegraph office, and the chillingly purposeful presence of the hunters. The quiet prelude was ending. Brody had the distinct, unpleasant feeling that violence was coiling itself in the shadows of Redemption Pass, ready to strike. And he, the lone lawman in a town cut off from the world, might be the only thing standing in its way. He pushed open the door to his office, the familiar scent of dust and old paper doing little to ease the growing sense of foreboding. The hunt had come to Redemption Pass, and the prey was nowhere in sight. Chapter 13. Beneath a Blood Moon. Absolute darkness pressed in on Caleb, thick and suffocating as grave dirt. He was a statue carved from shadow, pressed against the cold, unyielding rock of the narrow side passage. Every sense strained, focused on the faint, intermittent sounds echoing from just yards away. The scrape of a boot heel on stone, the soft rustle of clothing, the almost imperceptible whisper of breath. One man, moving cautiously but confidently towards the ancient iron door, towards Caleb's hiding place. The air in the subterranean tunnel was chill, damp, smelling of wet stone, ancient dust, and something else. A faint metallic tang that might have been leached minerals or simply the scent of long, undisturbed earth. Caleb's own breath hitched in his throat, held tight against the urge to pant, to gasp. His hand, slick with sweat despite the coolness, gripped the Colt Navy revolver, the hammer already cocked, a hair trigger away from shattering the silence and bringing hell down upon them. But gunfire was unthinkable here. A single shot would echo through these interconnected passages like a thunderclap, an immediate alarm summoning Barrett and every man he had. This had to be silent. He could hear the guard clearly now, just around the last bend before the small alcove housing the vault door. The man paused, perhaps listening himself, perhaps just adjusting his eyes to the deeper darkness near the door. Caleb remained utterly still, willing himself to blend into the rock, into the shadows. He pictured the layout, the narrow passage opening slightly into the alcove, the sheer rock wall on one side, the iron door on the other. He was positioned just inside the passage mouth, on the rock wall side. If the guard passed him to examine the door, the footsteps resumed, slower now, more cautious. A faint grunting sound, as if the man was peering into the darkness ahead. Caleb tensed his muscles, ready to spring. He shifted the Colt slightly in his grip, wishing desperately for a knife, a garrote, anything more suited for silence than a .36 caliber revolver. It would have to be his hands, the gun used as a bludgeon if necessary. Years of close-quarters combat training, buried under the quiet routine of the telegraph office, surged to the surface, instinct taking over where conscious thought faltered. The figure appeared, a deeper shadow against the profound blackness, moving into the alcove towards the vault door. The guard didn't seem to sense Caleb, his attention focused ahead. Now. Caleb exploded from the shadows, launching himself forward and sideways, aiming for the man's back. He slammed into the guard with the force of a battering ram, one arm snaking around the man's throat, cutting off any cry, the other hand clamping over the man's mouth and nose, muffling sound, blocking air. The guard reacted instantly, a surge of panicked strength rippling through him. He bucked, twisted, trying to break Caleb's grip, his boots scrabbling for purchase on the uneven rock floor. An elbow jabbed backward, catching Caleb sharply in the ribs, stealing his breath for a crucial second. The man clawed at Caleb's arm around his throat, strong fingers digging into muscle, trying to pry them loose. They stumbled together in the suffocating darkness, a grotesque, silent dance of violence. Caleb tightened his chokehold, pouring every ounce of strength into it, feeling the man's struggles begin to weaken, his frantic movements becoming more convulsive. He could hear the rasping, desperate fight for air, feel the wild pounding of the guard's heart against his own chest. It was brutal, intimate, horrifyingly necessary. He wrestled the man towards the rock wall, slamming his head against the unyielding stone with a sickening thud. The guard went limp, his struggles ceasing abruptly. Caleb held the chokehold for a few more seconds, ensuring unconsciousness or worse, before carefully lowering the dead weight to the ground. He knelt beside the fallen man, chest heaving, adrenaline leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. He fumbled for his matches, needing light, needing to see what he had done, who he had overcome. The match flared, casting stark, wavering light on the scene. The guard lay crumpled at the base of the wall, his head lolling at an unnatural angle. Rough-featured, dressed in sturdy trail clothes, a pistol still holstered at his hip. His eyes stared blankly at the unseen cavern ceiling. Caleb felt a wave of nausea, the visceral reality of the killing washing over him. He hadn't taken a life this directly, this intimately, since the war. The quiet years in Redemption Pass hadn't erased the soldier, but they hadn't prepared him for the cold sickness that followed such an act. He forced the feeling down. No time for remorse. He had to move quickly. He patted down the guard's pockets, a half-empty pouch of tobacco, a few coins, a folding knife, extra cartridges for the pistol. Nothing immediately useful. No keys. No maps. He checked the man's belt. Tucked behind the pistol holster was a small, folded piece of oilskin. Caleb unfolded it carefully in the flickering matchlight. It wasn't a map, but a crude sketch drawn in charcoal. It showed a rough layout of cave passages, seemingly originating from the canyon outside. Several openings were marked along the eastern wall. One passage led deeper, twisting, and ended at a roughly drawn square marked vault. Another passage, branching off earlier, led to a larger circle marked Holding Cave, Eris. An arrow pointed from the basin area towards the cave entrances with a crude drawing of a figure with a rifle marked B Overwatch. Barrett's rudimentary operational map. Confirmation. Eris was alive nearby in a specific holding cave. The vault, presumably the iron door, was under guard, and Barrett maintained his sniper's perch overlooking the basin. This was invaluable. He quickly memorized the layout. The holding cave seemed to be the third significant opening north of their current position, accessible via the main network, not the hidden passage Caleb had used. He refolded the oilskin map and tucked it securely into his own pocket. He needed to get back to Eliza, share this information. He couldn't leave the guard here like this. The other man, the one who continued down the main passage, would be back in less than half an hour. He quickly dragged the body deeper into the shadows of the alcove, behind a projecting spur of rock near the vault door, hoping it wouldn't be immediately noticed if the other guard just glanced into the side tunnel. It was a poor solution, but the best he could manage in the circumstances. He took the guard's pistol, a Colt Peacemaker, heavier than his Navy model but fully loaded, and the spare cartridges. More firepower was welcome. He blew out the match, plunging himself back into darkness, and felt his way back to the narrow fissure leading to the first cave. Squeezing back through the tight passage was just as difficult, perhaps more so now that his adrenaline was fading, replaced by bone-deep weariness and the grim weight of his recent actions. He emerged into the first cave, blinking, disoriented by the transition. "Caleb?" Eliza's voice, sharp with tension, cut through the darkness from near the entrance. "It's me," he answered, his voice hoarse. "Alone." He heard her move, the faint scrape of her boots. Another match flared, and she lit the candle stub again, holding it high. Her eyes searched his face, taking in the dirt, the torn shirt, the grim set of his jaw. "Trouble?" "Met one of Barrett's men," he said tersely, omitting the grim details for now. "Heading for an iron door back there. Calls it the vault." He pulled out the captured Peacemaker. Managed to discourage him. Eliza's eyes flickered to the unfamiliar weapon, then back to his face. Understanding dawned. She didn't comment on the unspoken violence, merely nodded. "The vault? Near the artifact?" "Seems likely. Guarded." He pulled out the oilskin map. "Found this. Crude map. Shows the vault passage and another one leading to a holding cave, marked Eris." He spread the map on the cave floor, and they bent over it together in the flickering candlelight. He quickly traced the routes, explaining what he'd overheard. "The holding cave looks like the third main opening north of here. The other guard is checking the deeper passage, due back in maybe 20 minutes now. We have to assume they'll discover the body soon. Or notice he's missing," Eliza added, "which means they'll know someone is inside the system, likely heading for Eris or the vault. They'll increase patrols, tighten the guard. So we move now," Caleb urged, "while they might still be focused on the missing guard before they organize a full sweep." "Towards the holding cave?" Eliza confirmed, her gaze fixed on the map, already calculating routes, risks. "We have to try. He's my family, Eliza." The words came out rough, determined. She met his gaze, a flicker of something. Understanding? Empathy? Softening her hard expression for just a moment. "All right, Caleb. We try for Eris. But we do it smart. If it looks like a suicide run, we pull back. Stopping Barrett from getting the resonator is still the priority." Agreed. The compromise felt fragile, but necessary. "We can't go back out into the main canyon," Eliza decided, tracing a finger along the map. "Barrett's still watching the basin. We use the passage Caleb found. Follow the main route on this map inside the system towards the holding cave location." "Risky," Caleb countered. "We don't know these tunnels. Could run right into the other guard or patrols. Riskier to cross open ground under Barrett's rifle, she retorted. We move quiet, stay alert. It's our only chance. He couldn't argue with her logic. Staying within the cave system offered concealment, though it carried the danger of ambush in the darkness. All right, he conceded, but we need to be faster than that returning guard. They quickly gathered their meager supplies. Eliza doused the candle again. Caleb took the lead this time, armed with the map and the memory of the passage, Eliza following close behind, her rifle ready. They squeezed back through the narrow fissure, emerging into the larger cavern system beyond. The darkness was profound, broken only by the faint sounds of their own movement and the distant echoing drip of water. Caleb struck another match, briefly illuminating the junction, confirming the layout from the map. He pointed down the main passage, the one the second guard had taken. That way leads deeper, holding cave branches off up ahead. He blew out the match and they proceeded in darkness, feeling their way along the rock wall, moving as quickly and silently as possible. Every drip of water sounded like a footstep, every loose pebble underfoot a potential alarm. The air grew colder, damper. The silence pressed in, amplifying the sound of their own breathing, their own heartbeats. They passed the dark opening of the side tunnel leading to the vault door, Caleb pausing instinctively, listening. Silence. He moved on. According to the map, the passage to the holding cave should be the next significant opening on the left. He counted his paces, estimated the distance. This felt right. He stopped, reaching out, feeling for an opening in the wall. His hand met empty air. Another side passage. This should be it, he whispered back to Eliza. He risked another match. The flare showed a narrower passage similar to the one leading to the vault, sloping slightly upwards. This had to be the way to the holding cave. As the match burned down, casting leaping shadows, something glinted on the floor just inside the passage entrance. Caleb bent closer, shielding the dying flame. It was a spent rifle cartridge. Brass .44 caliber, recent. Dropped by one of the guards? Then he saw something else just beyond the cartridge that made his blood run cold. A dark, irregular stain on the rock floor, partially dried but unmistakably blood. Not a smear like the one in Eris's journal, but pooled, splattered. A significant amount. His hope, fragile as it was, began to wither. Had they fought back when capturing Eris? Had someone been wounded, killed, or had something happened inside the holding cave after Eris was taken there? He looked up into the oppressive darkness of the passage leading towards his uncle. He could almost feel the weight of the rock above him, the weight of the secrets held within these ancient mountains. Outside the cave system, unseen, a moon the color of blood might be rising, bathing the silent canyon in an eerie, ominous light. But down here, in the suffocating dark, there was only the cold stone, the scent of fear, and the chilling evidence that violence had already visited the path ahead. The hunter and the hunted were drawing closer, converging on a point of conflict hidden deep within the earth, beneath a sky that offered no guidance, only shadow. Chapter 14. Trust, forged in gunsmoke. The small, flickering flame of the match cast monstrous shadows, exaggerating the dark stain on the cave floor, making the pooled blood seem blacker, more viscous, more final. Caleb stared at it, the grim discovery solidifying the fear that had been a cold knot in his gut since entering these subterranean passages. Violence had been here, recently, and likely directed at the man he now knew was his uncle. Eliza knelt beside him, her face pale and taut in the unsteady light. Her eyes met his, reflecting the same grim understanding. The spent cartridge, the blood. It painted a bleak picture. Eris Thorne, the idealistic scientist, had likely not been taken without a fight, or perhaps his captors had grown impatient. Could be animal blood, Eliza murmured, though her tone lacked conviction. A desperate grasp at a less horrifying explanation. Caleb shook his head, touching the edge of the stain. It was tacky, beginning to dry, but not old. No tracks. And this splatter? It looks human. He let the match burn down, dropping it just before it stung his fingers, plunging them back into suffocating darkness. The image of the blood remained seared onto his retinas. Silence stretched, thick with unspoken fears. The faint, rhythmic dripping of water somewhere deeper in the system sounded like a funereal drumbeat. He might still be alive, Caleb said, his voice raspy, trying to convince himself as much as her. Wounded, maybe, but Barrett needs him, needs his knowledge to find the artifact, maybe control it. Unless Eris refused, Eliza countered softly, or unless Barrett decided a wounded, uncooperative scientist was more trouble than he was worth. The cold pragmatism was back, a necessary shield against the horrors this life entailed. "We have to know," Caleb insisted. He felt his way to the entrance of the upward-sloping passage. "This leads to the holding cave, according to the map. We follow it, cautiously." He sensed Eliza hesitate for a fraction of a second behind him. He couldn't blame her. They were walking willingly towards a place marked by recent bloodshed, deeper into a network of tunnels controlled by ruthless men, with dwindling resources and no clear escape route. Every instinct screamed for retreat, but the image of the map, the circle marked Eris, the blood tie he hadn't known existed until hours ago, it pulled him forward with a force stronger than fear. "Stay behind me," he whispered. "Listen. Move only when I move." He drew the captured peacemaker, its heavier weight feeling substantial, deadly in his hand. He kept his own Navy Colt tucked in his belt for now. He began to move into the passage, placing each foot with extreme care, testing the ground before committing his weight. The floor was uneven, littered with loose shale that threatened to shift and rattle with every step. He kept one hand trailing along the cold, damp rock wall, using it to guide himself in the absolute blackness, his other hand holding the peacemaker ready. The passage twisted, climbed slightly, then leveled out. The air remained cool and damp, the silence broken only by their own stealthy movements and the persistent drip of water, which seemed slightly louder now, perhaps closer. He paused frequently, straining his ears, trying to catch any sound from ahead, voices, movement, anything to indicate the presence of guards or his uncle. Nothing, only the vast, unnerving silence of the earth. He remembered the guard he'd overheard, the one heading deeper into the system, due back at the holding cave soon. How soon? Had he already returned? Was he waiting up ahead? Or had Caleb's silent dispatch of the vault guard already disrupted their schedule, raised an alarm they hadn't yet heard? He risked another match, needing to check the passage ahead. Shielding the tiny flame with his body, he held it low. The passage continued, relatively straight now, for perhaps another 20 yards before disappearing around another bend. Nothing immediately visible. He blew out the match quickly, darkness slamming back down. They continued their slow, nerve-wracking progress. Caleb felt Eliza close behind him, could hear the faint whisper of her breathing, the soft rustle of her clothing. He was acutely aware of her presence, her reliance on him to lead them through this blindness, just as he had relied on her covering fire back in the basin. An uneasy truce, forged in shared danger, existed between them in this suffocating darkness. The ghosts of their past were still present, lurking in the shadows of their minds, but the immediate threat, the shared purpose, held them at bay, for now. As they neared the bend Caleb had glimpsed in the matchlight, he stopped abruptly, holding up a hand, signaling Eliza to halt. He'd heard something, faint, a low murmur, almost lost in the dripping sounds. Voices? Or just the echo of water playing tricks? He pressed himself against the wall, listening intently. Yes, definitely voices, low, indistinct, coming from around the bend ahead. At least 2 people. Guards? Or Aris and his captor? He signaled to Eliza, pointing ahead, then holding up 2 fingers. She acknowledged with a slight pressure on his shoulder. Their whispered communication earlier about moving smart, pulling back if necessary, felt distant now. They were committed. The holding cave, and whatever awaited them there, lay just around this corner. Retreat now meant abandoning Aris, conceding defeat, Advance meant almost certain confrontation. Caleb made the choice, the only one he felt he could make. He gripped the peacemaker tighter and began to edge forward again, moving with infinite slowness towards the bend. Eliza followed, her rifle likely held at the ready. As he reached the edge of the turn, the voices became clearer, though still low. Getting restless, pacing like a caged animal, keeps mumbling about imbalance and resonance feedback. That was a rough voice, unfamiliar, likely one of Barrett's men. "Let him pace," replied a second voice, colder, sharper. Caleb recognized this one. It was the voice of the guard he'd overheard earlier, the one who had gone deeper into the system. He was back. Had he discovered the missing vault guard yet, or just returned to the holding cave as scheduled? "Barrett just wants him kept quiet and alive until he decides what's next," said the old man's niece showed up with help. A low chuckle. "Won't help him now. Trapped like rats." Caleb's blood ran cold. They knew Eliza was here, knew she had help. They likely assumed Caleb and Eliza were still pinned down in the basin or the outer caves. They didn't know their targets were creeping up on them from behind, within the system itself. He risked the quickest possible glance around the corner. A wider space opened up ahead, the holding cave. Another flickering light source, probably a lantern, cast unsteady yellow light within. He saw two men, their backs partially turned towards him, focused on something deeper within the cave. Both were armed with rifles. The cold-voiced guard stood near the center, while the rough-voiced one leaned against the far wall. He couldn't see Eris from this angle. Two guards, alert, armed, in a confined space. This was bad. A direct assault was suicide. He pulled back silently, relaying the information to Eliza with hand signals. Two men, rifles, backs partially turned. She processed it quickly, her expression grim in the imagined darkness. How could they possibly take down two armed guards silently? Before they could formulate a plan, fate intervened. From deeper within the holding cave came a sudden, anguished cry. "Leave me alone! Don't you understand? You're meddling with forces you cannot comprehend. The imbalance, it's growing." The voice was strained, panicked, yet held an underlying note of intellectual authority. Eris Thorne, alive. The two guards immediately turned towards the sound, towards the back of the cave where Eris was presumably held. "Shut him up!" the cold-voiced guard snapped. "You shut him up!" the other retorted, sounding nervous. "He gives me the creeps with all that talk." This was their chance. The guards were distracted, their attention focused away from the entrance passage. It was now or never. Caleb didn't need to signal Eliza. He knew she'd understand. He burst around the corner, peacemaker leveled, shouting, "Drop the rifles! Now!" The guards spun around, surprise and then alarm flashing across their faces in the lantern light. They reacted instantly, swinging their rifles up. Gunsmoke exploded in the confined space. Caleb fired the peacemaker twice, aiming center mass at the cold-voiced guard nearest him. The roar of the heavy-caliber weapon was deafening in the cave, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. He saw the man jerk backward, stumbling, dropping his rifle, clutching his chest. Simultaneously, Eliza opened fire from behind Caleb, her rifle cracking sharply. The second guard, the rough-voiced one, cried out, spinning around as bullets slammed into the rock wall near him. He didn't go down immediately, but staggered back, trying to bring his own rifle to bear. Chaos erupted. Muzzle flashes strobed, illuminating the cave in violent, disjointed snapshots. The air filled with the acrid stench of gunpowder, the deafening roar of gunfire echoing and re-echoing off the rock walls. Ricochets whined dangerously, screaming off stone surfaces. Caleb ducked behind a projecting rock spur near the entrance as the second guard returned fire, bullets chipping stone near his head. He fired again, aiming carefully in the intermittent flashes. He saw the guard stagger, dropping his rifle, and collapse against the far wall, sliding slowly to the floor. Silence slammed back down, broken only by the ringing in Caleb's ears, the harsh rasp of his own breathing, and a low groan from the first guard he'd shot. "Eliza!" he yelled, his voice hoarse. "Here! Clear!" Her voice came from near the entrance behind him. She'd held her position, guarding their flank. He cautiously emerged from behind the rock spur, peacemaker sweeping the cave. The first guard lay still near the center, eyes wide, unseeing. The second guard against the far wall was also motionless. At the back of the cave, huddled against the rock wall, was a third figure, an older man, thin, with wild gray hair and beard, dressed in torn, dusty clothes. His eyes, wide with terror and confusion behind spectacles, perched crookedly on his nose, darted between Caleb and the fallen guards. He clutched a bundle of papers protectively to his chest. Eris Thorne, his uncle, looking frail, terrified, but alive. Caleb moved forward quickly, keeping his weapon ready, checking the fallen guards to ensure they were no longer a threat. They weren't. Eliza moved up beside him, her rifle covering the cave entrance and the passage they'd just emerged from. "Dr. Thorne?" Caleb said gently, approaching his uncle. "Eris Thorne?" The man flinched, scrambling back slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. Who are you? More of Barrett's men?" "No," Caleb said, holstering the peacemaker, trying to appear non-threatening. "We're here to help. I'm Caleb. Caleb Thorne, your nephew." Eris stared at him, blinked behind his spectacles, comprehension slowly dawning, mixed with disbelief. "Caleb? Elias's boy? They said you died at Gettysburg." "Reports were mistaken," Caleb said quietly. He glanced at Eliza, who gave a slight nod, confirming her role. "This is Eliza. She contacted me. We came to get you out." Tears welled in Eris's eyes, tracing clean paths through the grime on his cheeks. Relief, sudden and overwhelming, seemed to buckle his knees. He sagged against the wall. "Thank God," he whispered, clutching the papers tighter. You have to stop Barrett. The resonator. He can't." Before Eris could finish, a sharp sound echoed from the passage outside the holding cave, the unmistakable scrape of multiple boots moving quickly, purposefully, followed by a cold, familiar voice, amplified by the acoustics of the tunnels. Well, well, it seems the rats have found the bait. Drop your weapons, Thorne, Miss Mallory, unless you want the good doctor to be your shield." Caleb spun around, bringing the peacemaker back up. Eliza cursed under her breath, swinging her rifle towards the entrance. Standing framed in the dark passage mouth, flanked by two more rifle-wielding men, was the tall, gray-eyed stranger from the saloon, Barrett. He held Eris Thorne's fate, and theirs, in his hands, a cold smile playing on his lips. The firefight was over, but the confrontation had just begun. Trust might have been forged in the gun smoke, but survival now hung by the thinnest of threads. Chapter 15. Fractured Promises. The sudden appearance of Barrett and his men in the passage entrance choked the air out of the holding cave, extinguishing the brief flare of hope ignited by the successful, brutal dispatch of the guards. The acrid tang of gun smoke still hung heavy, mingling now with the icy chill of imminent, calculated violence. Barrett stood silhouetted against the darkness behind him, flanked by two grim-faced men whose rifles were leveled steadily, covering both Caleb and Eliza. Barrett himself held a pistol casually aimed towards Eris Thorne, who whimpered softly, pressing himself further against the cold rock wall. "Impressive," Barrett commented, his voice dangerously soft, yet carrying clearly in the confined space. His cold gray eyes swept over the scene. The dead guards, the defiant stances of Caleb and Eliza, the terrified scientist. "You made it further than I anticipated, Thorne. Or should I call you Captain Thorne? Formerly of the Confederate States Army, I believe. Quite the fall from grace, ending up as a backwater telegraph operator." Caleb flinched inwardly. Barrett knew who he was, knew his past. The carefully constructed anonymity of Redemption Pass offered no shield here, in the depths of the earth. How much else did Barrett know? About him? About Eliza? "And Miss Mallory," Barrett continued, his gaze shifting to Eliza, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Always resourceful, always turning up where you're least expected. Working with a former Reb now? How pragmatic." The word dripped with sarcasm, hinting at a shared history, or at least a prior awareness that set Caleb's teeth on edge. Had Eliza encountered Barrett before? Was he part of the reason she operated under such layers of caution and mistrust? "Let him go, Barrett," Eliza said, her voice tight but steady, her rifle still aimed at the center of Barrett's chest, though she clearly couldn't risk a shot with Eris potentially in the line of fire. "You have what you wanted, the scientist. You don't need us." Barrett laughed, a short, humorless bark that echoed unpleasantly off the cave walls. "Oh, I think I do need you, Miss Mallory. You and Captain Thorne here have proven remarkably inconvenient, and inconvenient variables need to be eliminated." He gestured slightly with his pistol towards Eris. Besides, the good doctor seems reluctant to share his secrets, perhaps seeing his newfound family and his erstwhile associate facing unpleasant consequences might loosen his tongue. Eris cried out, "No, don't hurt them. I'll tell you what I can, but you mustn't activate it. The safeguards—" "Silence, old man," Barrett snapped, his voice losing its veneer of calm, revealing the ruthlessness beneath. "Your time for warnings is over. Now is the time for cooperation." He turned his attention back to Caleb and Eliza. "Drop the weapons, both of you. Slowly, or the doctor pays the price for your stubbornness." Caleb's mind raced. They were caught, outnumbered, outgunned, with Eris held hostage. Any sudden move would mean Eris's death, and likely their own. But surrendering their weapons meant placing themselves completely at Barrett's mercy. A mercy Caleb strongly suspected did not exist. He glanced at Eliza. Her face was pale, but resolute. Her eyes met his for a fraction of a second, a silent, desperate communication passing between them. He saw the same calculation mirrored there. Surrender was death, resistance was likely death. But resistance offered a sliver, however minuscule, of hope, of control. "Lower the rifle, Miss Mallory," Barrett ordered, his voice hardening, "and you, Captain, the pistol. On the ground. Now." Eliza hesitated, her knuckles white on the rifle stock. Caleb could feel the tension radiating from her, the internal battle between the instinct to fight and the command to yield. "Don't do it, Eliza!" Eris suddenly shrieked, surprising everyone with his sudden vehemence. He scrambled forward slightly, away from the wall, clutching his papers. "He'll kill you anyway. Don't trust him. The resonator, you have to keep it safe. The coordinates, in the journal." "What journal?" Barrett demanded sharply, his attention momentarily diverted towards Eris. It was the opening Caleb needed. A desperate gamble, relying on instinct, speed, and the fragile trust forged between him and Eliza in the heat of their earlier fight. "Now, Eliza," he yelled, simultaneously diving sideways behind the body of one of the fallen guards, using the corpse as grotesque cover. He didn't wait to see if Eliza reacted. He fired the peacemaker blindly towards the passage entrance, not aiming to hit, but to suppress, to confuse, to create chaos in the confined space. The roar of the big pistol filled the cave again. Eliza reacted instantly. Instead of dropping her rifle, she fired a rapid succession of shots towards Barrett's flanking guards, forcing them back, making them seek cover within the narrow passage mouth. Eris, caught in the crossfire, screamed and scrambled back towards the rear of the cave, trying to shield himself behind a projecting rock near where Caleb had first seen him. Barrett, momentarily shielded by his men, roared in fury. "Kill them! Kill them both!" Bullets hammered the cave entrance, ricocheting wildly. Chips of stone flew like shrapnel. Caleb returned fire from behind the dead guard, aiming low, trying to keep Barrett's men pinned down in the passage. Eliza changed position, moving swiftly to the other side of the cave mouth, seeking a better angle, her rifle cracking rhythmically. It was sheer bedlam. The noise was deafening, the muzzle flashes blinding in the enclosed space. The air grew thick with smoke, making it hard to see, hard to breathe. Caleb knew this couldn't last. Barrett's men had cover in the passage. He and Eliza were exposed within the cave itself. Their only protection, the bodies of the men they'd already killed and a few projecting rocks. Ammunition was finite. Sooner or later, Barrett's men would advance, overwhelm them. "The vault!" Caleb shouted over the din, hoping Eliza could hear him. "The journal Eris mentioned. Is it the one I found?" He saw Eliza glance towards him, her eyes wide in the strobing light, realization dawning. "The coordinates!" He meant coordinates in the journal, to the artifact. That changed everything. Barrett didn't need Eris alive if the location was written down, and Barrett had seen Caleb find that journal back in the basin. He must suspect Caleb had it. "We have to get out of here," Eliza yelled back, firing another shot into the passage. "Draw them deeper into the system. Use the tunnels." It was their only chance. Split up, use the darkness and the confusing network of passages to evade pursuit, hopefully regroup later. But Eris... Caleb looked towards the back of the cave where his uncle huddled, terrified. "Eris, come on!" Eris shook his head frantically, eyes wide with terror. "No, can't. The papers. The fail-safe protocols." He clutched the bundle of documents to his chest as if they were a shield. There was no time to argue, no time to drag him. Barrett's men were pressing their advantage, bullets striking closer. "Eliza, go!" Caleb shouted, laying down covering fire towards the passage. "Head back towards the fissure. I'll hold them here, then follow. Go." He saw her hesitate, torn. Her gaze flickered towards Eris, then back to the passage where Barrett's men were maneuvering. Fractured promises, impossible choices. Her mission was to protect the artifact, to stop Barrett. Eris himself had told her not to trust Barrett, implying sacrifice might be necessary. With a final, anguished look towards Eris, then a sharp, decisive nod at Caleb, Eliza turned and sprinted back towards the passage they had entered from, disappearing into the darkness just as Barrett himself stepped forward, firing his pistol into the cave. Caleb returned fire, forcing Barrett back, then risked a glance at Eris. "Uncle, please, you have to move." Eris just shook his head again, mumbling frantically, "The sequence. Must protect the sequence." He seemed lost in his own world of scientific terror. Caleb cursed under his breath. He couldn't save him. Not like this. He fired his last shots from the Peacemaker towards the entrance, hoping to buy himself a few precious seconds, then tossed the empty weapon aside. He drew his Navy Colt, the familiar weight a small comfort. He glanced back at Eris one last time, a fleeting image of a terrified old man clutching papers in the smoky, flickering light, then turned and plunged into the darkness of the side passage, following Eliza, leaving his uncle, his newfound family, behind. He ran blindly, stumbling over loose rock, scraping against the narrow walls, guided only by the memory of the passage and the desperate hope that Eliza had made it ahead. The sounds of gunfire from the holding cave receded behind him, replaced by the pounding of his own heart and the rasp of his breathing. He reached the junction with the main passage. Which way had Eliza gone? Back towards the fissure they'd entered through, or deeper into the system, hoping to lose their pursuers in the maze? He listened intently. Faintly, from the direction of the fissure, he heard the scrape of a boot, the rattle of a dislodged pebble. Eliza. He turned and ran that way, his lungs burning, his mind a chaotic whirl of gun smoke, blood, Barrett's cold eyes, Eris's terrified face, and Eliza's agonizing choice. He burst into the larger cavern where the fissure waited, expecting to see Eliza near the narrow opening. She wasn't there. Instead, standing directly between him and the fissure, materializing silently from the darkness near the vault tunnel entrance, was the third of Barrett's men, the younger, leaner one Caleb had last seen guarding the alley in Redemption Pass. He held a rifle leveled at Caleb's chest, his expression calm, almost bored, but his eyes held a chillingly efficient deadliness. He must have circled around through other passages while the firefight raged, cutting off their escape route. Caleb skidded to a halt, raising his Colt instinctively, though he knew he was too late. They stood frozen for a heartbeat, hunter and hunted, trapped in the profound darkness, the only way out blocked by an impassable wall of rock at one end and an impassable armed man at the other. Where was Eliza? Had she been captured? Or had she found another way, abandoning him as he had been forced to abandon Eris? The fragile trust forged in Gunsmoke seemed to shatter, leaving only the cold, hard reality of betrayal and imminent death in the suffocating darkness beneath the earth. Chapter 16. The Price of the Past. The silence in the cavern stretched taut, thick with the imminence of death. Caleb stood frozen, the Navy Colt heavy in his hand, aimed uselessly at the younger gunman who blocked his only known escape route, the narrow fissure leading back towards the relative safety of the first cave. The man stood perhaps 15 yards away, near the junction with the side tunnel leading to the vault, his rifle steady, his lean face impassive in the imagined darkness, yet radiating a lethal confidence. Where was Eliza? The question screamed in Caleb's mind. Had this man intercepted her? Captured her? Or had she, seeing the escape route blocked, simply melted into the myriad of other dark passages, adhering to her pragmatic creed of self-preservation, leaving Caleb to face the consequences alone? The bitter taste of potential betrayal rose alongside the metallic tang of fear. Had their brief alliance, forged in the crucible of gun smoke and shared danger, simply evaporated at the first sign of insurmountable odds? Had the fractured promises of their past finally, irrevocably broken them apart? "Drop the pistol, Captain Thorne," the young gunman said, his voice surprisingly soft, almost conversational, yet carrying an edge of absolute authority. "Slowly. No sudden moves. Barrett wants you alive for now. Seems you have something he wants." The journal. Barrett knew, or strongly suspected, that Caleb possessed Eris Thorne's journal with the coordinates to the artifact. His life, precarious as it was, hung by that single thread, his perceived usefulness to Barrett. But for how long? Until the journal was surrendered? Until Barrett had the artifact? Caleb knew men like Barrett didn't leave loose ends. Alive for now was a very temporary state. He thought frantically. The fissure behind him was blocked. To his left was the side tunnel leading back to the vault door, a dead end, likely guarded again by now. To his right, the main passage continued deeper into the mountain, into unknown territory, possibly leading towards where the other guard had gone or other patrols. Directly ahead, the young gunman held the only path to potential freedom completely controlled. There was no escape. Unless... He remembered the layout. He was standing in the main cavern, the one connected to the fissure. The young gunman stood near the entrance to the vault tunnel. Eliza, if she hadn't been captured, could be anywhere. Had she seen this man arrive? Was she hiding nearby, watching, waiting? Or had she truly abandoned him? He couldn't count on her. He had to rely on himself. He needed to create a diversion, an opening, however slight. "The journal," Caleb said, playing for time, keeping his voice steady despite the tremor he felt deep inside. "Is that what Barrett sent you for?" The gunman offered a faint, chilling smile. "Among other things. Seems you and the lady have caused quite a stir. Barrett doesn't appreciate complications." He gestured slightly with the rifle barrel. "The pistol, Captain. On the floor." Caleb knew he couldn't stall for long. He had maybe seconds before the gunman's patience ran out. He tensed himself, preparing to make a desperate move, perhaps dive towards the deeper passage on his right, hoping the surprise and darkness might give him a fraction of a second's advantage. It was suicide, most likely, but better than passive surrender. Just as he gathered himself to move, a flicker of movement caught his eye in the profound darkness off to his left, near the cave wall between him and the vault tunnel entrance. It wasn't much, a deeper shadow detaching itself from the surrounding blackness, moving with impossible silence. Eliza. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured. She had hidden, circled around, waited for an opportunity. She held her rifle low, moving like a phantom along the cavern wall, positioning herself behind and to the side of the unsuspecting gunman. Hope surged through Caleb, fierce and unexpected. She hadn't abandoned him. Despite the fractured past, despite the pragmatic necessity that often guided her actions, she had stayed. Or perhaps she simply saw this as the only way to achieve her own objective. Stopping Barrett required dealing with his men, and Caleb was, for the moment, her only potential ally. Whatever her motive, her presence shifted the odds, however slightly. The young gunman seemed oblivious, his attention focused entirely on Caleb, waiting for compliance. Caleb knew he had to hold the man's focus, give Eliza the time she needed to get into position for a silent takedown. Gunfire now would bring Barrett and the others running. "All right," Caleb said, making his voice sound resigned. "All right, you win." He started to slowly lower the Colt, telegraphing surrender. He let the barrel dip towards the floor, his eyes locked on the gunman, trying to appear defeated. The gunman relaxed almost imperceptibly, his rifle dipping just a fraction as he anticipated Caleb dropping the weapon. It was the opening Eliza needed. She exploded from the shadows behind him, moving with blinding speed. She didn't use her rifle as a firearm. Instead, she swung the heavy weapon like a club, bringing the solid wooden stock down in a vicious arc against the side of the gunman's head. The sound was sickeningly dull, a thud rather than a crack, but brutally effective. The gunman crumpled without a sound, dropping his rifle, collapsing bonelessly onto the cavern floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Eliza stood over him for a second, rifle ready in case he stirred, her chest rising and falling rapidly from the exertion and adrenaline. Then she looked at Caleb, her eyes wide and dark in the imagined light. He quickly moved forward, retrieving the fallen rifle, then checking the gunman. Unconscious, possibly worse, but definitely neutralized for the moment. He grabbed the man's pistol and ammunition as well. Every weapon, every bullet might make the difference. "Took you long enough," Caleb murmured, the relief making his voice unsteady. "Had to wait for the right moment," Eliza retorted, her voice regaining its usual clipped efficiency, though he could hear the underlying tremor. "Couldn't risk a shot. Sound carries too much down here." She glanced back towards the passage leading from the holding cave. "We don't have much time. They'll figure out what happened back there soon. They'll know we escaped." "Which way?" Caleb asked, looking around the cavern. "The fissure is still the only way back towards the basin I know." "No," Eliza said decisively. "Too obvious. They'll expect us to head back the way we came. They'll have men covering the canyon entrance by now, maybe more watching the basin from the rim." She pointed towards the main passage leading deeper into the mountain, the one the second guard had taken earlier. "That way. It's unknown territory, but maybe it connects to other exits, higher up the mountainside, or at least offers more places to hide to lose them." He hesitated. Plunging deeper into this subterranean maze felt counterintuitive, like burrowing deeper into the trap. But her logic was sound. Retreating the way they came likely led straight into another ambush. What about Eris? And the vault? Eliza's face hardened. Eris made his choice back there, Caleb. He wouldn't come. And the vault, the artifact, we can't get near it now. Barrett will have it heavily guarded, especially if he knows we have the journal. She met his gaze, her expression bleak but resolute. Our only chance is to escape, survive. Get the journal, Eris's research, to someone who can understand it, someone who can counter Barrett, maybe the territorial authorities, the army. You think they'd believe a story about an earthquake machine? Caleb scoffed, the idea sounding fantastical even amidst the current nightmare. With Eris's notes? Maybe, Eliza insisted. It's a slim chance, but better than dying down here and letting Barrett win. She took a deep breath. We have to go. Now, deeper into the mountain. He looked at the dark, uninviting passage mouth, then back at the still form of the unconscious gunman. He thought of Eris, huddled and terrified, left behind in the holding cave. He thought of the iron vault door, guarding its ancient, terrible secret. He thought of Barrett, ruthless, closing in. Eliza was right. Escape, survival, was the only viable objective now. Carrying the warning, carrying the knowledge in Eris's journal was the only way to give his uncle's potential sacrifice meaning, the only way to potentially stop the catastrophe Eris feared, the price of the past. It wasn't just about the ghosts of war, the betrayals, the fractured promises between him and Eliza. It was about the legacy of knowledge Eris had unearthed, the responsibility it carried. It was about the blood tie Caleb hadn't known, now demanding a price he wasn't sure he could pay. Leaving Eris felt like a betrayal, yet staying meant certain death and the failure of everything Eris had worked for. All right, he said, his voice heavy. Deeper in. Lead the way, quickly. Before they moved, Eliza knelt beside the unconscious gunman. Working quickly, she used strips torn from the man's own shirt to bind his hands and feet securely. Then she gagged him tightly. "Can't have him raising an alarm if he wakes up too soon," she explained grimly. It was a cold, practical measure, necessary for their survival, yet it underscored the brutal reality of their situation. They were no longer just hunted. They were becoming hunters, or at least ruthless survivors, forced to make choices that chipped away at the men and women they used to be. Eliza took point again, retrieving her rifle, and plunged into the main passage leading away from the junction, away from the known horrors, towards the unknown darkness deeper within the mountain. Caleb followed, glancing back one last time at the still form on the floor, the silent vault tunnel, the fissure that represented an escape route now denied. He adjusted the captured weapons, felt the weight of Eris's journal against his ribs, and followed Eliza into the heart of the earth, leaving the echoes of gun smoke and the heavy price of the past swirling in the darkness behind them. The hunt continued, but the roles were becoming increasingly blurred, the path forward shrouded in uncertainty and the chilling possibility that the greatest dangers still lay ahead. Chapter 17. Storm over Serpent Canyon. The darkness within the mountain pressed in, absolute and profound, swallowing the faint sounds of their desperate flight. Caleb stumbled forward, guided only by the occasional whispered word from Eliza ahead and the feel of the cold, damp rock wall beneath his trailing hand. They moved as quickly as they dared, deeper into the labyrinthine passages, away from the holding cave, away from Barrett, away from the grim choices made in the flickering light and echoing gunfire. Each step was a gamble. The floor remained uneven, littered with loose rock that threatened to betray their position with a careless rattle. Side passages branched off into impenetrable blackness, offering potential hiding places but also the risk of becoming hopelessly lost in the maze. The air grew heavier, colder, the silence broken only by their ragged breathing and the persistent, maddening drip of water from unseen sources. How long had they been down here? Hours? It felt like an eternity, time distorted by darkness, fear, and exhaustion. Caleb's thoughts churned, a bitter cocktail of guilt, anger, and gnawing uncertainty. He saw Eris Thorne's terrified face, heard his desperate cries, felt the weight of abandoning his newfound kin. He pictured Eliza's face as she made the agonizing choice to leave Aris behind, her pragmatic resolve warring with something deeper, something he couldn't quite name. Had she made the right choice? Had he? Or had they merely traded one trap for another, burrowing deeper into the mountain's unforgiving embrace? And Barrett. The man's cold confidence, his knowledge of Caleb's past, his ruthless determination. He wouldn't simply let them disappear into the tunnels. He would pursue. His men would be searching, blocking exits, tightening the net. Even now, Caleb imagined he could hear faint, distant echoes behind them, the scrape of boots, a muffled shout. But it might just be the paranoia of the hunted, the darkness playing tricks on his frayed nerves. Eliza stopped abruptly ahead, her silhouette barely visible against the slightly less dense blackness, where the passage seemed to widen. Caleb nearly collided with her. "What is it?" he whispered, drawing the captured peacemaker instinctively. "Air," she breathed back, her voice filled with a mixture of hope and caution. "Fresh air. And listen." Caleb held his breath, straining his ears. Over the ubiquitous dripping water, he heard it. A low, distant rumble. Not rockfall, not gunfire. Something deeper, more elemental. Thunder. And mixed with the thunder, a faint rushing sound, like wind or perhaps water? "There must be an opening," Eliza whispered, excitement replacing the tension in her voice. "An outlet to the surface, somewhere up ahead." Hope surged, sharp and potent. A way out, a chance to escape the suffocating darkness, the subterranean trap. They moved forward again, more quickly now, drawn towards the promise of open sky, towards the growing rumble of the storm. The passage began to slope upwards more steeply. The air grew noticeably fresher, carrying the clean, sharp scent of rain-washed ozone and damp earth. The rushing sound intensified, resolving into the distinct roar of moving water, echoing loudly in the confined space. The thunder cracked again, closer this time, the sound vibrating through the rock beneath their feet. They rounded a final bend, and relief washed over Caleb, so powerful it almost buckled his knees. Ahead, perhaps 50 yards away, was a ragged opening, a mouth leading out of the mountain. It wasn't large, partially choked with fallen rock and tangled roots, but through it, Caleb could see gray light. Not the bright glare of the Arizona sun, but the bruised, turbulent gray of a storm-laden sky. Rain lashed down outside, visible as slanting silver sheets against the darker backdrop of the canyon walls opposite. Freedom. It was right there. But between them and the opening lay a new obstacle. A torrent of churning, muddy water surged through the passage where the floor dipped low, pouring out of a fissure high on the cavern wall to their right and rushing towards the exit. The storm, raging outside in Serpent Canyon, had found its way into the mountain's hidden waterways, turning this escape route into a potential death trap. The water level wasn't impossibly deep yet, perhaps waist-high in the center, but the current looked dangerously strong, fueled by the downpour outside, carrying debris, threatening to sweep them off their feet and dash them against the rocks. "Flash flood," Eliza stated grimly, shouting slightly to be heard over the roar of the water and the booming thunder. Common in these canyons during heavy storms, the passages fill quickly. Caleb stared at the churning water, then at the beckoning gray light of the exit. They couldn't stay here. The rising water could trap them, drown them, and Barrett's men were still somewhere behind them in the tunnels. Going forward was perilous, but staying was potentially fatal. "We have to cross," he yelled back. "Now before it gets any deeper." Eliza nodded, her eyes scanning the torrent, assessing the risk. "Find a handhold. Stay near the wall where the current might be weaker. Link arms if we have to." They edged towards the water. It swirled around their ankles, shockingly cold, tugging insistently. The roar filled their ears, disorienting. Caleb found a projecting knob of rock on the wall and gripped it tightly, testing his footing on the slick, submerged stones. The water surged higher, reaching his knees, pulling with alarming force. "Ready?" he shouted to Eliza. She nodded grimly, finding her own handhold nearby. "Go!" They pushed off from the relative safety of the passage edge, plunging into the main force of the current. The water immediately slammed against Caleb, reaching his waist, trying to rip his feet out from under him. He leaned into it, straining against the flow, his boots slipping on the unseen rocks below. He groped for another handhold on the wall, finding a small crevice, his fingers digging in desperately. He risked a glance at Eliza beside him. She fought the current with equal desperation, her smaller frame struggling against the powerful surge. Her face was pale, set in grim determination, her eyes fixed on the exit. Slowly, agonizingly, they worked their way across the flooded section, moving from one precarious handhold to the next. The water churned around them, carrying rocks and debris that slammed painfully against their legs. The roar was deafening, the cold seeping into their bones. Once Eliza slipped, crying out as the current pulled her sideways. Caleb lunged, grabbing her arm, hauling her back towards the wall, his own footing nearly giving way in the process. Their eyes met for a brief, terrifying second, a shared understanding of how close they were to disaster. They pressed on, muscles screaming, lungs burning. The gray light of the exit seemed agonizingly far away. Thunder crashed directly overhead, the sound so loud it felt like the mountain itself was splitting apart. A brighter flash illuminated the cavern's lightning. In that brief, stark illumination, Caleb glanced back towards the passage they'd emerged from. His heart stopped. Figures. 2, maybe 3 men standing at the edge of the water, rifles raised, momentarily silhouetted against the darkness behind them. Barrett's pursuit had caught up. They were trapped between the flood and the hunters. "They're behind us!" Caleb roared to Eliza over the din. Panic surged, cold and sharp. There was no time for careful progress now. They had to reach the exit, get out of the flooded passage before Barrett's men opened fire. "Go! Go!" Eliza screamed, abandoning the handholds. launching herself forward into the deepest part of the current, swimming, scrambling, letting the torrent carry her towards the opening. Caleb hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then followed her lead, pushing off the wall, throwing himself into the churning water. He was immediately swept downstream, tumbling, gasping, swallowing muddy water. He kicked frantically, trying to keep his head above the surface, trying to angle towards the exit. Behind him, rifle shots cracked, muffled by the roar of the flood and thunder. Bullets whined past, striking the water, ricocheting off the rock walls. They were firing into the torrent, hoping for a lucky hit. He saw Eliza reach the shallower water near the exit, scrambling onto a pile of debris, pulling herself towards the opening. He fought his way after her, the current relentless, his strength failing. Just as he thought he'd be swept past the opening, his hand closed on a thick, trailing root protruding from the jumble of rocks near the exit. He clung to it, hauling himself out of the main current, gasping for air, dragging himself onto the muddy bank beside Eliza. They scrambled the last few feet, pulling themselves through the narrow opening, out of the mountain, out of the suffocating darkness, and into the raw, wild fury of the storm. Rain lashed down, driven by a howling wind that tore through Serpent Canyon. The sky was a churning cauldron of bruised purple and angry gray clouds, split intermittently by jagged forks of lightning. Thunder boomed, echoing off the high canyon walls, shaking the ground. The narrow canyon floor, usually dry sand and rock, was now a raging river. The flash flood pouring out of the cave system and surging down towards the basin where they'd first encountered Barrett. They had escaped the tunnels, but they were far from safe. They were exposed, soaked to the bone, exhausted, standing on a narrow, muddy ledge partway up the canyon wall, with Barrett's men presumably right behind them in the cave mouth, and the storm raging around them. Eliza pointed wordlessly, higher up the canyon wall. A narrow game trail, barely visible through the driving rain, seemed to wind upwards from their ledge towards the rimrock. It was treacherous, slick with mud, exposed to the wind and rain, but it was their only option besides plunging back into the flood or facing Barrett's men at the cave mouth. Without discussion, driven by pure survival instinct, they began to climb. The wind tore at them, threatening to rip them from the narrow path. Rain blinded them, plastering their hair and clothes to their skin, chilling them to the core. The mud sucked at their boots, making every step a slippery, perilous effort. Below them, the floodwaters raged, a brown, churning reminder of the dangers they had just escaped. Behind them, the dark mouth of the cave beckoned like an open grave. Lightning flashed again, closer this time, striking one of the high peaks overlooking the canyon with a deafening crack. In that momentary, brilliant illumination, Caleb glanced back toward the cave opening. He saw figures emerging, struggling against the outflowing water, preparing to follow them up the trail. Barrett, relentless, undeterred by the storm. The pursuit wasn't over. It had merely moved to a new, more elemental battlefield. They climbed higher, fighting the mud, the wee wind, the rain, the sheer exhaustion threatening to overwhelm them. The storm raged around them, mirroring the tempest in Caleb's own soul. Guilt, fear, the weight of the past, the uncertainty of the future, all converging in this desperate flight beneath a sky weeping tears of fury. Serpent Canyon, living up to its name, coiled around them, offering no easy escape, only the prospect of further struggle against the elements, against their pursuers, and against the ghosts that haunted the storm-lashed landscape. Chapter 18. Codes Carried on the Wind. The storm raged with primal fury, turning Serpent Canyon into a brutal arena where nature itself seemed allied with their pursuers. Wind howled down the narrow passage like a hungry beast, ripping at Caleb's soaked clothes, threatening to tear his precarious grip from the slick, muddy game trail. Rain, cold and relentless, drove into his face, blurring his vision, plastering his hair to his skull, leaching the warmth from his body with chilling efficiency. Below, the flash flood roared, a brown, churning torrent filling the canyon floor, erasing landmarks, carrying debris in its destructive path. Above, the sky boiled with bruised, angry clouds. periodically split by blinding flashes of lightning that illuminated the terrifying scene in stark, momentary detail, followed by peals of thunder that vibrated through the very rock beneath their feet. Caleb risked a glance behind him, down the treacherous, winding path they'd just ascended. In the fleeting glare of another lightning strike, he saw them, 2 figures, perhaps 3, struggling upwards, gaining ground. Barrett and his men. They were dark shapes against the rain-lashed cliff face, moving with a grim determination that defied the storm. They were still coming, relentless, inescapable. Ahead, Eliza scrambled onwards, her smaller figure battling the gale, her movements economical but clearly strained by exhaustion. She reached a slightly wider ledge, partially sheltered by an overhang, and paused, waiting for him, gesturing urgently. He pushed himself harder, muscles screaming in protest, lungs burning from the exertion and the thin, rain-heavy air. He reached the ledge, collapsing beside her, gasping for breath, the wind tearing at him even under the minimal shelter of the overhang. "Can't keep this pace," he panted, wiping rain and mud from his eyes. "They're gaining." Eliza nodded grimly, her gaze fixed on the trail below, tracking their pursuers' progress. "We need to reach the rim, find better cover, maybe lose them in the flats beyond." "The rim is still hundreds of feet," Caleb argued, looking up at the sheer, rain-slicked rock face that seemed to tower endlessly above them. "This trail? It might not even go all the way. Could dead end." "It's our only chance," she insisted, her voice tight with urgency. She pushed dripping hair back from her face, revealing the stark lines of exhaustion and strain. But her eyes still held that core of fierce determination. "Staying here, letting them corner us on this ledge, that's suicide." He knew she was right, but the sheer physical effort required, the dwindling strength in his limbs, the gnawing cold that was beginning to numb his fingers and toes, doubt gnawed at him. Could they make it? As if sensing his faltering resolve, Eliza gripped his arm, her fingers surprisingly strong despite the cold. "Caleb," she said, her voice low but intense, forcing him to meet her gaze. "Remember the code? Remember why we created it?" He stared at her, confused by the sudden shift. "The Coyote code? Now." "We made it because we were trapped," she continued, her eyes holding his. "Surrounded by enemies, lines drawn, no clear path forward. We made it to find a way through, to communicate when all other ways were blocked. We found a way then. We can find a way now." Her words, unexpected, resonated strangely amidst the howl of the storm. She was reminding him not just of a tool, but of a time when, despite being on opposing sides, they had forged connection, found solutions in impossible circumstances. Was she offering reassurance? Or reminding him of the pragmatism, the resourcefulness required to survive? He looked away, towards the lashing rain, the dark shapes still climbing steadily below. "That was different, Eliza. A different war." "Was it?" she countered softly. "Or just different uniforms? We're still trapped, still surrounded, still needing to find a way through." She released his arm, her brief moment of connection receding, replaced by practical urgency. "We need to split their focus again, slow them down." "How?" Caleb demanded. "We barely have ammunition left. Can't risk a shootout on this trail. One slip and we're gone." "Not with bullets." Eliza scanned the cliff face around them. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on a section of loose rock and scree just above the trail, a few yards beyond their ledge. The recent downpour had likely destabilized it further. A rock slide, smaller than the one at the choke point, but maybe enough to block the trail, force them to detour, buy us time. Caleb followed her gaze. It was possible. Dislodging the keystones could trigger a cascade onto the narrow path below. But getting to it, working on it while exposed to the storm and potential fire from below, "It's too risky," he argued. "We'd be completely exposed." "One of us provides cover, watches our backs," Eliza countered immediately. "The other triggers the slide. You're stronger. You might be able to dislodge it faster. I'll cover. Before he could protest further, she unslung her rifle, checked its action quickly despite the driving rain, and moved to the edge of the ledge, peering down the trail, finding a semi-stable firing position amongst the wet rocks. "Go, Caleb, quickly, they're getting closer." He hesitated only a second longer, then scrambled off the relative shelter of the ledge, back into the full fury of the storm, heading towards the unstable scree slope Eliza had indicated. The wind slammed into him, nearly knocking him off balance. The mud was treacherous, sucking at his boots. He kept low, using the contours of the rock face for minimal cover, acutely aware of his vulnerability. He reached the base of the scree slope. It was a jumble of fractured rock, mud, and debris, held precariously in place on the steep mountainside. He searched for the key points, the larger, unstable boulders whose removal might trigger a cascade. He found one, a jagged slab of granite wedged loosely between two other rocks, directly above the narrowest part of the trail. He holstered his Colt, needing both hands. He braced himself against the cliff face and began to heave, pushing, pulling, trying to dislodge the heavy slab. Rain streamed into his eyes, mud coated his hands, making his grip slippery. The rock refused to budge, wedged tight. Below he could hear faint shouts carried on the wind, Barrett's men closing the distance. "Caleb! Hurry!" Eliza's voice, sharp with urgency. He ignored the burning protest of his muscles, the biting cold, the fear. He threw his entire weight against the rock, finding a better leverage point, straining until he felt something give. A slight shift, a grating sound. He pushed again, harder, roaring with effort against the howl of the wind. Crack! A sharp sound, not gunfire. The rock slab tilted, groaned, and then suddenly broke free, tumbling downwards. It struck other loose rocks, triggering a chain reaction. A wave of mud, stones, and debris surged down the slope, cascading onto the narrow game trail below with a deafening roar, completely obliterating that section of the path. Caleb scrambled back just in time, avoiding being swept away himself. He looked down. A cloud of dust and debris rose where the trail had been, quickly dispersed by the wind and rain. The path was gone, replaced by a raw scar of mud and rock. It wasn't a massive landslide, but it was enough to block pursuit, at least temporarily, enough to buy them precious time. He heard frustrated yells from further down the slope, cut off by the roar of the wind. He turned and scrambled back towards the ledge where Eliza waited, relief washing over him, quickly followed by bone-deep exhaustion. She helped pull him the last few feet under the overhang. "Good work, Thorne," she acknowledged, her eyes briefly meeting his, holding a spark of grudging respect, or perhaps just shared relief. "How long do you think that will hold them?" he gasped, leaning against the rock wall, trying to catch his breath. "Minutes, an hour? Depends how determined they are to find another route," Eliza replied, already scanning the cliff face above them. "We can't rest. We have to keep moving. Reach the rim." Fueled by adrenaline and the temporary reprieve, they pushed on, resuming the grueling climb. The trail remained treacherous, the storm relentless. They climbed in silence now, conserving energy, focused solely on placing one foot in front of the other, battling the wind, the rain, the mud. Caleb's earlier doubts resurfaced. Could they truly escape? Or were they just delaying the inevitable, climbing towards a different kind of doom on the exposed rimrock? As they neared what seemed like the top, the slope beginning to level out slightly, the wind seemed to lessen fractionally, though the rain still hammered down. They could see the jagged edge of the rim silhouetted against the turbulent gray sky, perhaps only another 50 feet above them. Suddenly, Eliza stopped, holding up a hand, listening intently, her head cocked against the wind. "What is it?" Caleb asked, straining his own ears, hearing only the howl of the storm. "Quiet," she hissed. She tilted her head again, concentrating. Then her eyes widened almost imperceptibly. She looked back at Caleb, her expression suddenly intense. "The code," she breathed, barely audible over the wind. "Listen." Caleb focused, blocking out the storm's roar, trying to catch whatever subtle sound she had detected. At first, nothing. Then he heard it, faint, intermittent, almost lost in the gale, but distinct, a series of sharp clicking sounds, tapping sounds, not random, rhythmic, dit-da-dit-dit, L, pause, dit, E, pause, da, T, pause, dit-da-dit, R, left, or maybe letter? The context was missing, the sounds distorted by wind and distance. Where was it coming from? Not from below, where Barrett's men were blocked. From above? From the rim? Eliza tapped back, using 2 small stones she quickly picked up, the clicks sharp but likely carried away by the wind almost immediately. Dit-dit-dit, da-da, unpause. Da-dee-dit, dit, a pause. Da-da-dit, a pause. Dit, a question, an acknowledgement, a pause longer this time, the wind seeming to swallow all sound. Then the reply came again, slightly clearer this time, as if the sender had moved closer or found a more sheltered spot. Da, T, pause. Dit-dit-da, dit-dit-dit, pause. Dit-da, dit, G, pause. Dit-da, pause. Dit, P, pause. Dit-da, dit-dit. Telegraph? The word formed in Caleb's mind, sending a jolt through him. Telegraph? Up here? On the rimrock? Impossible. Unless... His mind flashed back to Redemption Pass, to the silent office, the worried face of Sheriff Brody, the arrival of the watchful strangers. Had someone followed him? Not Barrett's men, but someone else? Someone who knew the code. The clicks continued, urgent now. Da-da-dit. G, pause. Dit-da. N, pause. Da-dit-dit. D, pause. Dit-dit. I, pause. Da-da-da. O, pause. Dit-da-dit-dit. L. Danger. No, Garrison. The letters were close. Jindiol? It didn't make sense. The storm was interfering, distorting the transmission. Eliza tapped back frantically. Da-da-dit. G, pause. Dit-dit-dit. S, pause. Da-da-da. O. Repeat. Silence. Only the howling wind, the driving rain, the rumble of thunder. The mysterious sender had fallen silent. Had they been discovered? Had the storm finally overwhelmed the faint sounds? Caleb and Eliza exchanged a look, confusion warring with a dawning, terrifying possibility. Someone else was involved. Someone who knew their secret code, someone potentially near the rim, someone trying to send a warning or instructions garbled by the storm. Friend or foe? Another layer of complexity, another unknown variable in a situation already spiraling out of control. Who could it be? Brody? Impossible. He didn't know the code. Someone from Eliza's shadowy network of contacts? Possibly. Or someone connected to Eris? Or even... another faction hunting the artifact? The mystery hung heavy in the storm-lashed air as they took the final scrambling steps onto the rimrock. They found themselves on a wide, rocky plateau, swept by the full force of the wind and rain. Visibility was limited to perhaps 20 yards through the gray sheets of precipitation. Below them lay Serpent Canyon, obscured by cloud and rain, the roar of the flood a distant echo. Behind them, the treacherous trail they had climbed. Ahead, the vast unknown expanse of the Dragoon Mountain wilderness. And somewhere nearby, hidden by the storm, was the sender of the cryptic, broken message. Another player had joined the deadly game, their identity and allegiance unknown. The codes carried on the wind hadn't brought clarity, only deeper uncertainty. As Caleb and Eliza stood exposed on the storm-swept rim, caught between the hunters below and the mystery above, the price of the past demanding yet another turn of the screw. Chapter 19, Between Love and Oblivion. The wind screamed across the rimrock plateau, a physical assault that stole breath and hammered against eardrums already ringing from the subterranean chaos. Rain sluiced down, turning the rocky ground treacherous, pooling in depressions, plastering Caleb's clothes to his skin with icy insistence. He stood hunched against the gale, shoulder to shoulder with Eliza, sharing a fragile moment of arrival that felt less like sanctuary and more like being cast onto the shores of oblivion itself. Below them, Serpent Canyon was a nightmare of churning floodwater and swirling mist, the roar of the torrent a monstrous echo of the violence they had barely escaped. They were out of the suffocating darkness of the tunnels, but the storm-lashed rim offered little comfort. Visibility was almost zero beyond 20 yards, the world reduced to shades of tumultuous gray and driving rain. Lightning still tore rents in the bruised sky, followed by thunder that felt less like sound, and more like a concussion shaking the very bones of the mountain. They were exposed, exhausted, freezing, and hunted. Caleb risked a glance back towards the treacherous game trail they'd ascended. It was impossible to see if Barrett and his men were still climbing, obscured by the deluge and the curve of the cliff face, but he felt their presence like a physical weight, an unseen pressure building behind them. They wouldn't give up. Barrett knew Caleb had the journal now, the key, potentially, to the artifact's location. He wouldn't stop until he had it, and until Caleb and Eliza were silenced permanently. Eliza shivered beside him, though whether from cold or reaction, he couldn't tell. She pulled the collar of her soaked shirt higher, her gaze sweeping the desolate, wind-swept plateau, searching for any sign of shelter, any feature that broke the monotony of rock and rain. Her face, stripped bare by exhaustion and the elements, looked younger, more vulnerable than he'd seen it since before the war turned them both into ghosts haunting their own lives. "The message!" Caleb shouted over the wind, the word torn away almost as soon as he spoke it. He moved closer, leaning in so she could hear him. "The code clicks. Where did they come from?" Eliza shook her head, water streaming from her hair, her eyes scanning the mist-shrouded rocks around them. "Couldn't tell. Above us, somewhere on the rim. Seemed close, but the wind... it plays tricks." She looked at him, her blue eyes narrowed against the rain, sharp with lingering confusion and nascent suspicion. "Who else knows the code, Caleb?" The question hung between them, heavy and accusatory. Besides them, who else could possibly know the intimate, secret language they had crafted in stolen moments years ago? He searched his memory frantically. Had he ever mentioned it, even obliquely, to a fellow officer? No, it was too personal, too dangerous. Had Eliza shared it with her union handlers? The thought sent a fresh wave of coldness through him, unrelated to the storm. "No one," he stated firmly, meeting her gaze, hoping she could read the sincerity through the layers of grime, exhaustion, and years of distrust. "Only you. Only me." She held his gaze for a long moment, searching, weighing. The wind howled around them, whipping strands of her wet hair across her face. Finally, she gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, though the suspicion didn't entirely leave her eyes. "Then either someone learned it from one of us, or it wasn't our code." "It sounded like it," Caleb insisted. The rhythm, the groupings, even garbled. It felt familiar. "Felt," she stressed. "Or maybe we just wanted it to. Maybe Barrett has other enemies tracking him. Maybe someone else is after the artifact. Maybe it was just noise. Rocks falling. The storm." He didn't believe it was just noise. The patterns, however broken, had felt intentional. Telegraph, garrison, danger, meaningless fragments yet insistent, but the alternative, that someone else knew their code, was deeply unsettling. It implied a breach, a betrayal, reaching back years, potentially compromising everything they thought they had shared, however complicated it had become. "We need shelter," Eliza stated, breaking away from the disturbing speculation, her focus returning to immediate survival. "We'll freeze out here, and we need to get off this exposed rim before Barrett finds a way up." She began to move, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground, scanning the mist ahead. Caleb followed, his own body protesting every movement, the bone-deep chill making his muscles ache, his teeth chatter uncontrollably. They pushed forward into the driving rain, two solitary figures against the vast, hostile indifference of the storm-swept wilderness. After a few minutes of desperate searching, slipping on wet rock, battling the wind that threatened to knock them from their feet, Eliza stopped, pointing. Ahead, a darker shadow loomed through the gray curtain of rain, a low, fractured outcrop of rock, promising a slight leeward side, perhaps even a shallow overhang. It wasn't much, but it was better than the open plateau. They half ran, half stumbled towards it, collapsing gratefully into the meager shelter offered by a concave dip in the rock face. It wasn't a cave, barely an indentation, but it broke the main force of the wind and offered a slight reprieve from the direct onslaught of the rain. They huddled together instinctively, backs against the cold, damp stone, shoulders touching, sharing body heat, the proximity both a necessity and a source of crackling tension. The silence between them stretched, filled only by the roar of the storm outside their small sanctuary and the sound of their own ragged breathing. Caleb closed his eyes for a moment, weariness washing over him in waves, threatening to pull him under. He saw Eris's face again, heard his terrified cries, guilt gnawed at him, sharp and acidic. He had left his uncle behind, family, abandoned to a man like Barrett. He opened his eyes, looking sideways at Eliza. Her head was bowed, her hands clenched in her lap, her expression hidden by the curtain of wet hair falling across her face. Was she thinking of Eris, too? Or of the choices that had led them here? Of the fractured promises that defined their history? "He called me Captain Thorne," Caleb said quietly, the words almost swallowed by the wind. "Barrett, he knew who I was." Eliza lifted her head slowly. Her eyes, when they met his, held a deep, shadowed weariness. "He knows who I am too, Caleb. We crossed paths before. During the war, indirectly, he was involved in certain black market operations, supplying both sides, playing games, profiting from the chaos. Always dangerous, always untouchable. So Barrett wasn't just a recent threat tied to the artifact. He was a ghost from their shared past, a predator who thrived in the gray areas where loyalties blurred and survival often came at a steep price. It made their situation feel even more personal, more entangled. "He mentioned the journal," Caleb continued, needing to voice the fear. "He knows I have it." "Which means he won't stop," Eliza finished grimly. "Not until he has it, or until we're dead." She shivered again, pulling her arms tighter around herself. "We should destroy it, burn it, scatter the ashes." Caleb stared at her, shocked. Destroy Eris's work? His warning? It might be the only proof, the only way to convince anyone what Barrett is planning, what that artifact can do. "And it's a death sentence for whoever carries it," Eliza countered fiercely, her voice rising slightly before she caught herself, glancing nervously out at the storm. "Eris is likely dead already, Caleb, or soon will be. Honoring his memory means stopping Barrett, preventing the catastrophe. Carrying that journal just paints a target on our backs. Maybe oblivion is the safer path." There it was, oblivion, the state he had sought in Redemption Pass, the numbness he had cultivated. She was offering it back to him now, a pragmatic escape from the danger the journal represented. Destroy the knowledge, destroy the connection to Eris, destroy the responsibility, and perhaps, just perhaps, survive. But the thought revolted him. It felt like the ultimate betrayal, not just of Eris, but of something within himself he hadn't realized still existed. A refusal to simply fade away, to let the darkness win. "No," he said firmly, his hand instinctively going to his chest, feeling the solid shape of the journal beneath his wet shirt. "I won't destroy it. It's all that's left of him, of his warning. It's our only weapon against Barrett, even if it's just knowledge." Eliza looked at him, her expression a complex mixture of frustration, grudging respect, and perhaps fear. "You always were stubborn, Thorne. Noble intentions paving the road to—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "All right, we keep the journal, for now, but that makes escaping even more critical and even more difficult." She fell silent again, staring out at the lashing rain. The fragile truce held, but the fundamental difference in their perspectives, his clinging to a principle, a connection, hers focused on the brutal calculus of survival, remained a chasm between them. He watched her profile, the strong line of her jaw softened slightly by weariness, the memory of her face under Carolina moons superimposed over the harsh reality of the woman beside him now. Had he ever truly known her? Had the woman he loved been real, or just a mask worn by the spy? The years of silence, the assumption of her death, had allowed him to freeze her in time, a bittersweet memory. Now, confronted with the living, breathing, complicated reality of Eliza Mallory, survivor, pragmatist, potential ally, potential betrayer, he felt lost, adrift between the phantom of love and the encroaching oblivion she sometimes seemed to represent. "Eliza," he began, the name rough in his throat. "Back then, before the end, was any of it real?" The question hung heavy in the air, raw and vulnerable, a question he hadn't dared ask for years, even of himself. She turned slowly, her eyes searching his face in the dim, stormy light. Her expression was unreadable, guarded. He saw the flicker of old pain, the instinctive retreat behind defensive walls. He expected a deflection, an evasion, perhaps even scorn. Instead, her voice, when she finally spoke, was barely a whisper, laced with a weariness that went bone deep. "Does it matter now, Caleb? After everything? After the war, the losses, the choices we both made?" She looked away, towards the gray void outside their shelter. "Some things. Maybe they're too fractured to ever mend. Maybe all we have left is the trying to survive the wreckage." Her words weren't an answer. Not truly. But they weren't a denial either. They were ambiguous, resigned, honest perhaps in their refusal to offer easy comfort or simple truths. The wreckage of the past was all around them, within them. Survival was the only imperative. A sudden sharp crack echoed nearby, distinct from the rolling thunder, not lightning striking rock. Gunfire. Close. They both reacted instantly, scrambling lower behind the rock outcrop, weapons drawn. Peering cautiously out, they scanned the mist-shrouded plateau. Had Barrett's men found a way up already? Or was it the mysterious sender of the code, revealing themselves at last? Another shot cracked, closer still, seeming to come from their right, further along the rim, followed by a third shot answering the first two, from a different position off to their left. It wasn't aimed at them. It sounded like a firefight. Two different parties, exchanging shots nearby, hidden by the driving rain and swirling mist. Barrett's men, encountering the sender of the code? Or had a third faction truly entered the deadly game? Caleb and Eliza exchanged a wide-eyed look. They were caught in the middle, trapped between the storm, the hunters below, and now, an unknown conflict erupting right beside them on the rim. Oblivion beckoned, not as a choice, but as an imminent, deadly possibility closing in from all sides. Their personal reckonings, their fractured past would have to wait. Survival, once again, clawed its way to the forefront, demanding their absolute focus in the face of converging, unknown threats. Chapter 20. The Artifact's Reckoning. Gunfire echoed erratically across the storm-swept plateau, sharp cracks swallowed almost immediately by the howling wind and booming thunder. The shots weren't directed at Caleb and Eliza, huddled behind their meager rock shelter, but seemed to be exchanged between unseen combatants hidden nearby in the swirling mist and driving rain, to their right, then answered from their left. A chaotic, sporadic firefight painting a terrifying picture of converging threats. "Who is it?" Caleb yelled over the wind, peering cautiously around the edge of their rock outcrop, trying to penetrate the gray veil. Visibility remained near zero beyond 20 yards. He could see nothing but rain lashing down on barren, slick rock. "Don't know," Eliza shouted back, equally tense, her rifle held ready, her eyes scanning frantically. Could be Barrett's men engaging the code sender, or something else entirely. Something else. The words hung heavy with menace. Had Eris Thorne's fears been realized? Had the artifact, the resonator, been disturbed, drawing unforeseen attention, unleashing forces beyond Barrett's calculated greed, the timing of the storm, its unnatural fury, the cryptic, garbled code messages. It felt like more than coincidence. It felt like the mountain itself was awakening, angry and volatile. Another flurry of shots cracked nearby, closer this time, followed by a sharp cry of pain abruptly cut off. Silence descended again, heavier, more ominous than before, broken only by the storm's relentless roar. Had one side overcome the other? Or was it a temporary lull, a tactical repositioning in the deadly game of blind man's bluff being played out in the mist? "We can't stay here," Eliza decided, her voice tight with urgency. "We're caught in the crossfire, exposed. We need better cover. We need to move." "Move where?" Caleb countered desperately. "We're blind out there. We could walk right into them." "Staying here is certain death if they stumble upon us," she argued fiercely. "We need to get away from this immediate area, try to circle around, maybe find a more defensible position, a real cave, anything." She pointed vaguely off to their left, away from the direction of the last shots. That way, towards the higher ground. It was a desperate gamble, moving blindly through the storm while unknown combatants skirmished nearby. But she was right. Huddling here, waiting for discovery, was not a strategy for survival. He nodded grimly, checking the load in his Navy Colt, wishing desperately for more ammunition, for a clear target, for an end to this suffocating uncertainty. They slipped out from behind the outcrop, bending low against the wind, moving as quickly as they dared over the treacherous, rain-slicked rock. Every shadow in the mist seemed like a potential enemy. Every gust of wind carried phantom sounds of pursuit. They advanced perhaps 50 yards, stumbling, sliding, soaked and freezing, before finding what they sought, a deeper fissure in the rock face, narrow but offering actual overhead cover, a shallow cave barely large enough for both of them to squeeze into. They collapsed inside, gasping for breath, shivering uncontrollably now that the exertion of movement had momentarily ceased. The relative quiet within the fissure, sheltered from the main force of the wind, was almost deafening after the roaring chaos outside. They could still hear the storm raging, the thunder rattling the mountain, but it felt slightly muffled, distant. "Did you see anything?" Caleb asked, peering out of the narrow opening. The view was limited, showing only a small slice of the rain-lashed plateau. Eliza shook her head, rubbing her arms vigorously, trying to generate some warmth. "Nothing but rain and mist. Whoever was out there, they're hidden, just like us, or they've moved on. Or they were dead." Silence fell between them again, heavy with exhaustion, fear, and the weight of their desperate situation. Caleb felt the familiar gnawing guilt about Eris, the burden of the journal, Eris's legacy, his warning, now feeling less like a weapon and more like a fatal liability. He looked at Eliza, huddled opposite him in the cramped space, her usual guarded resilience momentarily overshadowed by sheer physical misery. Water dripped from her hair, her face was pale, her lips tinged with blue. The tough spy, the pragmatic survivor, looked achingly human, achingly vulnerable. "Eliza," he began softly, unsure what he meant to say, only knowing that the silence, the isolation, felt unbearable. Before he could continue, a low, deep vibration started beneath their feet. It wasn't thunder this time. It was a steady, resonant hum, seeming to emanate from the very heart of the mountain. The rock beneath them trembled, not violently, but with a persistent, unsettling thrumming. Loose pebbles vibrated, skittering across the cave floor. "What is that?" Eliza breathed, her eyes wide with alarm, her hand instinctively going to her rifle. Caleb felt a prickle of superstitious dread crawl up his spine. The humming grew stronger, the vibration intensifying. It felt unnatural, alive. He thought of Eris's frantic warnings, his scribbled notes in the journal. Resonance, imbalance, unstable. "The artifact," Caleb whispered, the word tasting like ash. Eris said it interacted with geology, amplified tremors. Maybe the firefight. Maybe Barrett. Maybe they disturbed it. As he spoke, the humming intensified further, rising in pitch, becoming an almost unbearable drone that seemed to penetrate bone, rattle teeth. The ground beneath them began to shake more noticeably, not the sharp jolt of a typical earthquake, but a sickening, rolling motion, accompanied by groaning, grinding sounds from deep within the rock. "It's happening!" Eliza gasped, steadying herself against the cave wall. "Aris warned. He said attempting to control it could trigger—" Her words were cut off as a section of the cave roof directly above them cracked with a sound like a pistol shot. Dust and small fragments rained down. They scrambled back instinctively, deeper into the fissure. Outside, the storm seemed to redouble its fury, the wind shrieking, the rain turning into stinging hail. But the sounds of the storm were now overlaid by the groaning agony of the mountain itself. Through the narrow cave opening, Caleb saw sections of the rim rock opposite them shudder, shift. A massive spire of rock, sculpted by centuries of wind and erosion, tilted slowly, impossibly, then broke free with a deafening roar, plunging down into the misty abyss of the canyon below. The mountain was tearing itself apart. The rolling tremor beneath their feet intensified, threatening to shake them loose from their precarious shelter. The deep humming drone pulsed, seeming to gather strength. "We have to get out of here!" Caleb yelled, grabbing Eliza's arm, trying to pull her towards the fissure's entrance. "This whole mountain could come down!" But Eliza resisted, her eyes fixed on something beyond the opening, her face a mask of horrified realization. "Caleb, look!" He followed her gaze. Through the driving rain and mist, on a slightly lower section of the rim rock not far from where they guessed the vault tunnel might emerge, the ground itself seemed to be glowing. A faint, pulsing, sickly green light emanated from beneath the rock surface, casting an eerie illumination on the swirling mist. The deep, humming drone seemed to originate from that spot, and figures were staggering around the light source. He could make out Barrett, shouting orders lost in the wind, trying to direct his remaining men. One man clutched his head, screaming, before collapsing. Another stumbled blindly, firing his rifle randomly into the mist before falling over the edge of the rim. The green light pulsed brighter, the humming reaching a painful intensity. Barrett himself staggered back, shielding his eyes, seemingly overwhelmed by the energy emanating from the ground. The resonator, activated, unleashed, and utterly uncontrollable. Eris Thorne's direst predictions were coming true. This wasn't a weapon Barrett could wield. It was pure, raw, geological chaos. "The journal," Eliza breathed beside him, her voice filled with awe and terror. "Aris mentioned fail-safe protocols, a sequence, maybe a way to dampen the resonance, stabilize it, if entered correctly." Caleb's hand went to the journal inside his shirt, the coordinates, the scientific notes, the frantic scribbles about instability. Could the key to stopping this cataclysm be hidden within those pages? Pages he couldn't possibly read or decipher in this chaos? "Even if the answer is in here," he shouted back, "how do we use it? How do we get near that thing?" The ground around the pulsing green light looked like it was fracturing, steaming, radiating waves of energy that disoriented and disabled Barrett's men. Just then, another figure emerged near the green light, stumbling out from what must have been the vault tunnel exit. Older, frail, clutching a bundle of papers. Eris Thorne. He wasn't dead. He must have escaped or been released during the chaos in the holding cave, perhaps driven by a desperate need to reach the artifact, to try and contain the disaster he foresaw. He staggered towards the pulsing epicenter, shouting words lost in the storm, waving his papers. Barrett, recovering slightly, saw him. He bellowed something, lunging towards Eris, perhaps trying to stop him, perhaps trying to force the fail-safe sequence from him. "No!" Caleb cried out instinctively, starting forward out of the fissure, driven by an impulse to protect his uncle, to intervene. Eliza grabbed his arm, holding him back with surprising strength. "Caleb, wait, look!" As Barrett reached Eris, lunging for the papers, Eris didn't try to flee. Instead, with a look of desperate resolve, he shoved the papers into Barrett's hands, then deliberately threw himself forward, directly into the brightest pulse of the green energy. There was a blinding flash, a soundless concussion that seemed to compress the air. Eris Thorne simply ceased to exist, vaporized, obliterated by the raw power he had sought to understand and contain. Barrett was thrown backward by the blast, tumbling across the rocks, the papers scattering from his grasp, caught by the furious wind, swept away into the storm. He lay stunned, momentarily motionless. The green light pulsed again, weaker this time, the intense humming drone subsiding slightly, though the ground still trembled violently. Had Eris's sacrifice, his final act, somehow disrupted the resonance, triggered a partial shutdown, bought the world precious time? Caleb stared in horror and stunned grief at the spot where his uncle had vanished. The price of the past, paid in full. He felt Eliza's hand tighten on his arm, pulling him back into the relative safety of the fissure as another section of the nearby rim crumbled and fell away. "He did it," Eliza whispered, her voice choked with emotion. "He overloaded it, dampened it somehow, gave us a chance." A chance? Caleb looked out at the chaotic scene. Barrett was stirring, pushing himself up, injured but alive. The artifact, though perhaps weakened, was still active, the ground unstable, the mountain threatening to collapse around them. The storm raged on, and the journal, with its potential secrets, its coordinates, its fail-safe protocols, was still tucked inside Caleb's shirt. The artifact's reckoning was far from over. Eris Thorne had made the ultimate sacrifice, but the consequences of his discovery, the danger unleashed, still pulsed at the heart of the storm-racked mountain. Barrett was still alive, his greed likely undiminished, and Caleb and Eliza were trapped, armed with incomplete knowledge, facing the terrifying aftermath, the future of the entire region potentially resting on their next move. Oblivion hadn't claimed them yet, but it still lurked, patient and hungry, in the heart of the storm. Chapter 21. A Choice Painted in Sunset. The world seemed to hold its breath in the wake of the blinding flash and the sudden terrible silence that followed Eris Thorne's self-immolation. The agonizing, bone-penetrating hum of the resonator subsided, not vanishing entirely, but receding to a low, subterranean thrum, a wounded heartbeat deep within the mountain. The violent tremors eased, replaced by sporadic, shuddering aftershocks that sent fresh cascades of loose rock rattling down the ravaged cliffsides. Outside their narrow fissure, the storm raged on, but even the wind seemed to pause, momentarily stunned by the raw expenditure of energy, the sacrifice offered to the mountain's angry heart. Caleb stared out at the spot where his uncle had ceased to exist, a cold emptiness spreading through his chest, grief mingling with horrified awe. Eris Thorne, the man he'd never known, the link to a lost branch of his family, had faced oblivion head-on, trading his life to dampen the catastrophe he himself had inadvertently helped uncover. The papers Eris had thrust at Barrett, presumably containing the fail-safe protocols, were gone, scattered, lost to the wind and rain, leaving only the cryptic journal Caleb carried as a potential key. He felt Eliza's grip tighten on his arm, pulling him back from the precipice of shock, grounding him in the precarious present. "He did it, Caleb," she whispered again, her voice thick with unshed tears, a rare break in her stoic facade. "He bought us time." Time? But time for what? He looked out at the scene of devastation on the rim. The sickly green glow emanating from the ground near the vault exit had faded significantly, though the air still shimmered strangely above it, and steam hissed where rain struck superheated rock. Barrett was pushing himself up, staggering, clearly injured from the blast that had thrown him back, but undeniably alive. He looked around wildly, perhaps searching for the scattered papers, his face a mask of fury and pain. Caleb couldn't see any sign of Barrett's other men. They had either fallen victim to the resonator's initial pulses, tumbled over the edge in the chaos, or perhaps retreated. For the moment, Barrett appeared isolated, weakened. "Barrett's still alive," Caleb stated grimly, pulling himself together, the immediate need for action overriding the paralyzing grief. And he knows I have the journal. Eliza followed his gaze, her expression hardening again, the pragmatist resurfacing. He's injured. Alone, maybe. This might be our only chance to stop him permanently. Stop him? The words hung in the air. Kill him? Capture him? With what? Their ammunition was perilously low, their strength depleted, and Barrett, even injured, was undoubtedly dangerous, cornered, desperate. Or we run, Caleb countered. The alternative, the path of oblivion still whispering seductively. We escape now, while he's down. Get off this mountain, take the journal, the warning. And lead him right to us? Eliza retorted sharply. He won't stop hunting us, Caleb, not now. Not while you have that journal. He'll track us, follow us back to Redemption Pass or wherever we try to hide. He'll endanger everyone to get what he wants. Running just postpones the inevitable. Maybe makes it worse. She was right. Barrett wasn't the type to cut his losses. He would pursue relentlessly. Escaping the mountain didn't mean escaping the threat. It meant bringing the threat with them. So we fight? Caleb asked, the prospect settling like lead in his stomach. Here? Now? Against him? Against whatever that thing is. He gestured towards the faintly steaming ground where the resonator lay hidden. Aris dampened it, maybe. But is it stable? What happens if we fight near it? We don't know, Eliza admitted. It's a risk. Everything is a risk now. She looked at him, her eyes searching his in the dim light filtering into their fissure. What does the journal say, Caleb? Eris mentioned coordinates? Protocols? Is there anything in there that can help us? Anything that tells us how to shut it down completely or destroy it? He pulled the small leather-bound journal from inside his soaked shirt. It felt heavy, imbued with the weight of Aris's knowledge, his fears, his sacrifice. He opened it carefully, the pages damp, threatening to tear. He scanned the familiar, meticulous handwriting, the geological notes giving way to the more frantic entries, the strange symbols, the references to resonance and instability. He found the last pages, the ones written just before the ambush, meeting E at Serpent Canyon. Only hope. Then the final, blood-smeared entry. Ambush. Trap. E didn't. He flipped back, searching for coordinates, for anything resembling instructions, protocols. There were complex diagrams, equations that meant nothing to him, sketches of the strange geometric symbols, and coordinates, several sets, noted alongside geological readings, compass bearings. One set matched the rendezvous point Eliza had sent him. Others seemed to relate to locations deeper within the mountain, perhaps survey points Eris used while studying the resonator, but nothing explicitly labeled fail-safe or shutdown sequence. It's complex, Caleb said, frustration mounting. Coordinates, symbols, notes on energy signatures, nothing straightforward, nothing that looks like instructions. He paused, running a finger over a particularly intricate symbol, sketched near a reference to stabilizing frequency. Maybe these symbols are the key? A sequence, like Eris said? Eliza leaned closer, peering at the strange markings. They look ancient, almost like petroglyphs, but different, more complex. She shook her head. Even if they are the key, how do we use them? Where do we enter them? Eris took that knowledge with him. Unless the method was also hinted at in the journal, hidden within the scientific jargon, the diagrams. Deciphering it would take time, careful study, time they didn't have, huddled in a fissure with a wounded but dangerous enemy nearby and a volatile artifact pulsing erratically just yards away. As if summoned by their thoughts, Barrett staggered to his feet out on the rim. He clutched his side, moving stiffly, but his eyes scanned the plateau, searching for them. He hadn't seen where they'd taken shelter. Yet. He's up, Eliza breathed, pulling back slightly into the fissure. He's looking. The choice pressed down on them, immediate and absolute. Fight or flight, confrontation or escape, trust the cryptic journal or abandon its secrets? Caleb looked out at the storm. Miraculously, Impossibly, there seemed to be a slight break in the clouds far to the west. The relentless gray was fractured by slivers of improbable color, deep orange, fiery crimson, bleeding into bruised purple. The setting sun, finding a momentary gap in the storm, was painting the ravaged landscape in hues of breathtaking, heartbreaking beauty. It illuminated the wet rocks, making them gleam like polished obsidian. It caught the swirling mist, turning it into veils of rose and gold. It cast long, dramatic shadows, emphasizing the devastation, the raw power of the elements, and the artifact's unleashed energy. A choice painted in sunset, the beauty felt almost mocking, highlighting the starkness of their situation, the ugliness of the violence they had witnessed, the choices they were forced to make. "If we run," Caleb said slowly, thinking aloud, watching Barrett limp cautiously towards the area where Eris had vanished, perhaps hoping to find stray pages of the fail-safe protocols. He controls the site. He might be injured now, but he has resources. He can bring more men, equipment. He can try again to control the artifact or simply hold it hostage. Eris died to stop that. "And if we fight," Eliza countered, her voice low and steady, "we likely die too. Maybe we take Barrett with us, maybe not. And the artifact, it remains here, unstable, a ticking time bomb for whoever finds it next." "Unless," Caleb murmured, his gaze fixed on the journal, on the strange symbols, "unless there's enough here, enough of a clue, to finish what Eris started, to stabilize it, or destroy it." "Based on cryptic symbols and blind hope?" Eliza challenged, though her tone lacked its earlier sharp edge. She looked weary, drained. "That's not pragmatism, Caleb. That's faith. And faith has a poor survival rate out here." "Maybe," he conceded. "But what was Eris trying to do at the end? Why shove the papers at Barrett? Why sacrifice himself right at the epicenter?" He looked at Eliza, a desperate idea forming. Maybe he wasn't just dampening it. Maybe his sacrifice, maybe his energy, his life force interacting with the resonator at that critical moment, maybe that was part of the fail-safe. Maybe it needs a catalyst. Eliza stared at him, horrified. "You're not suggesting—" "No," he said quickly, "not sacrifice. But maybe the journal doesn't just hold instructions. Maybe it holds the key to understanding the nature of the energy, how to interact with it, redirect it, neutralize it without needing a specific code entered into a non-existent mechanism." He tapped the journal. Eris was a scientist. He observed, he recorded. The answers might be here, just not in the way we expect. He looked out at the scene again. Barrett was still searching near the artifact site, his movements slow, pained. The pulsing green glow remained faint, the ground seemingly stable for the moment. The break in the clouds widened, bathing the plateau in the fiery colors of the dying sun. It felt like a sign, a moment suspended between storm and calm, between chaos and potential resolution. "We have maybe one chance," Caleb said, his voice firm now, the decision solidifying within him. "While Barrett is injured, isolated, we confront him, we secure the journal, and we try to understand this, try to ensure that artifact never threatens anyone again." He met Eliza's gaze, holding it. "It's what Eris would have wanted. It's the only way his sacrifice means anything." He saw the internal struggle in her eyes, the ingrained instinct for survival warring with the mission she had undertaken for Eris, perhaps even with a reluctant stirring of something else, something tied to the man standing beside her, the man from her fractured past offering a future built on a desperate gamble rather than pragmatic retreat. "Oblivion," she whispered, the word tasting like defeat. "Or this." She looked out at the stunning, terrible beauty of the sunset painting the scene of destruction. "All right, Caleb," she said finally, her voice low but clear, the decision made. "We face him, together." The word hung in the air, simple, profound. Together, it bridged the years, the betrayals, the unspoken hurts. It acknowledged the tangled loyalties, the fractured promises, but chose connection over isolation, shared risk over separate survival. Just as the decision settled, a sharp crack echoed from across the plateau. Barrett, firing his pistol, not at them, but perhaps in frustration, or maybe signaling unseen allies. The moment of suspension was over. The choice was made. Now came the reckoning. Caleb gripped his Colt, took a deep breath, and prepared to step out into the fiery, storm-washed light of the setting sun, towards the final confrontation, towards a future balanced precariously between love and oblivion. Eliza moved beside him, her rifle ready, her face set, ready to face the consequences of their choice. Together. Chapter 22. The Last Transmission. The world was awash in the colors of fire and blood. The storm, though its initial fury had waned, still wept heavy tears of rain, but the rent clouds in the west allowed the setting sun to pour through, painting the ravaged Rimrock Plateau in breathtaking, almost sacrilegious hues of crimson, gold, and bruised purple. Steam rose from the superheated rocks near the artifact site, swirling like phantom dancers in the eerie light, mingling with the lingering mist and the smoke from their recent desperate firefight. The deep, unsettling hum from beneath the earth had subsided to a barely perceptible thrum, a wounded beast breathing shallowly in its lair, but the ground still felt fragile, violated. Caleb stepped out from the narrow fissure, Eliza emerging beside him, a shared glance passing between them, acknowledging the choice made, the die cast. Ahead, perhaps 40 yards away across the slick, uneven rock, Barrett struggled to his feet. He clutched his side where Eris's final, concussive blast had thrown him, his face contorted with pain and incandescent fury. His pistol was still in his hand. He saw them, his gray eyes narrowing into slits of cold hatred. "Thorn!" Barrett's voice was a raw tear in the wind, harsh and grating. "Mallory! You meddling fools! Give me the journal!" He staggered forward a step, pistol weaving slightly, hampered by his injuries but driven by a fanaticism that transcended pain. The vast, dramatic backdrop of the sunset seemed to shrink, focusing down to this single point of conflict, this final, desperate stand on the edge of oblivion. "It's over, Barrett!" Caleb shouted back, his own voice strained against the wind. Navy Colt held steady despite the tremor of exhaustion in his arm. Eris stopped it. "You failed." "Stopped it?" Barrett laughed, a jagged, ugly sound. He barely tickled it. Delayed it, perhaps. But the power... oh, the power is still there. Waiting. And with that journal, his eyes burned into Caleb, with the knowledge your fool uncle gathered, I will control it. This world will tremble. He lunged forward again, faster this time, firing his pistol wildly. The shot went wide, screaming off the wet rock somewhere to Caleb's left. Instinct took over. "Split!" Caleb yelled, diving to his right, seeking cover behind a jagged outcrop stained crimson by the sunset. Eliza moved left, disappearing behind a cluster of smaller boulders near the edge of the rim, the churning floodwaters a terrifying drop just beyond. Barrett, caught between them, hesitated for a crucial second, unsure which target to prioritize. It gave Caleb the opening he needed. He rose slightly, steadying his Colt with both hands, and fired. Once, twice, aiming carefully, conserving precious ammunition. One shot struck Barrett's shoulder, spinning him around with a grunt of pain. The second went wide as Barrett stumbled, returning fire haphazardly towards Caleb's position, bullets chipping rock dangerously close. "Eliza, now!" Caleb yelled, ducking back under cover. From her position, Eliza rose and fired her rifle. A single, carefully aimed shot. The heavy slug caught Barrett in the leg, buckling his knee. He cried out, stumbling again, dropping his pistol as he fought to stay upright. He was wounded, disarmed, but still dangerous. Fueled by rage and desperation, he staggered, limping heavily, back towards the faintly steaming ground near the vault exit, perhaps seeking the discarded weapons of his fallen men, or maybe driven by some mad impulse to get closer to the source of the power he craved. "Don't let him reach it!" Eliza shouted, already moving from her cover, trying to circle around, cut off Barrett's retreat. Caleb pushed himself up, ignoring the screaming protest of his muscles, and ran forward, Colt ready, intending to intercept Barrett before he reached the unstable ground around the resonator site. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows, turning the figures into stark silhouettes against the fiery sky. Barrett saw Caleb coming. He snarled, changing direction, lurching towards Caleb, no longer seeking weapons but launching a direct, desperate assault. He lowered his head, charging like a wounded bull, intending to use his remaining strength, his sheer physical mass, to overwhelm Caleb. Caleb stood his ground, raising the Colt. He had maybe 2 shots left. He couldn't afford to miss. Barrett closed the distance with surprising speed despite his injuries, his face a mask of murderous intent. Caleb fired. The bullet struck Barrett's chest but didn't stop the charge. Fueled by adrenaline or sheer madness, Barrett kept coming. He slammed into Caleb, the impact sending both men crashing down onto the slick, hard rock. Caleb's pistol flew from his grasp, skittering away into the shadows. Pain exploded in his ribs as Barrett landed heavily on top of him. He felt Barrett's hands close around his throat, thick fingers digging in, choking off his air. He clawed frantically at Barrett's wrists, gasping, his vision starting to blur, black spots dancing before his eyes. Barrett's face loomed above him, contorted with hate, spittle flying from his lips. "The journal, Thorne! Give me the journal!" Caleb couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. He felt his strength failing, the world dimming. Oblivion, cold and final, reached for him. Suddenly, Barrett arched back with a strangled cry. His grip loosened. Caleb sucked in a desperate gasp of air, his vision clearing slightly. He saw Eliza standing over Barrett, her face pale and set, the butt of her empty rifle raised. She had struck Barrett hard across the back of the head, intervening just as Caleb's consciousness began to fade. Barrett rolled off Caleb, stunned but not unconscious. He pushed himself onto his hands and knees, shaking his head, then glared up at Eliza with pure venom. He lunged, not at Caleb, but at her ankles, trying to trip her, drag her down. Eliza stumbled back, trying to bring her rifle around as a club again. Caleb scrambled sideways, reaching for his discarded Colt. His fingers brushed the cold metal just as Barrett, ignoring his own wounds, surged towards Eliza again. What happened next seemed to unfold in horrifying slow motion against the backdrop of the dying sunset. As Barrett lunged, the ground beneath him gave a sudden, violent shudder, a localized aftershock from the resonator, perhaps, or just the mountain continuing its slow, agonizing collapse. A network of cracks spiderwebbed across the rock surface near the faintly steaming artifact site. Barrett lost his footing, arms flailing. He stumbled backwards, directly onto the most unstable section of the rimrock, weakened by the earlier pulses of energy. With a deafening crack, the ledge beneath Barrett fractured, broke away and plunged into the misty, flood-filled canyon below. Barrett uttered one final, drawn-out cry of rage and disbelief, a sound swallowed instantly by the roar of the wind and water. Then silence. He was gone, swallowed by the abyss, consumed by the very chaos he had sought to unleash. Caleb lay on the cold rock, gasping for air, the imprint of Barrett's fingers still burning on his throat. Eliza stood frozen, rifle held loosely, staring down into the chasm where Barrett had vanished. The wind whipped around them, tugging at their clothes, carrying spatters of rain that felt like icy tears against their skin. It was over. Barrett was gone. His men were dead or scattered. The immediate threat had passed. Slowly, painfully, Caleb pushed himself into a sitting position. He looked at Eliza. She turned from the edge, her shoulders slumping, the adrenaline finally draining away, leaving behind only profound exhaustion and the hollow ache of survival. Their eyes met across the few yards separating them, a silent acknowledgement of the battle fought, the cost paid, the fragile trust that had held, just barely, in the final moments. Eliza walked towards him, her steps unsteady. She knelt beside him, her gaze searching his face, checking the bruising already forming on his throat. "Caleb, are you all right?" Her voice was low, rough with fatigue and strain. "Alive," he rasped, his throat raw. "Thanks to you." A faint smile touched her lips, fleeting and tinged with sadness. We kept each other alive. They sat there for a long moment in silence, the storm beginning to recede around them, the wind easing its howl, the rain softening to a drizzle. The colors in the western sky deepened, shifting from fiery crimson to the soft, bruised purples and grays of twilight. The mountains shuddered one last time, a final deep sigh, then fell still. The low hum from the artifact site faded completely, leaving only the sound of the wind and the distant murmur of the receding floodwaters in the canyon below. Eris Thorne's sacrifice, it seemed, had truly bought peace, at least for now. Caleb reached inside his shirt, pulling out the damp journal. He held it in his hands, the repository of his uncle's knowledge, his warning, his legacy. "What now?" he asked, looking at Eliza. "What do we do with this? With everything?" Eliza looked at the journal, then out at the vast, darkening wilderness surrounding them. "Aris wanted the knowledge safe," she said softly. "He wanted the world warned. That duty, it falls to us now, I suppose." "To carry this back?" Caleb asked. "Try to convince someone? Risk whoever finds it trying to harness that power again?" He shook his head. "Or do we honor him by ensuring it can never be used, by burying it, destroying the site?" He looked towards the steaming ground where the resonator lay hidden. Maybe trigger another rock slide, bury it forever? It was the choice again. Knowledge versus oblivion. Responsibility versus safety. Eliza followed his gaze towards the artifact site. Destroying it might be impossible. Burying it might only hide it for a future generation to uncover. She sighed, a sound of infinite weariness. Perhaps Eris's sacrifice was the failsafe. Perhaps it's inert now, truly dormant, its energy discharged. "We don't know that for sure," Caleb argued. "No," she agreed quietly. "We don't. That's the burden, isn't it? The uncertainty." She looked back at him, her blue eyes clear now in the fading light, holding a profound sadness, but also acceptance. Maybe the answer isn't destroying the knowledge or burying the artifact. Maybe it's carrying the knowledge responsibly, understanding the warning, ensuring the story survives, even if the science remains obscure. She reached out, her cold fingers brushing his as she gently took the journal from his grasp. She held it for a moment, then tucked it securely inside her own shirt. "I have contacts," she said vaguely. "People who deal in secrets, who understand dangerous knowledge. People who might be able to analyze Eris's work, assess the ongoing threat, perhaps even find a way to neutralize it permanently, or at least ensure it remains undisturbed." He understood her implication. She would take the journal, disappear back into the shadowy world she inhabited, carrying the burden, the risk, herself. It was her way of protecting him, perhaps, her way of fulfilling her promise to Eris while severing the tie that bound Caleb to this danger. "And you, Caleb?" she asked softly, her eyes searching his. "What will you do?" He looked out at the vast empty landscape, the first stars beginning to prick the clearing twilight sky. Redemption Pass felt a lifetime away. The quiet oblivion he had sought there now seemed hollow, meaningless. He had faced death, faced his past, faced the ghost of a lost love. He couldn't go back to being the numb telegraph operator hiding from the world, but he didn't belong in Eliza's world of secrets and shadows either. "I don't know," he admitted honestly, the uncertainty a heavy weight. "Go back, maybe. Face Sheriff Brody's questions. Try to live, not just exist." He thought of Eris, the family he never knew. Maybe find out more about my uncle. Honor him somehow. Eliza nodded slowly, understanding passing between them without the need for further words. The paths they had walked, tangled and fraught, were diverging again. The trust forged in Gunsmoke held, but it illuminated the separate futures they had to face. The love, the connection that had undeniably sparked back to life amidst the chaos, was real, but perhaps too fractured, too burdened by the past to survive the harsh light of the present. She stood up, offering him a hand. He took it, allowing her to help him to his feet. They stood close for a moment, the shared ordeal, the shared survival, a tangible thing between them. He saw the lingering sadness in her eyes, the ghost of what might have been. "Take care of yourself, Caleb Thorne," she whispered. "You too, Eliza Mallory," he replied, his voice thick. She gave his hand a final squeeze, then released it, turning away before he could see the unshed tears he sensed were there. She scanned the plateau, orienting herself, then began walking, not back towards the treacherous trail down into Serpent Canyon, but striking out across the rimrock, heading north, towards the deeper wilderness, towards the shadows that were her element. He watched her go, a solitary figure walking away into the vast, indifferent twilight, carrying the weight of Eris Thorne's dangerous legacy. He felt an aching sense of loss, sharper, more real than the grief he'd carried for her supposed death years ago. This was goodbye, a final parting, a choice made. He turned and looked back towards the south, towards the direction of Redemption Pass. It was a long way back, a hard journey lay ahead. He was alone again, but different now, scarred, grieving, but no longer numb. He carried the memories, the cost, the lessons learned between love and oblivion. He found his Colt, checked its remaining load, empty chambers telling the story of their desperate fight. He retrieved the other captured weapons, slinging the rifles over his shoulder. He needed to survive the journey back. He needed to face the future, whatever it held. As the last vestiges of sunset faded and the deep indigo of night claimed the sky, he began the slow, arduous trek south, leaving the artifact's reckoning place behind. The mountain was silent now, the storm past, Eris Thorne at peace. The final transmission wasn't a coded message tapped out on a wire, but the silent understanding that passed between two souls who had found each other, lost each other, and found each other again, only to choose separate paths towards their own uncertain redemptions. The price of the past had been paid, leaving only the quiet weight of survival and the long road ahead, Hasalak, where the dust settles. Months had passed since the storm broke over Serpent Canyon, months measured in the slow turning of seasons across the vast, indifferent landscape of the Arizona Territory. Summer's fierce heat had finally relinquished its grip, yielding to the crisp, golden light and cooler nights of late autumn. In Redemption Pass, the frantic scrabble for survival that characterized the warmer months eased into a quieter rhythm. The dust still rose from the unpaved street with every passing horse or wagon, but it seemed less agitated, settling more readily, as if the land itself were breathing a sigh of relief after the relentless sun. The telegraph office remained silent. After Caleb Thorne's prolonged absence following his supposed prospecting trip into the Dragoons, Sheriff Brody had finally, reluctantly, forced the lock. He'd found the small back rooms neat, orderly, almost unnervingly impersonal, offering few clues beyond the slightly ajar chest containing the faded Confederate jacket, confirming Brody's suspicions about Thorne's past, and the lingering sense of a man who had packed essentials and walked away deliberately. There was no sign of foul play within the office itself, no indication of the violent convergence of strangers the sheriff had witnessed. The three watchful men who had haunted the Lucky Ace Saloon had disappeared as abruptly as they arrived, shortly after the news of Thorne's continued absence became common knowledge. They left behind only unpaid bar tabs and a lingering residue of menace. Life in Redemption Pass settled back into its familiar grooves, accepting Thorne's disappearance as just another unexplained departure, another story swallowed by the vastness of the territory. A new telegraph operator, a nervous young man overwhelmed by the isolation, eventually arrived from Tucson, restoring the vital link to the outside world. The rhythmic clicking of the relay magnet, once again a familiar pulse in the heart of the town. But for Sheriff Brody, the unanswered questions surrounding Caleb Thorne, the silent wire, the menacing strangers, and the rumors of intense localized seismic activity reported by prospectors deep in the Dragoons around that same time lingered like a dull ache, another unsolved mystery in a land that specialized in them. Far to the north, under the clearer, colder skies nearing the territories of Utah or perhaps Colorado, for she moved like smoke, leaving few traces. Eliza Mallory rode steadily onward. The leather-bound journal, Eris Thorne's dangerous legacy, was wrapped carefully in oilskin and tucked deep within her saddlebag. She traveled alone, avoiding major trails, relying on skills honed over years spent navigating the shadowed pathways of espionage and survival. She had delivered condensed, heavily coded reports through intermediaries she trusted implicitly, alerting certain contacts within governmental and scientific circles about the potential existence and extreme danger of the resonator phenomenon, omitting specific locations and technical details, withholding the journal itself until she could be certain of a secure repository, away from prying eyes and political opportunists. She spoke of geological instability, of a rogue operative named Barrett, now presumed dead, and hinted at the sacrifice of a scientist who had understood the peril. She painted a picture of a contained threat, neutralized for now but requiring vigilance, further discreet investigation. Her reports were met with skepticism by some, quiet alarm by others who understood the volatile nature of the frontier and the strange discoveries it sometimes yielded. Investigations would likely be launched, discreetly, carefully, perhaps leading nowhere, perhaps eventually confirming the terrifying truth Eris Thorne had died to protect. Eliza carried the weight of that truth, and the heavier weight of memory. She saw Aris's face in her dreams, his final act of desperate sacrifice. She felt the phantom grip of Barrett's men, the cold terror of the subterranean darkness, the deafening roar of the flood, and she saw Caleb Thorne's face, etched with grief, exhaustion, and the dawning realization of their separate paths, standing alone on the rimrock as she walked away into the twilight. Had she made the right choice? Leaving him? Taking the burden of the journal herself? Every pragmatic instinct, every lesson learned through bitter experience, told her yes. Entangling Caleb further in her world, the world of shadows, secrets, and perpetual danger, would have been selfish, destructive. He deserved the chance at the peace he seemed to be searching for, away from the echoes of war and the dangerous knowledge she now carried. Yet the memory of his hand in hers, the shared glance across a smoky cave, the simple word, together, that had resonated with unexpected power, these moments lingered, bittersweet aches in the solitary landscape of her heart. Love, she knew, was a luxury spies and survivors could rarely afford. Its price was often too high, paid in vulnerability, in fractured loyalties, in lives shattered like storm-racked rock. She rode on, carrying the secrets, guarding the knowledge, her own future as uncertain and potentially perilous as the artifact slumbering beneath the silent mountains far behind her. Her path was one of vigilance, of ensuring the past remained buried, even as she remained forever bound to its legacy. And Caleb Thorne? He did not return to Redemption Pass. The road south from Serpent Canyon led him not back towards the hollow oblivion he had cultivated, but further into the territory, drifting, searching for something he couldn't yet name. He worked odd jobs, mending fences on isolated ranches, assisting a blacksmith in a dusty pueblo, even briefly joining a cattle drive heading east, seeking anonymity in motion rather than stagnation. The memories of Serpent Canyon were relentless companions. The roar of the flood, the stench of gun smoke, the terror in Aris's eyes, the chilling hum of the resonator, the impossible beauty of the sunset over the ravaged rimrock. And Eliza, always Eliza, her fierce determination, her surprising vulnerability, the feel of her hand gripping his arm, the finality in her eyes as she walked away. He carried the imprint of her presence, the echo of their shared ordeal, like a brand. He learned, slowly, painfully, to live with the ghosts. He accepted the weight of Aris's sacrifice, the burden of the knowledge he now possessed, even without the journal itself. He understood the terrible power that slumbered beneath the earth, the responsibility that came with that awareness. He couldn't simply forget, couldn't retreat back into numbness. Eris's death, Eliza's choice, their shared survival. It had irrevocably changed him. cracked open the shell he had built around himself. Months later, drawn by a pull he didn't fully understand, he found himself near the territorial capital, Prescott. He wasn't looking for trouble, wasn't seeking involvement, but he felt a quiet obligation to ensure Eris's story wasn't entirely lost, that the warning wasn't carried solely by Eliza into the shadows. He sought out the office of the territorial geologist, a thoughtful academic man initially bewildered by Caleb's vague inquiries about unusual seismic activity and strange geological formations in the southern ranges. Caleb didn't reveal everything. He didn't mention the artifact by name, didn't speak of Barrett or the violence. He certainly didn't mention Eliza or the journal. He spoke merely as a concerned citizen, a former prospector who had witnessed anomalies. Strange lights, localized tremors unlike normal earthquakes, rumors among other prospectors of unstable ground in remote canyons. He spoke of finding fragmented notes, possibly belonging to a missing scientist, perhaps named Smith or Thorne, hinting at dangerous geological interactions. He planted seeds of information, veiled warnings wrapped in cautious speculation, hoping to nudge official curiosity in the right direction without revealing the full, terrifying truth or compromising Eliza's discreet efforts. The geologist listened patiently, skeptically at first, but with growing interest as Caleb described the specific nature of the phenomena, details gleaned from Maurice's journal before Eliza took it. He made notes, promised to look into territorial survey records, perhaps dispatch a team to investigate the remote regions Caleb described, if funding allowed. It was a small step, uncertain, perhaps ultimately futile, but it felt like something, a way to honor Eris, a way to fulfill a fraction of the responsibility he felt without plunging back into the violence he had barely survived. Leaving the geologist's office, stepping out into the bustling street under a clear, cool autumn sky, Caleb felt a measure of, not peace, perhaps, but purpose. He had faced his past, acknowledged his connection to Eris, taken a small, responsible action. He had survived the reckoning. He didn't know where Eliza was, if she was safe, if her contacts were reliable, if the artifact truly slumbered or merely waited. He didn't know if their paths would ever cross again. The love that had resurfaced, fierce and undeniable amidst the chaos, remained an unresolved chord, a bittersweet memory tinged with the harsh reality of their separate worlds, their necessary parting. Perhaps some connections, however deep, were destined to remain fractured, beautiful in their brokenness, like the sunset over Serpent Canyon. He bought passage on an eastbound stagecoach, not heading towards any particular destination, just away from the territory that held both his deepest regrets and his most profound transformation. As the coach rattled down the dusty road, leaving Prescott behind, he looked out at the vast, open landscape, the mountains receding in the distance, holding their secrets close. The dust was settling, both literally and figuratively. The storm had passed, the immediate danger averted. But the echoes remained, the hum of the artifact, the crack of gunfire, the whispered code, the weight of choices made between love and oblivion. Caleb Thorne carried these echoes with him, no longer seeking to escape them, but learning to live alongside them. He was scarred, solitary, his future uncertain, but he was no longer numb. He was alive, carrying the price of the past, heading towards an unknown horizon, finally, truly, beginning the long journey towards his own kind of redemption. The last transmission wasn't an end, but a beginning, carried not on wires, but within the quiet resilience of a survivor finding his way back into the light. The end.